We'd like to begin today by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we gather today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and emerging. I extend that respect to the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders peoples here today. So I hope you're ready, ladies and gentlemen, for a big 3 days of racing. I think we figured out we've got about 25 hours worth of racing to cover this weekend. And it's all underway out on the course as we speak. So we're underway with the first race, race one of the regatta, the first heat of the Championship Women's Under-19 pair, sponsored by V Insurance. In lane one, we have Townsville JCU, represented by Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke, coached by Harrison Parks. In lane two, we have the University of Queensland, represented by Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane, coached by Philip Bergeron and Lily Lunny. In lane four, Commercial Rowing Club, represented by Indiana Jenkinson and Rose Ricks, coached by David Vandas. In lane five, a composite of Toowong and Brisbane and GPS rowing clubs. We have Robin Matthews from Toowong and Danielle Watt from Brisbane and GPS, coached by Maddie Picella, Claire Raven and Nigel Stubbs. In lane six, from Sydney University Boat Club, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. And in lane seven, the University of Queensland, represented by Nell Murphy and Ava Mulholland, coached by Philip Bergeron and Lily Lunny. And those crews are all the way through the 500 metre mark now, just encroaching on the 750 marker, and it was the Sydney University crew, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, who were leading from Townsville JCU, and then things a little bit tighter for that final qualifying spot. But just 4 through to the final, which is actually race 24 in our program, so the only 2 finals that we'll have here on the Friday will be the under-19 pairs. And top 4 through here. Also joined in the commentary box this morning by Stuart John. Good morning and welcome, Stuart.
Morning, Chris. Fantastic to be up here for the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. It's a lovely day today. The weather forecast, looking at it during the week, was going to be for a little bit of wind and a little bit of rain, but thankfully the rain has held off now.
Don't know if we're going to be so lucky the entire way through the weekend. I think we're looking at a bit of a wet day tomorrow and Sunday, unfortunately. But
I have a feeling it's going to race right in the middle of the para single and double races, and it'll be fine for the rest of the weekend.
Of course.
But look, the wind at the moment, the conditions are quite nice out there. We're looking at about 21 degrees. The wind is coming in from the south, so a little bit of a cross breeze, about 7 or 8 k an hour winds. So you can see on the screen at the moment that it's certainly not looking too bad for the rowers. It's about as comfortable as you could expect in Penrith in February.
Yep.
And certainly at the moment, not a bad way to start off the regatta. As you say, Chris, it is expected to get a little bit wet later on in the next couple of days. We're looking at tops around 25 or so coming through. And then a little bit more wind tomorrow, around about 13 to 20 k an hour winds coming from the south. So there'll be a nice little cross breeze. Lane one will be very much favoured.
Exactly, yeah. Lane one, even looking out on the course today, you can just see where things are a little bit calmer on that far bank of the course. It's sort of been like that the last few weeks, kind of swirly wind in the morning, and then as it generally does this time of year in Penrith, will be a straight tailwind in the afternoons, which I think is what we're looking at least for Saturday and Sunday's racing, but nothing too crazy. We've seen some pretty fast conditions the last few years. I think men's elite quad almost went under 6 minutes at the end of at 6:45 or something in the evening on Sunday last year, and so maybe not quite that fast, but yeah, things certainly just a little bit swirly this morning. Doesn't appear to be impacting our race leaders on the course though. So in the Championship Women's Under-19 pair, the first race to kick off proceedings, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray of Sydney University, leading by almost 10 seconds at the 1,000 metre mark. Almost 10 seconds back to Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke of Townsville JCU. University of Queensland's Nell Murphy and Ava Mulholland are a couple of seconds back from them. Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane, also of UQ, in 4th, but they're nice and tight for the last qualifying spot. So we should be on for some good racing here in the very first race of the regatta, as India Jenkinson and Rose Ricks aim to slot themselves into that A final position, and who knows, the qualifying spot may put them in the best lane later on this morning.
It'll be interesting to see, and I think already, Chris, what we're seeing is how big this regatta becomes, because we've got the one local crew from Sydney University, and then we've got crews down from Brisbane, down from Townsville. In the next heat, we've got a crew from Loretto Marriotteville in South Australia, and also Ngambie Mercantile from down in Victoria. So really that's the big warm-up for the national titles coming up here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre in late March. And it's an amazing thing to think that this is the first time that Nationals will be here since 2019, 5 years. Touch wood,
touch wood,
that there's no more floods, fires or plague.
Yeah, we may see something that we completely haven't expected and something goes on, but here's all hoping, fingers, toes crossed, that we are here, of course, as planned for the National Championships. It does seem like a very, very long time ago that we were last here for Nationals. I was thinking about it the other day, and I was trying to be good at rowing back then, not.
I'd never been in a boat.
Oh, really?
I'd never been
very
in a
different
boat.
world. I can't even imagine a world where Stuart John hadn't been leading para rowing in the ACT. But we're seeing a little bit of a battle start to unfold as we predicted on the far side of the course as the crews come down in the last 250 metres. It's still our early race leaders. In the centre of the course there from Sydney University, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray, who look to have just brought the rating right down, really conserving. It's only going to be a couple of hours until they're racing for medals in the first medals race of the day this morning, race 24. So they're definitely conserving. However, there is a battle for that fourth qualifying spot unfolding. So the two University of Queensland crews sitting in second and third, and then I'm going to correct myself there, sorry. So Townsville JCU on the far side of the course, sitting in second, University of Queensland in third, and Commercial Rowing Club sitting back in fourth place. They're about a length and a half down, so possibly too much to overcome at this stage, and it is certainly that Sydney University crew who led the race early and may just have to keep an eye out for the Townsville JCU crew on the far side of the course, but looks like they're going to come across the line pretty comfortably in a pretty low rate of striking to secure their qualifying spot in the A final. That's the combination of Jessica Colburn, Imogen Gray, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young, representing Sydney University Boat Club, who take the first win of the day, first win of the regatta here at the New South Wales State Champs to move through to the A final, the under-19 women's pair. Townsville JCU, Lily Bragg, Sarah Burke in second, UQ, Nell Murphy and Ava Mulholland in third, Commercial Rowing Club, Indiana Jenkinson, Rose Ricks in fourth, University of Queensland's Felicity Bishop and Sophie Crane sitting back in fifth place, so unfortunately eliminated from the event. And the composite crew in lane 5, who do appear to be out of their station, so possibly something just gone slightly awry there in that race, crossing the line in sixth place.
So the winning time in heat number 1 of 8 minutes and 6.16. That was to Sydney University's Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray. Townsville JCU's Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke 3 seconds behind, with another 2.5 seconds back to the University of Queensland's Nell Murphy, Ava Mulholland, and then Indiana Jenkinson and Rose Ricks from Commercial, another 8 seconds in behind. So that was the first heat of the women's under-19 pairs. Second heat is underway. In lane 2 from the University of Queensland, we have Pia Hatzipetru and Tiari Rayner. They're coached by Philip Bergignon and Lily Lunley. In lane 3 from Brisbane and GPS, we have Eva Hosking and Gabrielle Ryan. In lane number 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington, coached by Charlie Patterson and Andy Hoffman. The Brisbane and GPS crew coached by Maddie Pekelia and Nigel Stubbs. Lane 5 from Loretto Marriotteville, Eliza Hogg and Fern Rosenbauer, coached by Dario Sportelli. Scratching lane 6, and then in lane number 7 from Ngambia Mercantile, we have Kate McNeil and Clodagh McCarthy. They're coached by Andrew McNeil and Susan Andrews. And through the first 1,000 metres, it was the Ngambia Mercantile composites out in front, just over 4 minutes through the first 1,000, and then 3 seconds back to the Loretto Marriotteville crew of Hogg and Rosenbauer. Half a second back to the Brisbane and GPS crew of Hosking and Ryan in third place, with Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in fourth place, that final qualification position. University of Queensland in fifth, but they're only a couple of seconds back at the 1,000 metres. So I think it is still going to be an interesting race going in for that fourth and final qualification position in the women's under-19 pairs.
So just the 5 crews in this race. The combination in lane 6, Rockhampton, Fitzroy's, Brennan and McRae having scratched for this one. So just one crew to miss out on a qualifying spot in the A final at this rate, which it does look to be, as they approach the 1,500 metre timing hut. It does look to be the crew on that far side of the course from the University of Queensland, who are just trailing by a bit over a boat length, but real race hotting up for the minor placings. All those crews are relatively safe through to the A final. Brisbane GPS leading the charge there for second place at the 1500. Sydney Rowing Club just half a second behind, and Loretto Marriotteville just a fraction further behind again. But all three of those crews within bow balls and fighting for the coveted centre lanes, although those centre lanes may not be the most coveted. However, as we've seen at Nationals the last couple of years, wind does pick up, things get redrawn. It is very, very important to make sure that you are securing yourself that most important lane, but all of these crews can be rest assured that they're fairly safe, barring disaster, through to later this morning's A final.
Yeah, that Nagambie composite, Clodagh McCarthy from Nagambie Rowing Club, should be used to rowing in some pretty rough conditions out at Nagambie.
Used to the crosswind.
There's definitely is very strong crosswind there. Certainly not affecting, even though they are in lane 7. So lane 1, probably the more protected one with the southerly at the moment. And just looking up the flags near the grandstand, you can see them pointing out towards the north. But as we say, that Nagambie Mercantile Composite, Kate McNeil and Clodagh McCarthy certainly looking very comfortable out in front with about 200 metres or so to go. In the battle for second, we've got Brisbane and GPS's Eva Hosking, Gabrielle Ryan sitting just ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Olivia Kelly and Sarah Bebbington. Loretto Marriotteville sitting in 4th place at the moment. And then it is a bit of clear water back to that University of Queensland crew in lane number 2. So our qualifiers do look like they're fairly comfortably sorted at the moment, but as with anything,
no one taking it down though. No one's conserving for the final, which is only a couple of hours away. Even the Mercantile Nagambie crew have still got the rate right up there and pushing away from the rest of the field. And the combination from Sydney Rowing Club and the combination from Brisbane and GPS are really going stroke for stroke here in the closing stages. Neither crew letting up. Foot well and truly on the gas. I think it's the Sydney Rowing Club crew who have got their bow balls just in front. Half a canvas to the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Brisbane GPS in 3rd, and it'll be the combination from Loretto Marriotteville in 4th place. So those 4 crews through to the A final, and the crew from the University of Queensland on the far side of the course eliminated from the event in 5th place.
So confirmation of the results in heat number 2 of the women's under-19 pairs. First place, the Nagambie Mercantile Composite of Kate McNeil and Clodagh McCarthy in a time of 8 minutes 6.16. Second place to Sydney Rowing Club, 3rd to Brisbane and GPS, and 4th to Loretto Marriotteville. They go through to the final later on today. Those margins there, 3 seconds between 1st and 2nd, 2.5 back to 3rd, and then another just under 9 seconds back to 4th place. So the time a little bit quicker in that second one, but as you say, Chris, they were pushing each other a lot more in Sydney University in that first heat. I think with the foot on the gas for the entire race, I would expect to see them go quite a bit quicker, potentially sub 8.
Yeah, absolutely, and of course it will really depend on what the conditions doing. We're seeing just the wind slightly change direction from race to race. Sometimes it's a bit of a crosshead, sometimes it's a bit of a cross tail, and having a look at the live stream, it does look like down the first half of the course it's a little bit slower, and then the second half of the course a little bit calmer, if not maybe trending towards a slight tailwind. But out on the race course now, race 3 here of the New South Wales State Championships, the first heat of the championship women's under-23 coxless pairs, sponsored by Bentley's. 4 crews through to the A final tomorrow, and the remainder of crews through to the B final, which will be held this afternoon. So in lane 2 from UTS, Leela Anderton and April Draney, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 4 from Fremantle, Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. Lane 5, a composite of Melbourne University Boat Club and Mercantile Rowing Club. Anna Morrison from Mercantile, Zara Lavery from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 6, a composite of the University of Queensland and Sydney Rowing Club. Nancy Duncan-Banks from University of Queensland and Talisa Noak Driver from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Lachlan Carter, Philip Bergeron. And in lane 7, completing the field, we have Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers of Sydney University Boat Club. And at the 1500 metre mark, if you've been paying attention to New South Wales racing recently, you won't be entirely surprised to see Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell in the lead by a pretty comfortable margin, 8.5 seconds up on the remainder of the field, who are led by the Boathouse Row composite from Melbourne Uni and Mercantile of Anna Morrison and Zara Lavery. Back in third place from Fremantle's Charlotte Broad and Holly Cannon. And the UQ Sydney Rowing Club composite to Lisa Noak driver Nancy Duncan Banks, the hyphenated composite crew, sitting back in fourth place, but pretty narrow then to fifth. So the UTS combination, Leela Anderton, April Draney, 0.39 of a second behind at that third timing point. And the Sydney University combination of Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers just trailing the field at this stage in the race, slightly lower rate of striking there. So seeing things really start to hot up for those final qualifying spots. You can almost see the desperation there on that the hyphenated composite crew's face as they're lifting the rate of striking on the top right of your picture on the live stream as they go toe-to-toe with that UTS composite crew. It is still the all-Sydney crew of Isabella Scammell, Caitlin McManus-Barrett, who are leading the race fairly comfortably. Haven't quite brought the rate down entirely, but certainly not moving flat-out race pace at this stage.
So Sydney Rowing Club out in front ahead of that Melbourne University Mercantile composite. And then, as you say, Chris, it is a lovely little battle going on for the final qualification positions. Fremantle is sitting in third place. They look to be comfortable. They're about a boat length ahead of UTS over in lane number 2. And then the University of Queensland Sydney Rowing Club composite in lane number 6. So Caitlin McManus-Barrett and Isabella Scammell from Sydney Rowing Club, they'll cross the line, do that quite comfortably in first place. Coming through in second will be the Melbourne University composite. Third going through to Fremantle. And then in the battle for fourth and final qualification position with a big push towards the end, it was the University of Queensland Sydney Rowing Club composite of Talisa Noak driver and Nancy Duncan Banks. They finished just ahead of the UTS crew of Lila Anderton and April Draney, about a boat length between them in the end, with the Sydney University crew of Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers coming through in sixth place. So just taking it easy as they go through that final stretch there. Winning time there for the Sydney Rowing Club crew of 7 minutes 37.73 with a winning margin of just under 8 seconds. Couple of seconds back to the Fremantle crew in third, and then 3 seconds back to the University of Queensland Sydney Rowing Club crew in fourth place. So a good, strong win there for the Sydney Rowing Club crew. Caitlin McManus-Barrett been rowing out of the ACT with the ACT Academy of Sport under Dave Romano, so come up here and done quite well. Heat number 2 is underway, the women's under-23 pairs. Speaking of all people from the ACT, Olivia Natty and Grace Turner for Sydney University, formerly Canberra Girls Grammar students under Kaz Pipers. They're in lane number 3, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. Lane 4 from Swan River and Fremantle, it's the composite from the west, Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius. In lane 5 from University of Queensland and Sydney University, Zoe McKellar and Lucy Hope. They're coached by Alfie Young, Philip Bergignon and Alan Bennett. Lane 6 from Sydney and Sydney University, we have Remy McKay and Eliza Dunlop, coached by Lachlan Carter, Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And lane 7 from Melbourne University, Bridget Harwood and Katerina Bitsios.
So it does look like the University of Queensland composite in the centre of the field there, Zoe McKellar of Sydney University and Lucy Hope of the University of Queensland, have scratched from this race, which is disappointing because I was quite looking forward to watching them race. They did extremely well at the Rowing New South Wales Small Boats Regatta and really helped to make it such a fantastic race as all the under-23 racing was at that regatta. So only the 4 crews in this race, which means all 4 crews will progress through to the final. So this is essentially just a race for lanes as they encroach on the 1500 metre timing point, and the crews looking fairly evenly matched. No one wanting to show their cards too much in the early stages in a heat that doesn't matter a significant amount, as all crews will move through to that a final tomorrow, and probably have an easier time of it compared to the crews who really had to race for their position yesterday. So those crews really having to think about their recovery for the rest of the day, while the girls in this race possibly will arrive tomorrow feeling a little bit fresher.
Yeah, it does take a little bit of that, a lot of that pressure actually off trying to make it. You're not trying to make it through, and you can see there coming up on the live stream at the moment. Certainly not taking it It's not a training paddle. I don't think anyone's really doing the rate 20 as yet as they go through the 1500 metre mark, but certainly there's bit less of a stress to try and get through there. We're still seeing some pretty good ratings though, and I think what this does do for them is a really good opportunity to make sure that everything's working, that everything's completely in sync, particularly in the pairs where you do have to make sure that there really is that pressure to make sure that your bow and your stroke are doing exactly the same thing so that the boat doesn't go all over the place. And certainly that leading crew at the moment, the Swan River Fremantle composite of Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius, looking comfortable. They are being pushed by Olivia Natty and Grace Turner from Sydney University over in lane number 3. So they're our 1 and 2. So very much a race in 2 parts. So we've got the Swan River composite, Sydney University lanes 3 and 4, going for first and second, about a boat length between them. And then for third and fourth, between Sydney University composite and Melbourne University. So the Sydney composite is just leading the Melbourne University crew again by just over a boat length. But again, we're not really seeing that full race pace, but certainly some very comfortable, or starting to see it up a little bit now as they head in through the Red Boys with about 100 metres or so to go. So Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius from Fremantle and Swan River out in front, certainly putting in a bit of distance with every stroke and putting a bit of a distance in between themselves and the Sydney University crew of Olivia Natty and Grace Turner. So it'll be a strong win there for Genevieve Hart and Rebecca Pretorius. They'll be happy with that row. Second place going to Sydney University, Natty and Turner. Third place will go to the Sydney University composite of Remy McKay and Eliza Dunlop, and with fourth going to the Melbourne University crew of Bridget Harwood and Katerina Bitsios. All crews qualifying for the final, a winning time in that heat of 7 minutes 44.08. And then it was 4.5 seconds through to second, 6.5 through to third, and then 5 seconds through to fourth place. So a little bit slower than the first heat, but again, that bit less pressure on you because of the late scratching.
Yeah, not that much slower in reality, given that lack of or reduced pressure. So I would really say that Swan River composite would be the one to watch tomorrow, and I'm really looking forward to watching them having a great battle with that Sydney Rowing Club crew. Rebecca Pretorius with a bit of prestige in this event. She won the silver medal alongside Jackie Swick at the National Championships last year. So we're looking for another crack at the in the 23 category this year. But race number 5, well and truly underway now on the course, and that's the first heat, the first of 2 heats in the Championship Men's Under 23 Coxless pair, sponsored by Bentley's, and a full 8 crews, well not full, but 8 crews in this race, and all looking to be reasonably competitive in this one. So in lane 1 from Commercial Rowing Club, John Morrissey and Jake Gilmore. Lane 2, Toowong, represented by Moss Murphy and Roden Martin. Lane 3 from UTS, Joshua Wilson and Oliver St. Pierre. Lane 4 from Fremantle and the West Australian Rowing Clubs, we have Liam Davis from Fremantle and Joshua Hankey of West Australian Rowing Club. In lane 5 from Canned and supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, we have Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury. In lane 6, a composite of Sydney Rowing Club and Canned, also supported by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Darcy Watter from Canned and Alec Hoskin of Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 7 from Melbourne University Boat Club, Tom Foley and Winston Hooper. And in lane 8 from Mercantile Rowing Club, we have Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was the UTS combination of St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson who were leading the charge by only just over a second, and they continue to lead and have just eked out a bit of a gap on their competition. So the Sydney Canned composite sitting back in second place, but about a bit over a boat length behind at that third timing point coming into the last 500 metres. The Melbourne University Boat Club crew sitting in third and Canned in fourth, and then a bit of a way back to the 5th place Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club composite crew. Commercial sitting in 6th, Toowong in 7th, and Mercantile in 8th. So a little bit of distance between our top 4, our qualifiers for the A final, and our bottom 4 who will race the B final this afternoon. So not every event here at the State Championships will have a B final. That is pretty much reserved for events that are being considered for selection purposes. The under 23 selection process details that the invitation for those to go to the national team trials in a few weeks will be released next week, no later than 5 days from the conclusion, if I read things properly, which I did. These races are really important, and it is really important to have the B finals so that the selectors are able to get a good gauge on a really competitive race on as many of these athletes as possible before they head off to trials. And this year, as it was last year for the first time, the under-23 trials are being run in conjunction with the senior Olympic trials, which I think has, bringing that forward, has really hotted up the under-23 racing. And seeing a good example of this, we've got across the two heats we've got really 8 or 10 quite competitive under-23 men's coxless pairs, and it'll be a really hard one to pick who takes this one home tomorrow morning. But as for this morning, it is the UTS combination of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson who led from the early stages and just eked out a little bit more of a gap over their competition. The Sydney Canned and the Melbourne University crews went bow ball to bow ball in the last 500 metres. I would say that it was the Sydney Canned crew just over Melbourne Uni. It's showing the other way on the initial results, but I'm sure the judges may have a quick look at that and double check. The all Canned crew sitting in 4th place, and then a little bit of way back to the Fremantle West Australian Rowing Club Composite crew in 5th and Commercial in 6th place. And then just crossing the line now is Toowong Rowing Club and Mercantile to round out the first heat of the Championship Men's Under-23 coxless pair.
Yeah, confirmation there. Winning UTS crew, winning time of 6 minutes 54.92. Melbourne University, a couple of seconds back in second, and then 0.26 of a second back to the Sydney Canned crew in 3rd place. So we'll wait on official confirmation, but that's what it's showing at the moment. And then the Canned crew coming through another 6 seconds back in 4th place. And you mentioned, Chris, about the trials and how exciting this event's going to be. I mean, the winners from last year, Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury in this event from Cairns, they just finished 4th. Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson were part of the winning Coxed 4 at the World Junior Championships back in 2022. So we know that they've got some absolute pedigree in this event, and it's going to be really, really fascinating to see who's able to go through. So of those ones, you know, Oliver St. Pierre, Joshua Wilson was 4th. Defending champions was first, sorry. The defending champions finished 4th. So, and you would expect, particularly in an underage event, that you're only going to be getting better as you get a little bit older. So
it really shows how the competition has really stepped up this year in the under-23 category, and really, we're really hoping that that sets the path and for some success at the World Championships later on this year. But no crews selected just yet, so we won't jump the gun quite so early on that one. But we do have a pretty hot little race unfolding in the second heat, the under-23 men's coxless pair. So in lane 1, we have Melbourne University, and that's Massimo Marrow and Alessandro Marrow. In lane 2, from Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham. In lane 3, we have the Mercantile Composite crew, Nick Pender and Austin Reiner. Nick Pender from UTS, Austin Reiner from Mercantile. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club, and that's Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning. Lane 5, we have the University of Queensland, sponsored by the Queensland Academy of Sport, Lex Tucker, Monty Martin. In lane 6, we have Mercantile Rowing Club, that's Oliver Scalzo and Jake Polkinghorn. In lane 7, the University of Queensland, where we have Andrew Waitman and Hugh Waitman. And in lane 8, we have a composite of Cairns and Griffith University, Zach Nixon from Cairns and Mackenzie Branch from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And at the 1,000 metre mark, it was Nick Pender and Austin Reinher, the Mercantile and UTS combination, who were leading from the University of Queensland crew of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin. Those two crews a little bit further out, or rather, sorry, the leading crew about 3.5 seconds ahead of the field, and then things pretty tight then for second and third and fourth, with the University of Queensland crew just 0.34 of a second ahead of Miles Harold and Bradley Graham from Sydney Rowing Club. University of Queensland's Hugh Waitman and Andrew Waitman sitting back in 4th place, and a little bit of a gap back to Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning of Sydney Rowing Club sitting in 5th. So things to watch out for as this race comes to a conclusion will be if that Sydney Rowing Club crew can bridge the gap, and what we have going on for the minor placings for second and third, and who will be contesting for that best lane tomorrow morning.
And we just spoke about, you know, with the underage events, after another year's worth of experience, the crew that's sitting in the lead at the moment, Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner, we had that crew. Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner. Austin Reiner was part of the second place crew from last year, and Nick Pender came 3rd. So they've combined this year, looking very comfortable out in front through 1,500 metres. sitting 6 seconds ahead of the second place crew from Sydney Rowing Club. And then Lex Tucker, Monty Martin, they finished 8th in the A final last year. They're sitting 3rd in the heat now for the University of Queensland Academy of Sport. Then we've got the Waitmans, Hugh and Andrew from the University of Queensland, sitting in 4th place ahead of Teg and Glendenning from Sydney Rowing Club, the canned Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite of Branch and Nixon, Pokinghorn and Scalzo from Mercantile in 7th, and then Marrow and Marrow from Melbourne University, a little bit off the pace there in 8th place. So our leading rowers at the moment, this crew from Mercantile and UTS, Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner, coached by Matthias Ungermack and Alistair Matthews, very comfortable out in front. And they are going to have to row very well. We saw a fantastic row there from the UTS pair of Oliver St. Pierre and Joshua Wilson in the first heat. So it is going to be a fascinating final coming up tomorrow in the men's under-23 pairs. It'll be interesting to see exactly how that all pans out.
And I'll note as well that just to show how tight this category is this year, just 2 weeks ago at the New South Wales Small Boat State Champs, we had Jared Lord and Mitch Salisbury from Canned won that event. They came 3rd in the last heat. Oscar St. Pierre and Wilson, who are just who won the last heat, they came 2nd. And then this combination, who are just crossing the line now, Nick Pender and Austin Reiner, they actually scratched from the final, but were a little way back in the heat at that regatta. So things starting to switch around a little bit. The order's switching around, and I mean, that's how sport is. It's not decided until they cross the finish line, and we should be on for some great racing tomorrow.
So the results of race number 6, that's heat number 2 of the men's under-23 pairs. The first place was Mercantile UTS composite of Nicholas Pender and Austin Reiner, and that was a winning time there of 6 minutes 46.69. Second place going to Sydney Rowing Club, Miles Harold and Bradley Graham, another who was 6 seconds behind. Third place going to the University of Queensland Academy of Sport crew of Lex Tucker and Monty Martin, with the University of Queensland crew of Hugh Waitman and Andrew Waitman going through in 4th place. 5th was Sydney Rowing Club's Teg and Glendenning. 6th, Mercantile's Pokinghorn and Scalzo. 7th place going to the canned Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite of Branch and Nixon, with Melbourne University's Marrow and Marrow coming through in 8th place. So first 4 going through to the A final, second 4 going through to the B final.
So on the course now, we move back to single sculls, and we've got the first heat of, I think, about 4. Let me double check. 6 heats of the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's. Progression in these events will be the first 4 proceed to a semi-final, which will be raced later on today, and the remainder of the crews will be eliminated from the event. So, although I think there is a B final for this one, no, there is not, regardless. So lots of entries in this one and only a few spots in the final. So over in lane 1, we have Ella Duran from Gippsland Grammar. Lane 2, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Lane 3, we have Jade Bliss from UTS Rowing Club. In lane 4, we have Sina Metzger from Fremantle. In lane 5, we have Elodie Lee from Brisbane and GPS. In lane 6, Alice McCready from Newcastle Grammar. Lane 7, we have Alana Edwards from Friends. And in lane 8, we have Georgia Brennan from Rockhampton Fitzroy. So 8 crews across in this one, and that's the case for all 6 of these heats. And so these girls have a lot of work to do, essentially, just to get to the A final here at the State Championships. And we constantly see at the National Championships, this is one of, if not the most entered event year on year. So nothing really too surprising about that, but semi-finals at State Championships, and it's a 3-day regatta, and these girls have all got possibly at least one or two other events to get through is a big ask. And
but by the time you get through all those races, though, it really is the cream that rises to the top. I mean, they're looking through the A final from last year. I mean, the winner was Sophie Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club, a very talented sculler. Second place going to Lucy Searle from Kinross Walleroy, and then Eliza Bridgefoot from the University of Queensland, sitting in third, who got the bronze at last year's New South Wales Championships. So it's, you have to be so good to be able to get through just to the semi-final and then to make it through to the final as well. And we'll see something similar later on as well with the schoolboys, schoolgirls single sculls coming up a little bit later on in the regatta. So certainly
they're even tougher because it's heat semi-final all in the same afternoon.
It's absolutely everything going through. So it certainly makes it a very interesting event, but fascinating to keep an eye out. And we are potentially, and we spoke about this a few times, how in 8 years' time, we've got the Olympics and they're going to be up at Wyaralong. They're going to be in Brisbane, in southeast Queensland, and it's such a carrot to be able to go through and to be able to compete at a home Olympics and hopefully break that hoodoo of no Australian golds at a home Olympics. So certainly something to work on. Through the 1,500 metres, it was Jade Bliss from UTS out in front, a couple of seconds ahead of Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. Alana Edwards from Friends down in Tasmania sitting in third place, with Sina Metzger from Fremantle Rowing Club in fourth. A little bit behind her was Alice McReady from Newcastle Grammar, Ella Duran from Gippsland Grammar, Georgia Brennan from Rockhampton Fitzroy, and then Elodie Lee from Brisbane and GPS. So again, talking about the spread of the New South Wales Rowing Championships, New South Wales, Queensland, Victoria, Tasmania, Western Australia. We're just missing the South Australians and the ACT, and you would have had the whole collection.
I know. And some people don't love it, or find it a bit funny, but as you just said, the standard of racing here at the state championships is so high, and really we're just so lucky that, or especially in New South Wales, we're so lucky that our athletes can come here and go home and sleep in their own bed and have this standard of racing right on our doorstep, and more importantly, have this facility here right on our doorstep as such a great tool, and hopefully it's paying dividends in the Rowing Australia Cup at the end of National Championships.
Well, it also means that you've got a couple of months then, just under a couple of months, to be able to make changes, go, okay, what did I do right, what did I do wrong? Go back to your home regattas and go, okay, I'm going to work on X, Y, Z. Come back for nationals, and all of a sudden, you've had that tune-up. You've had that opportunity to race against the best. Speaking of the best in this race will be Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson, and Katie Healy from UTS. She'll qualify in first place. Second place will go to the sculler in lane number 2. That is Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland. The Friends School sculler Alana Edwards going through in third place ahead of Fremantle Rowing Club's Sina Metzger. So those four going through to the semi-finals. Going through in fifth place will be Newcastle Grammar's Alice McReady. So she is unfortunately eliminated from this event. Ella Duran from Gippsland Grammar finishing in sixth place. Seventh place will go to Georgia Brennan from Rockhampton Fitzroy, with eighth place going to Elodie Lee from Brisbane and GPS. So in a very distinctive purple and white boat, just coming across the line now. Winning time there for Jade Bliss, an 8 minutes 30.50. Winning margin of 4.5 seconds. Back to second place, and then 0.89 through to third, and then 2.92 seconds through to fourth place. So that was heat number 1 of the women's under-19 single sculls. The event sponsored by Bentley's. Heat number 2 is underway. Lane 1 from Loretto Marriotteville, we have Emily Lane, coached by Dario Sportelli. Lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Amelia de Villiers, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 3 from Nagambie Rowing Club, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. Lane 4 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Erin O'Kane, coached by Chantel Lindsay, Rowan Hislop and Odin McIntosh. Lane 5 from Radford College, Zara Turner. Lane 6 from Tweed Rowing Club, Lily Foggo, coached by Gary Anand. In lane 7 from Port Macquarie, Grace Adlington. And lane 8 from the Cathedral School, Courtney Davis, and she's coached by Imogen Greg Connor. Through the first 1,000 metres, it was Loretto Marriotteville's Emily Lang sitting in first place. So we've got South Australia in first, Zara Turner from the ACT, Radford College in second, the Cathedral School's Courtney Davis in fourth, and then Nagambie's Lily Rose Hall-Kraus Courtney Davis in third, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from Victoria in 4th place, and then a bit of a gap back to Lily Foggo, Grace Adlington and Erin O'Kane. So South Australia, ACT, Queensland, Victoria in those first 4 qualification positions in the under-19 single sculls.
And I am noticing that it does say Queensland next to Tweed.
Yeah, that...
They do compete as a part of Rowing Queensland. And,
well, look, if it was the rugby league state of origin, I'm sure we'd... that's in Queensland.
So all interstate in our qualifying positions at the moment, and those qualifying positions looking fairly set in stone. And as the crews enter the final 500 metres of this heat, the under-19 single scull, they won't be wanting to be doing too much more work at this stage, given that intense schedule of racing. I did want to comment that I thought the winning time of that last race, 8:30, for where the under-19 singles have been in recent regattas. I think at small boats we saw the winning time was about 8 minutes in a roaring tailwind. So 8:30 in a heat in what is relatively slow conditions out there, in a heat where wasn't the most intense racing in the last few hundred metres, I think is pretty quick. So I think we've really got one to watch out for in Jade Bliss from UTS, or everyone has just stepped up and this is going to be absolutely fantastic racing in the under-19 single. I'm happy with either, in all honesty.
I think it'll be both.
Yeah.
I genuinely think it'll be both. I mean, we've got 6 heats with pretty much a full fleet coming down the course in every single one of those heats.
And everyone has to race pretty much, everyone has to race hard to get through to that A final tomorrow morning. So that's just going to bring the standard of racing up, and I'll keep banging on about it. But we are so lucky that this is our state championships, and it is almost a mini national championships. And all the big players at the national championships are here, and even some big players who won't be at the national championships. I'm looking at you, Victorian boys' schools, who are here and racing.
Going to leave that go through to the keeper. Out in front, it is Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville sitting very comfortably out in front. She's had a strong lead throughout, ahead of Radford College's Zara Turner. So South Australia and the ACT taking our top 2 positions. 3rd place at the moment is over here in lane number 8. That's Courtney Davis from the Cathedral School up in Townsville. And then back a little bit further to the 4th place, Lily Rose Hall-Krause from Nagambie. So quite a few regional areas represented here. So Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang crossing the line in 1st place. She's a couple of boat lengths ahead of Radford College's Zara Turner. Strong row there from Zara. You could hear the schools cheering them on over there in the grandstand. 3rd place will go to the Cathedral School's Courtney Davis. So she'll qualify through to the semi-finals, as will lane number 3. That's Lily Rose Hall-Krause from Nagambie Rowing Club coming through in 4th place. So Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville, Zara Turner Radford College, Courtney Davis Cathedral School and Lily Rose Hall-Krause from Nagambie. Our qualifiers in the women's under-19 single sculls coming through in 5th place. We've got the sculler in lane number 6, Lily Foggo from Tweed Rowing Club. She's finished ahead of Erin O'Kane from Hunter Valley Grammar School in 6th. And then we've got Port Macquarie's Grace Adlington coming through in 7th. And then I suspect we may have had a late scratching there from Sydney Rowing Club, Amelia de Villiers. So winning time in that heat, and continuing with what you were saying there, Chris, 8 minutes 33.54 for Emily Liang. She was in the, I guess, the sheltered lane over in lane number 1, but an impressive scull. I think she would have won that one no matter which lane she was in. 6
minutes being the margin, and that's certainly not. It's certainly not worth 6 seconds on the. Did I say
No.
6 minutes? 6 seconds. The margin. It's certainly not worth that at this stage. It's not quite heavy enough. I say as the flags start waving and the wind picks up.
6 minutes would be how much I'd need to start against Caleb Antill.
Yeah.
So
on the course now, race 9, the 3rd of 6 heats in the Championship Under-19 Women's Single Scull. Lane 1, Eve Mouthen from Nagambie. Lane 2 has scratched. Lane 3, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Lane 4, Abby Collins from Brisbane and GPS. Lane 5, Amy Edgerton from the Cathedral School, excuse me. Lane 6, Freya Bateman from UTS. Lane 7, Asher Stewart from Rockhampton Grammar. And in Lane 8, Ruby Hodges from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And I think at the 500 metre mark, I did see just briefly it was Victoria Binns from Adelaide Uni who was leading, and it does look like now it's Freya Bateman from UTS or at least at the 1,000. So we'll get a little bit of an update on that. You can see those two crews are still really going toe for toe here. So these two girls will know each other pretty well. Victoria has been up here training in New South Wales for the majority of the season, and I believe she's doing a few composite crews with the girls over at UTS. So they'll know each other pretty well, and it looks like Freya Bateman from UTS just edging out a little bit more of a margin on Victoria Binns, but it's still only about half a boat length, 1.34 seconds the margin, and then might be 6 minutes, then back to the rest of the field. We're just waiting on everyone else to come through. So that's Asher Stewart who's crossing that timing point in third, and we'll have that blue boat on the far side of the course, which could only be Abby Collins of Brisbane and GPS, who is sitting in fourth place. So those four looking to go through to the through to the semi-final rather, not to the A final. A little bit of a margin then back to Ruby Hodges of Griffith University Surfers Paradise, currently sitting in fifth, ahead of Amy Edgerton of the Cathedral School in sixth, and Eve Mouthen of Ngambie in seventh on the far side of the course there.
Yeah, so the real battle going on in this race between Freya Bateman and Victoria Binns. So only a couple of seconds between those two scullers through the first 1,500 metres, and then we've got a 16-second gap back to Asher Stewart from Rockhampton Grammar, and then about 8 seconds between fourth, fifth, sixth and seventh. So 8 seconds fourth to fifth, another 8 seconds fifth to sixth, and another 8 seconds sixth through to seventh. So fairly well spread out fields. We're seeing here it may just be Victoria Binns out in front now, moving ahead of Freya Bateman through that last 500 metres or so.
Certainly not letting up. The rating is right up there. I would say that the UTS sculler there has maybe just said, all right, I'm happy with going through to the semi-final. I don't need to quite end myself in these closing stages. But Victoria Binns really bringing up the rating and not quite pulling away at this stage. It'll still be relatively close at the finish here, but looking like Victoria Binns of Adelaide University, she's about 3/4 of a boat length in the lead now, if not a full length by the time she reaches the white boys of the finish line, the 2,000 metre mark here at Sydney International Regatta. So she's got her eyes very tightly focused on the UTS sculler to her left. So Victoria Binns crossing the line in first in this third heat of the under-19 single scull. Freya Bateman of UTS in second, the margin 1.51 of a second there. Bit of a quicker time than the last two heats, so 8:22, but we obviously did just see a bit of a race to the line, so the Scullers really pushing themselves a little bit more there.
I think there might have been some bragging rights on the line between the two of them, because Victoria Binns certainly brought it home with a wet sail. Coming through in third place will be Asher Stewart from Rockhampton Grammar. So she'll qualify through to the semi-finals, just lowering that rate of striking through the last 500 metres or so. Fourth place will be the Abby Collins in lane number 4. So those four scullers will go through to the semi-finals in the women's under-19 single sculls. Coming through in fifth place will be the Griffith University Surfers Paradise sculler Ruby Hodges. Sixth place will go through to lane number 5. That's Amy Edgerton from the Cathedral School, with Ngambie's Eve Mouthen going through finishing in 7th place. So confirmation there, we have Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, Freya Bateman from UTS, Asher Stewart from Rockhampton Grammar, and Abby Collins from Brisbane and GPS qualifying for the semi-finals of the women's under-19 single sculls. Heat number 4 is underway, and in lane number 1 from Nepean Rowing Club, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Emma O'Neill. We have a scratching lane 3. Lane 4, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Charlie Patterson. She's from Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 5 from St George Rowing Club, Tessa Jones, coached by Mark Featherstone. In lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du. In lane 7 from University of Queensland, Isabel Seema, coached by Philip Bergignon and Lily Lunny. And in lane 8 from Brisbane and GPS, Poppy Yaski, and she's coached by Maddie Pekelia and Nigel Stubbs.
So this will be, in my mind, one to watch. So the leader at the 1,000 metre mark was Lucy Yabsley from Glebe over Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. Lucy was the sculler that I was talking about before, who took a pretty convincing win in the under-19 single at the New South Wales Small Boats Regatta just a couple of weeks ago. So she won it. Gabby Cypher, who we'll see shortly, was in second, and Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, who was sitting in second in this heat, came third at that race. And Lucy won it by 15 seconds in a roaring tailwind. So I would say one to watch here. Also worth noting, she's got another year of under-19s left, so she's younger than a fair amount of the field.
I think we've seen, Chris, like all of our winners so far. Emily Liang from Loretto Marriotteville. We just saw Victoria Binns and Freya Bateman in the last heats. And then in the first heat, we saw Jade Bliss from UTS. All of those scullers looked very impressive. And we get all those, if we end up with our heat winners plus, say, Freya Bateman and then one of the others going through to the A final, we are in for an absolute cracker.
Yeah, absolutely. And just, this is under-19s racing, and I mentioned as well, some of these girls aren't even the final year of this age group, and we're seeing them having the maturity to be bringing the rating right down. So Lucy's just dropped back into second now, but you can see she's rating about 24, if not even lower. And Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club, she's moved into the lead, and she's even in moving into the lead, has still brought her rating right down. So a lot of maturity from these girls, even in this young age group, and it'll serve them well with the amount of racing that they've got to do. I know Georgina Stevenson's got doubles and quads to compete in. Lucy has a double to compete in tomorrow afternoon, I believe. I should know that. I'm listed as a coach. So a lot of racing for these girls to do, and that maturity is going to serve them really, really well. As we see the race kind of starting to die down now in the closing stages, our top four have really separated themselves from the remainder of the field. So a little bit of effort coming from the sculler over in lane 2 from Fremantle, Emma O'Neill, just trying to keep herself out of danger and maybe better that lane selection for the semi-final as they come towards the line. But our leading 3 scullers certainly conserving as much energy as possible here in the late stages of the race.
Yeah, so out in front, it's Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club looking very comfortable. Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club sitting in second place at the moment, under a little bit of pressure from Olivia Harris from Nepean, and then Emma O'Neill from Fremantle. They're our 1, 2, 3 and 4, and looking to qualify through to the semi-finals. Poppy Yaski from Brisbane and GPS in 5th place ahead of Isabel Schema from University of Queensland, and then back a little bit further to Tessa Jones from St George. Confirmation of the win there for Georgina Stevenson. 2nd place going through to Lucy Yabsley. 3rd, just finishing ahead, it will be the Fremantle sculler of Emma O'Neill, just finishing about a canvas ahead of Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club. So there are 1, 2, 3 and 4. The winning time there was an 8 minutes 35.09. It was a bit slower, but we did see with 500 metres to go, our 4 leading scullers very much in control, knew what was going on, knew that barring disaster they'd gone through, so all really lowered that rate of striking. 5th place will go to Brisbane and GPS's Poppy Yaski. Then finishing a little bit behind her will be the 6th place sculler, Isabel Sema from University of Queensland. And then Tessa Jones from St George will finish in 7th. Race 11 is underway. It's the 5th heat of the women's under-19 single sculls. In lane number 2 from Tweed Rowing Club, we have Ruby Rhodes, coached by Gary Anand. In lane 3 from Yarra Yarra, Constantina Kafasis. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Niamh Tierney, coached by Charlie Patterson. Lane 5 from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Callie McRae, coached by Kim Byrne. In lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS, Georgia McKay, coached by Maddie Pacalia and Nigel Stubbs. In lane 7 from the Cathedral School, Hallie Burgers. And in lane 8 from Penrith Rowing Club, Gary Katera, and she's coached by Liam Taylor. Through the first 1,000 metres, it was Niamh Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, leading Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Yarra Yarra's Constantina Kafasis, and then Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School in Townsville, sitting in 4th place there, and then back a little bit further to Georgia McKay, Ruby Rhodes, and Gary Katera.
Pretty comfortable margin there at the 1,000 metre mark too for Niamh Tierney, 14.5 seconds over the Queenslander to her left-hand side, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy, who in turn about 4 seconds back to Konstantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra, and a pretty comfortable margin as well to Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School. So the provisional qualifiers in this race having a reasonably easy time of it in the early stages, which is often what we see when there is this many entries, that we do get a few scullers up in the lead, depending on just how the draw goes, that do get that opportunity to have a good hit out for the first 750, 1,000, 1,250 metres, and then really conserve. So it can be some great racing practice and great almost warm up into the weekend to get a good, nice solid hit out into the on the course that isn't going to really deplete your energy and force you into doing a lot of recovery to get ready for the next race.
Yeah, and again, it's that opportunity to tune up, I guess. You know, put that. You can always go out for the training paddles at the start of the day. You know, you can do a little bit of a warm up around the training lake before you go out for your race.
So we've said this, however, 0.12 of a second between Konstantina Kafasis sitting in second and Callie McRae now sitting back in third. They're going to have a race to the line now.
They're going to have a race to the line. It very much. It's always that thing, isn't it? You look at, you're comfortably qualified. Well, I've never experienced this, but I've been told that you're comfortably qualified. But then you look out to the person on your left or your right, and then all of a sudden it's just the red mist descends, and
the red mist.
The red mist descends, and then you just absolutely have to push and push hard. But
we don't go out there for a training paddle, do we? And no one can resist the temptation. We've got to.
Absolutely not. Neve Turney from Sydney Rowing Club, though, 18-second gap back to second and third. So she is looking very comfortable at the moment, and certainly just lowering that rate of striking and looking very comfortable out in front there. So second place, we've got that battle between Konstantina Kafasis from Yarra Yarra over in lane number 3, and then Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy. So lanes 4, 3 and 5, our 1, 2, 3. Cathedral School's Hallie Burger sitting in 4th place over in lane number 7. So she's in that final qualification position. But keep an eye out on Georgia Mackay from Brisbane and GPS. She's just over a boat length behind, got about 200 metres or so left to go, and we're just seeing a bit of a push coming here from Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School to make sure that she qualifies through for the semi-finals. Back a little bit further in 6th place, Tweed's Ruby Rhodes, and then Gary Katera from Penrith Rowing Club making up the fields in 7th place. Out in front, it's been a fantastic row, and again, we've spoken about our heat winners being extremely impressive. Neve Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club, add her to the list. It'll be a fascinating couple of semi-finals coming up later in the regatta. She's qualified in 1st place in a time of 8 minutes 39.21. Coming through in 2nd place will be the Yarra Yarra sculler Konstantina Kafasis. She's finished a boat length ahead of Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy. They'll both qualify nicely there. Going through in 4th place will be Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School up in Townsville. So she's qualified there. Very happy with her row. And then in 5th place, just missing out, will be Georgia Mackay from Brisbane and GPS. 6th place will go to the Tweed sculler of Ruby Rhodes, and 7th to the Penrith sculler Gary Katera. The margin there, 18.42 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and then another 3.5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd, and 6 seconds back to 4th place. In heat number 5 of the women's under-19 single sculls, our final heat is underway. Lane number 2 from the University of Queensland, Lucy McFarlane, coached by Philip Bergignon, Lily Lunny and Michael Obstelton. In lane 3 from Manning Valley Anglican School, Zoe Hutchinson, coached by Murray Doust. Lane 4 from Commercial Rowing Club up in Brisbane, Abby Wex, coached by Charles Green. Lane 5 from Hunter Valley Grammar, Amelia Dennis, coached by Rowan Hislop, Chantel Lindsay and Odin McIntosh. Lane 6 from Newcastle Grammar, Jemima McKenzie. Lane 7 from Brisbane and GPS, Willa Dunbar, coached by Maddie Pekelia and Nigel Stubbs. And in lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Gabby Cypher, coached by Charlie Patterson.
Yeah, so 2 wins in a row for Sydney Rowing Club, and I think Gabby Cypher is looking to make it a 3rd, but is currently just trailing behind she was leading early on and just trailing behind Lucy McFarlane from the University of Queensland over in lane 2. So despite the colours, a fellow Queenslander, Gabby having moved down after finishing up at Rockhampton Grammar last year, joining her two sisters rowing at Sydney Rowing Club. If you are following on the live timing, that is not correct at this exact moment in time, which should correct itself in a moment or two. Yeah, Gabby Seifert did not just finish the 2,000 metre race in 4 minutes 34 seconds, so it was still Lucy McFarlane sitting in the lead, just a couple seconds up on Gabby Seifert in second. The Brisbane GPS sculler sitting back in third place, some margin then back to third, and another few seconds back into fourth. But only sort of 4 seconds separating fourth and fifth, which is definitely a margin which can be turned around in the single scull. So that will be one to watch out for. You can see Gabby Seifert there in lane 8 on the screen now. So a fairly comfortable margin back on the rest of the field as we pan and see Lucy McFarlane from University of Queensland about 2 lengths up on the far side of the course. Neither sculler racing particularly hard, not too much on the line, just looking to get through fairly comfortably. Then third and fourth rather through that timing point, Willa Dunbar from Brisbane GPS, Jemima McKenzie of Newcastle Grammar, and then about 5 seconds back to Zoe Hutchinson of Manning Valley Anglican, sitting just outside of the qualifying positions at the 1,500 metre mark.
So Lucy McFarlane from the University of Queensland leading Gabby Seifert from Sydney Rowing Club. So University of Queensland sculler in lane number 2, furthest from the grandstand, with Gabby Seifert from Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 8, so closest to the grandstand. So we've got the people on either edge. Brisbane and GPS's Willa Dunbar sitting, battling it out for second place, along with Newcastle Grammar's Jemima McKenzie, and then Manning Valley Anglican School Zoe Hutchinson as well. Maybe just a little bit off the pace, but with 250 metres to go, we've got 5 potential scullers going for the 4 places in the semi-final. This is the final heat of the women's under-19 singles sculls. Then we've got Abby Wex from Commercial and Amelia Dennis from Hunter Valley Grammar, just a little bit off the pace at the moment into that last 250 metres. Out in front though, Lucy McFarlane from the University of Queensland, looking very comfortable, really lowering that rate of striking. And again, just making sure that the technique's all there, that everything's in full working order, that you're able to get the power through on the strokes. So a strong row here from Lucy McFarlane, ahead of Gabby Seifert. And now into the final stages. The battle for third and fourth is really starting to heat up. Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican, just ahead of Brisbane and GPS's Willa Dunbar and Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. So we'll keep an eye out on that. A win for Lucy McFarlane. Second place to Gabby Seifert. Third, fourth and fifth. Who's going to go through and take it? We've got lane 7, Willa Dunbar from Brisbane and GPS. She's just moved ahead of the other two. We're going to have a photo. The photo for the final qualification position. Willa Dunbar from Brisbane and GPS was in third place. Then we've got between lane number 3, Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican and Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. Photo for the final qualification position. I think Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley may just have pipped it, but we'll wait on the final confirmation there. Abby Wex from Commercial will finish in 5th place ahead of Hunter Valley Grammar's Amelia Dennis. And once we've got that final confirmation of the qualification, we will let everyone know. So it was a very strong finish there. 3 rowers all finishing within about a second of each other in the final heat of the women's under-19 single scull. And once we've got that ticked over to official, then we will provide that information. At the moment, it's saying Zoe Hutchinson by half a second ahead of Jemima McKenzie from Newcastle Grammar. So absolutely nothing in that. We will move on. Race number 13, the first heat of the men's under-19 single sculls is underway. Lane 1 from Sydney Rowing Club, Tom Chantner. In lane 2 from Mossman, Oscar Skill Gamborg, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelke. Scratching in lane 3, lane 4 from Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT Academy of Sport, Ben Haywood, coached by David Bagnall. Lane 5 from the Cathedral School, Nathan Whitehead. Lane 6 from Sydney University, Remy Cameron, coached by Peter Warne. In lane 7 from Kinross, Walleroy, Campbell Miller, coached by Benjamin Watt and Adam Harrison. Lane 8 from St George Rowing Club, Robert Olivier, coached by Mark Featherston. And lane 9 from the Cathedral School, Charlie Patrick.
A big hello to the 264 of you who are joining us on the live stream here this morning, the true rowing tragics who are sacrificing their Friday morning to listen to us ramble on. If you're not one of those 263 people, someone didn't like that, you're here in the boat park, there is a white Toyota Hilux who has left their lights on, and Queensland registration plates 179 FV8. Again, 179 FV8, white Toyota Hilux, Queensland plates. You've left your lights on. I know it was obviously a long overnight drive, but feel free to go and check on that one.
So out in front, through the 1500, Oscar Skeel Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. You would expect him to be one of the favourites, and he is 15 seconds ahead of Campbell Miller from Kinross Walleroy. In second place, Ben Hayward from from Canberra Rowing Club in third. Sydney University's Remy Cameron sitting in fourth place with Robert Olivier from St George in fifth place through that final timing hut, and then back a little bit further to the Cathedral School's Charlie Patrick. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club, relatively new to rowing. He was a very talented cyclist down in Canberra, picked up in the talent identification, being coached there by David Bagnall with the ACT Academy of Sport, who's been around ACT rowing, I think, since about the lake was filled in 1964. So certainly David, I think David Bagnall is one of those people in rowing that's probably forgotten more about the sport than any of us will ever learn. So, but out in front, Oscar Skeel Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. He's had some very good results recently, and certainly sitting very comfortably out in front. Some big lengths between him and the chasing pack. Coming through in second place, we're seeing a little bit of a battle coming through here. And it'll be the sculler over in lane number 7, Campbell Miller, sitting nicely in, well, a little bit behind now. Ben Hayward is starting to move through the Canberra Rowing Club sculler. So looks like we do have a couple of scratchings or a couple of withdrawals going on. Confirmation of the win though, Oscar Skeel Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. He'll finish in first place, go through and take the comfortable heat win. Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club in second place, so he'll qualify through to the semi-finals. Third place and also qualifying, just some short strokes to finish up there from Campbell Miller from Kinross Walleroy. And then the fourth and final qualifier from this heat will be Sydney University's Remy Cameron. Then coming through in fifth place will be St George's Robert Olivier. And I think that's all we have going down the course in that particular heat. So a couple of people, we did have a scratching lane number 3. So just wait on, yeah, so a few scratchings there. So Tom Chantner and Charlie Patrick, Nathan Whitehead, all scratch from that event. So the winning time there for Oscar Skeel Gamborg, 7 minutes 56.7, but a very comfortable and very cruisy finish to the line there in heat number 1 of the men's under-19 single sculls. Heat number 2 is underway and coming up towards 1,000. In lane number 1, we have Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Luca Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. In lane 2, from Leichhardt Rowing Club, Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Gia Kalantner. In lane 3, from Fremantle Rowing Club, Liam Davis. Lane 4, from Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Lane 5, from Marist College, Harrison Braithwaite, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Mark Kwiatkowski. In lane 6, from the Cathedral School, Henry Chin, coached by Imogen Greg Connor. Lane 7, from Radford College, Angus Scott. Lane 8, from Canberra Rowing Club, Campbell Milne, coached by Nuno Santos. And in lane 9, from King's School, William Rogers, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley.
So through the 1,000-metre mark, William Rogers from the King's School, 6 seconds up on his nearest competitor. That was Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat. And then things a little bit tighter, so half a second back to the Griffith University sculler, Luca Free, who was about a length and a half up on Harrison Braithwaite from Marist, and then a tight battle for that last qualifying spot. Less than a second back to the Fremantle sculler, Liam Davis, and then Angus Scott from Radford in the ACT in 6, also less than a second. So Not overly surprising to see William Rogers out in the lead on this race. So he was got the silver medal in both the under-19 and schoolboy singles at the National Championship last year, and was a part of the winning under-19 coxless quad. So it's definitely been one to keep an eye on for a little bit. He's captain of boats at the King's School, who didn't race last weekend, but looking to be fairly competitive this year. And I know that not clinching the gold in the schoolboy single was a bittersweet one, and he'll be looking to rectify that this year when Nationals returns home to Sydney. And looking fairly comfortable out in the lead at the moment in the closest lane to the grandstand side of the course, and moving pretty quickly too. 3:32 to the 1,000-metre mark is not too sluggish. It's really moving, as we can see him cross the 1,500-metre mark, and not really letting up too much in that third 500 either.
I think we're in for an interesting finish here. So second place, Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise. And then a second back from him, Angus Murphy from Wendouree Ballarat. And then in the battle for the fourth and final qualification position, we've got Harrison Brathwaite from Marist College, Liam Davis from Fremantle, and Angus Scott from Radford College, all within a couple of seconds of each other. Harrison Brathwaite, we saw him up here at Small Boats, where he won the gold in the under-17 single scull. So he is rowing up an age bracket, but certainly doing very well for Marist College. Radford's Angus Scott in 6th place, Canberra Rowing Club's Campbell Milne in 7th, the Cathedral School's Henry Chin in 8th, and Leichhardt's Dylan Lee coming through in 9th place. But certainly there's plenty of interesting racing going on. So Will Rogers from the King's School out in front. He had a 7-second lead at the 1,500. Luca Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise battling with Angus Murford from Wendouree Ballarat for second and third. Harrison Brathwaite, Liam Davis, Angus Scott from Marist, Fremantle and Radford, all battling it out then for the final qualification position. And with 200 or so metres to go, Chris, I think we might be in for the first really close finish of the regatta.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, rowing up an age group, Harrison Brathwaite, he is actually rowing the under-17 single as well on Sunday afternoon. So having a real crack here, this would be almost a warm-up race for the one that he's focusing on. And he's right in the mix as they approach the line.
And we've got everyone really starting to up their rate now. Will Rogers was out in front. He's just had to realise that suddenly realised that he is under some serious pressure here from Luca Free and Angus Murford. So Will Rogers in front. Final stages of the race. We've got nothing between Luca Free and Angus Murford from Wendouree Ballarat. I do think it'll be lane number 4 to go through in second place. And then in the battle for fourth place, it will be lane number 3. So Fremantle's Liam Davis finishing just ahead of Harrison Brathwaite from Marist College and Radford College's Angus Scott. So the two ACT scullers just missing out in a spot in the semi-finals in heat number 2 of the men's under-19 single sculls. And then coming through to finish up the race, we've got lane number 2, Dylan Lee from Leichhardt. A strong final 500 from him, finishing ahead of Campbell Milne from Canberra Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further to lane number 6, that's Henry Chin from the Cathedral School. So confirmation of the results there. William Rogers from Kings with the win. He finished in a time of 7 minutes 26.13. He was 1.5 seconds ahead of Angus Murford from Wendouree Ballarat, with Griffith University Surfers Paradise's Luca Free a half a second behind him. Liam Davis finishing in the fourth and final qualification position from Fremantle Rowing Club. He was a 1.5 seconds ahead of Harrison Brathwaite, with Angus Scott from Radford College another half a second behind him. An exciting race in the second heat of the men's under-19 single sculls, Chris.
And 7:26 is certainly not mucking around in a heat of an under-19 single scull. So for some
with
context,
an easy bit in the middle there.
Exactly, and for context in this event, and William Rogers from the King's School, certainly one to be looking out for as we race semi-finals this afternoon and the finals tomorrow morning, and possibly the King's 8, one to look out for in the later stages of tomorrow morning's racing.
Absolutely. Heat number 3 in the men's under-19 single sculls is underway. Lane 1 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Cooper Hoskin. Lane 2 from UTS, Oscar St. Pierre, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak. We have a scratching lane 3. Lane 4 from Essendon Rowing Club, Rhys Davey, coached by Bill Nugent. In lane 5 from the Cathedral School, Nathaniel Talbot. Lane 6 from Mossman, Dion Hansen, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelke. Lane 7 from Kinross, Walleroy, George Wakeham, coached by Benjamin Watt and Adam Harrison. And then lane 8 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne.
So Oscar St. Pierre leading as they enter the last 500 metres of the course. His brother Oliver getting a win in the heat of the under-23 pair just about an hour or so ago. And so it could be on for a good family result this morning in their small boats heats. Those two boys, obviously both alumni of the, well, I'd assume Oscar is not, or will be alumni of the St. Augustine's College over in Brookvale. And spent a long time with Judith and Matthias Ungemak, and now representing UTS Rowing Club. So we see Oscar over there in lane 2 with a pretty comfortable lead there over the rest of the field. He's not quite comfortable enough to be bringing the rate right down, but certainly not going hell for leather in the closing stages here. It's on the near side of the course in timing screen. It's just changed and I can't see anything. In the near side of the course there in lane 8 for Fremantle, Remy Payne would be the nearest challenger in second place. Just had a little bit of steering going on there, possibly expecting the gentle, supportive cross breeze of the regatta course over in Western Australia, but correcting now and is still leading the charge as we come down to the line. But the one to keep an eye on is going to be the sculler over in lane 1, Cooper Hoskin from Adelaide. He's been sitting in 5th pretty much the entire race. He's really starting to push up on the leading pack. I don't think he'll be able to do enough to edge his way into a semi-final this late in the race. It'll be Oscar St. Pierre of UTS who will win the third heat of the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull. Remy Payne of Fremantle in second place. I'm not going to call third place. That was absolutely bow-ball to bow-ball. So that was between Rhys Davey of Essendon, Dion Hansen of Mossman. Incredibly tight. If I had to pick, I would say the sculler over in lane 4, Rhys Davey from Essendon, maybe just ahead, but we'll wait for the judges to confirm that. Cooper Hoskin from Adelaide, just outside of the semi-final qualification spots in 5th. George Wakeham from Kinross, Walleroy sitting in 6th place. He'll miss out on the semi-final as well. And then Nathaniel Talbot from the Cathedral School in 7th to round out this third of 4 heats in the Championship Men's Under-19 Single Scull.
And just confirmation there, Chris, a little bit earlier on we were talking about the final heat of the women's under-19 single scull, and there was not a lot to pick between 4th and 5th. It was Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican School, 0.2 of a second qualifying for the semi-finals in the women's under-19 single scull. So absolutely nothing in that one. Just in that third heat that we just had, we've got 0.16 of a second at the moment between 3rd and 4th. So they both qualify for the final, but again, some very strong racing very close racing going on there. 4th heat is underway in the men's under-19 single sculls. In lane number 1, we have Alexander Williams, coached by Dick Gerard from Corio Bay. Lane 2 from Kinross, Walleroy, Harry Dimmick, coached by Benjamin Watt and Adam Harrison. In lane 3 from Radford College, Connor Maloof. In lane 4 from Marist College, Austin Benny, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Taylor Thomas. Lane 5 from UTS, Kaylin Routley, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemak. In lane 6 from the Cathedral School, Remy Schiapadori. In lane 7 from Bundaberg Rowing Club, Logan Cavill, coached by Rodney Dick. Lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican School, we have William Thomas, coached by Murray Doust. And in lane 9 from King's School, Tom Whalen, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. Through the first 1,000 metres, it was the UTS sculler, Kaylin Routley, ahead of Corio Bay's Alexander Williams. Harry Dimmick from Kinross Walleroy sitting in 3rd place. And then just behind him was Connor Maloof from Radford College. Back a little bit further then to Austin Benny, who's been chased hard by Tom Whalen from King's School, Logan Cavill from Bundaberg. So those 5th, 6th and 7th scullers, less than half a second between the three of them through the first 1,000. And then William Thomas from Manning Valley Anglican and Remy Schiapadori from the Cathedral School in 8th and 9th place.
Yeah, so pretty tight battle at the back of the field, which is not a sentence that feels very natural. So it's not something you say very often, but those scullers fairly out of the qualifying spots, unfortunately, but having a fantastic race for position as we approach as they make their way into the last 500 metres. We've seen our top 4 scullers cross the line there, and then some margin back to our trailing pack. So a good little battle unfolding between Tom Whalen from the King's School and Austin Benny from Marist College in lane 4. Tom Whalen will see his brother racing, I think twice this morning once this morning, once this afternoon, both the under-21 heavy and the under-23 lightweight single sculls. So possibly drawing some inspiration there, but looks like it'll be just the one race for the younger brother this morning. So as we come right down to the line now, it is still the sculler from UTS, Kaylin Routley, who is leading that pack of 4 scullers to qualify through to the A-final. The order in which they will qualify, or through the semi-final rather, the order in which they'll qualify is still as of yet undecided. The sculler in lane 1 from Corio Bay, Alexander Williams, really knocking on the door of the Radford College sculler, Connor Maloof, who will just keep his bow ball in front for 2nd place and score a slightly more preferred lane in the semi-final. The sculler from Corio Bay in 3rd place. Harry Dimmock from Kinross Walleroy rounds out our qualifying 4, and after a great battle all the way down the field, it is Tom Whalen from the King's School who will cross the line in 5th, just outside of those semi-final qualifying spots. Austin Benny from Marist College in 6th place. The sculler in lane 7 from Bundaberg, Logan Cavill will cross the line in 8th, and he will lead the sculler in the centre of the course from the Cathedral School in lane 6. That is Remy Schiapadori in 8th place.
Confirmation of the results from heat number 4 in the men's under-19 single sculls. A win for Kaylin Routley from UTS. 2nd, Connor Maloof from Radford College. 3rd, Corio Bay's Alexander Williams, with Kinross Walleroy's Harry Dimmock in 4th place, with those 4 scullers going through to the semi-finals. The winning time there of 7 minutes 32.98. We are underway in the first heat of the women's under-21 single sculls. So 1st, 2nd and 3rd through to the final. So 3 heats in this event. In lane number 1, we have Zoe Kaur from Mercantile. Lane 2 from Commercial, Lucy White. She's coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 3 from UTS, Grace Burke, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. Lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Paige Critchlow, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Sinead Redding, coached by Stefano Belosso. In lane 7 from Sydney University, Ciara Ortolani, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. And in lane 8 from the University of Queensland, Georgia Montague, coached by Philip Bergignon. The sculler in lane number 5, Thea Cool from Yarra Yarra. She will be going into lane number 3 in heat 3. So she will be racing just in a later heat due to some issues down there at the start line. Through the first 1,000 metres, it was the University of Queensland's Georgia Montague leading Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club. Sydney Rowing Club's Paige Critchlow sitting in 3rd place ahead of Grace Burke, Ciara Ortolani, Zoe Kaur and Lucy White. So it was absolutely nothing between first and second, 0.02 of a second. So let's call them even going through the first 1,000 metres.
That's safe. Yeah. For those of you who haven't seen, so the timing huts, it is a manually operated system. There's no fancy laser beams and tracking or anything going on. It is literally all up to the awesome volunteers who volunteer their time to sit in the timing huts and press buttons for each lane as they come through. So 0.02 of a second, maybe a little bit too quick for us to really think that that's 100% right. But so let's call them even. You're right, Stuart.
Not sharks with laser beams.
Sharks with laser beams. Please.
No, a big shout out to all the volunteers that are out here. Don't forget, at all the regattas, particularly here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre, we need volunteers. We simply cannot do it without them. Just about every single role is filled by a volunteer. We've got people at the timing huts. We've got people here at the finish line, our boat race officials, the boat drivers. If you are interested in volunteering for a regatta, both the Rowing New South Wales ones, but also the National Championships, the Australian Rowing Championships in March, make sure you get on to either the Rowing New South Wales or the Rowing Australia websites. That's rowing nsw.asn.au. Get in contact with Alico Tunney, the volunteer coordinator, and she will very, very happily get you to jump in and help out. A number of big regattas still to come later on throughout the rest of the 2023-24 regatta season.
And we did almost go without some timing huts for this morning's session. We couldn't quite get there. So a big thanks to Alico Tunney and to Andy Hoffman of Rowing New South Wales, who were able to step in at the last minute and fill those positions and definitely make our lives easier up in the commentary box, so we can actually give you a very good idea of what is going on and what is going on in the first heat of the women's under-21 single scull is that at the 500 metre mark, at the 1,000 metre mark rather, I'm all over the place, the 1,500 metre mark, Sinead Redding of West Australian Rowing Club was leading Georgia Montague by just over a second at that timing point. Paige Critchlow of Sydney Rowing Club, some way back, 8 seconds back in third place. Grace Burke of UTS sitting in fourth and pretty comfortable margin then back to fifth. Ciara Ortolani from Sydney University Boat Club. Zoe Corr from Mercantile was sitting in sixth at that timing point, and Lucy White of Commercial in seventh. And as I'm saying this, it does look like the wind has just spun around a little bit and trending a little bit more towards a tailwind. We're talking about how it was just swirling a bit this morning, and that is certainly the case as these scullers enter the last 200 metres of the course, and it is still Sinead Redding of West Australian Rowing Club in lane 6 who's extending that lead that she managed to solidify in the third 500 metres over the University of Queensland sculler Georgia Montague on the near side of the course, and Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club over in lane 4. The UTS sculler of Grace Burke, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. She'll round out our top 4 qualifiers. 4 scullers through, I'm really all over it. It must be time for me to swap out at this point. So top 3 scullers through to the final in this race. We've got 3 heats, 3 scullers through to the final. No semi-finals in this one. So that'll be a welcome relief for the West Australian Rowing Club sculler, who's led pretty much from the get-go here. Georgia Montague, Sinead Redding from the West Australian Rowing Club, Georgia Montague from University of Queensland in second, Paige Critchlow from Sydney Rowing Club in third. Those 3 crews through to tomorrow morning's A final. The remainder of crews in this heat sadly eliminated from the event. That'll be Grace Burke crossing the line in 4th place as we speak. The Sydney University Boat Club sculler Ciara Ortolani, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young, across the line in 4th. 5th, the Mercantile sculler of Zoe Corr, over in lane 1 in 6th. The Commercial sculler Lucy White in 7th place to round out this first heat of the women's under-21 single scull. I think this might be time for me to take a break. So we've bid farewell for this session to Stuart John. I'm joined by Rob Glendenning. Morning, John. Rob, I'm really all over it.
Good morning, Chris. Good
morning.
morning.
I will be swapping out for Owen Nix in just a moment so that I can go and get a coffee and stop misreading half of the things on my page as I've just done in the last 5 minutes.
I think they'd be well deserved. But out on the course at the moment, we have the second heat of the women's under-21 single scull. First 3 position through to the final. In lane 2, we have Corio Bay, Leah Murphy, coached by Dick Gerard. In lane 3, Mersey, Ella Spalding, coach Dave Tippett. In lane 4, Mercantile, Alex Stone. In lane 5, Sydney Rowing Club's Liesl Page, coaches Lockie Carter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 6, Yarra Yarra, Zara Kafori. In lane 7, Commercial Rowing Club, Paris Reed, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. And in lane 8, we have ANU ACT, Brooklyn Leslie. And they're well through the course at the moment. We've got it's coming up now to the through the 1,000 metre mark, and probably the leaders have about 700, 600 odd metres to go. Through the 1,000 metre mark, it was Liesl Page from Sydney Rowing Club with about a length's lead over Zara Forey and followed by Ella Spalding. But it's very quite close. There's a little bit of a drop back to Brooklyn Leslie in 4th place. So at the moment, the first 3 through to the final look fairly clear, but there's still a ways to go as they're coming up to the last 500 metres. And through the 500 metre mark, Liesl Page, once again, just slightly extended that lead with a 4-second lead over Zara Kafori and Ella Spalding following her through. Just a little bit of a distance back to the 4th place getter. So it looks at this point in time, looks fairly clear that these 3 will make it through to the final, notwithstanding any drama. So they're coming through. Brooke Leslie now through the 1,500 metre mark, followed by Paris Reed, Leah Murphy. So that wind is the wind is moving about a little bit. There's patches of no wind at all, and certainly it's a little bit of a cross tail at the moment. So giving a little bit of assistance, making conditions, quite good for rowing today. So as we're coming down to the last 250 metres, Liesl Page has a clear lead at the moment over Zara Forey, just off to her left-hand side from Yarra Yarra, following back to Ella Spalding of Mersey. So it looks like these 3, bring it down at the moment, will quite comfortably go across the line to get those all-important final positions. And Liesl Page, last couple of strokes, she comes into the finish line to take first place in the women's under-21 single scull heat 2, followed closely by Zara Forey, and a little bit back, but still well clear of the 4th place getter is Ella Spalding. Over on the side closer to the grandstand, we have Brooklyn Leslie of ANU ACT, just having a little bit of a stoush with Paris Reed, just on the inside of her, but they're pushing both to the line, about to cross the line for 4th and 5th position. And the Corio Bay sculler, Leah Murphy, just coming down to complete the course. We've just got a Mercantile Alex Stone, just a little bit behind the rest of the field, but we'll cross the line in the next 20 or so strokes and complete this heat. So as we have Alex Stone coming down to the finish line to round out this heat, I introduce Owen Nix, who's joined me in the commentary box.
Thanks, Rob. And that race number 18, unofficial results. Liesl Page of Sydney first in a time of 8:13.46. Yarra Yarra's Zara Kafuri in second place, and Mersey's Ella Spalding third. Those 3 progressing through to the final. It's now official. Leslie of ANU 4th, Reed of Commercial 5th, Murphy Corio Bay 6th, and Alex Stone Mercantile 7th. So we now move to race number 19. It's the Championship Women's Under 21 Single Scull Heat 3, sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 2 we have Mersey's Olivia Yates, coached by David Tippett. Lane 3, Yarra Yarra Thea Cool, coached by David Orchard. Lane 4, Sydney Madison Joiners, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Stephanie Pottsmer of Swan River is in lane 5. Mercantile's Mia Harrison in 6. Gemma Jansen Van Vuren of Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, coached by Chris Holiday and Duncan Free, is in lane 7. And Charlotte Harton of Sydney University, coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young, in lane number 8. So that's the field, vying for the top 3. And it looks like over towards the far side of the course is where the top 3 are coming from as they start to move up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So a good race going on between Mersey's Olivia Yates, Yarra Yarra's Thea Cool, and Madison Joiners, who's recently transferred to Sydney Rowing Club from Penrith Rowing Club. So they're just now making their way through that third juncture, and you can see a pretty sizable gap now. It's sort of getting towards 25 metres, so about 3 boat lengths or so. Back to Gemma Jansen Van Vuren of Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, Charlotte Harton of Sydney University, and now just starting to make their way through is Mia Harrison of Mercantile. And then back to Swan River's Stephanie Potmer in 7th position. So these qualification spots starting to look relatively secure in the hands of Mersey, Yarra Yarra and Sydney rowing clubs as they start to make their way towards 1,750 metres covered.
Yes, it appears that these 3 are still pushing fairly hard against each other, although they've got that first 3 positions fairly well covered at the moment, not leaving anything to chance.
Yeah, so the positions will sort out the lane order for tomorrow's final. As you say, Rob, certainly Thea Cool of Yarra Yarra still just trying to obviously hold on to that second spot and then see if she can just get back to that overlap with Olivia Yates of Mersey, who continues to lead from lane number 2.
So the Sydney Scull and Madison join us now, doing a bit more of a push towards the line. So it's a so certainly the race is on for these positions. It's not too far back to the, looks like the Griffith Surface Paradise sculler over on this side, back Gemma Jansen Van Vuren. But she won't have the distance left in the race to make up that difference. But it certainly looks at the moment like the Mersey sculler, Olivia Yates, coached by Dave Tippett, is going to take probably about a length and a half win over for this heat over Yarra Yarra's Thea Cool and Sydney's Madison Joiners.
So those 3 will be the ones that progress through to tomorrow's final. Jansen Van Vuren, Griffith Uni Surface Paradise 4th, Harton, Sydney University, further a length and 2/3 back in 5th. And then back to Mercantile's Mia Harrison in 6th, and Swan River from Western Australia, Stephanie Potmer, completing the 7 sculler field in this 3rd and final heat of the women's under 21 single scull.
And straight up out on the course, we have the men's under 21 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's. Heat 1 with a progression, the first 4 through to the semi-final. In lane 1, we have Swan River's Harry Salfinger. In lane 2, Adelaide University's Jude Shermer, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLaren and Sam Morton. In lane 3, we have UTS's Harry Birchmore, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 4, Tuong, Nicholas Barlow, coached by Mark Game. In lane 5, Uni of Queensland's Lennox Tune, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 6, Fremantle, Austin Vincent. In lane 7, University of New South Wales, Alexander Page, coached by Peter Warm and Donald McLaughlin. And in lane 8, UTS, Jack Power, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. And in lane 9, Mercantile, Benjamin Vanderberg, coached by David Colvin.
And through that 1,000-metre mark, it was Nicholas Barlow that led from Adelaide University's Jude Shermer, and Jack Power of UTS was in 3rd place, and in 4th, Harry Birchmore of UTS. So in this one, top 4 going through to the semi-finals, which are later on this afternoon, and a chance then to qualify directly for the final thereafter. So it is on screen now, Nicholas Barlow of Toowong. He's moving along very, very nicely, coached by Mark Game, and just starting to get challenged now. A bit of a dud stroke there, and that's halted his progress as Jude Shermer has now moved to the front for Adelaide University. And South Australian Sports Institute, coached by Nick Mitchell, Christine McLaren and Sam Morton. And Big Jack Power on this side of the course, still in 3rd spot. He was in the Australian junior team last year. He's out of that all-conquering St Ignatius College first 8 that won the national championships over in WA and had an undefeated season in New South Wales school regattas. And Big Power, as he's known, is a very, very strong sculler. And he's starting to get back to that form that we saw last season. So he's there second from the grandstand in lane number 8. See him just starting to appear there on centre of the screen there. Very, very big sculler, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark.
Certainly at this stage, the Adelaide University sculler of Jude Shermer appears to have a slight lead over the Toowong sculler of Nicholas Barlow. Just a little bit back and quite tight. You've got the UTS sculler Jack Power, as Owen talked about over on this side, really pushing home now. And there's a lot of, there's a fair bit of frantic activity out here with Harry Birchmore of UTS over in lane 3 and Harry Selfinger all still in the mix. In fact, there's not too much between the whole field at this point in time, but certainly looks like Jude Shermer from Adelaide University will hold on to take the win in this race, with Toowong's Nicholas Barlow close behind, probably a length behind. At this point, Jack Power, it's very tight as they come into the thing, but Jack Power looks like he'll just hold on in front of the second UTS sculler of Harry Birchmore, followed by Swan River, Fremantle, University of Queensland, Sydney University, and the Mercantile sculler Benjamin Vanderberg.
So the 4 set to progress from that, with the umpire giving the white flag Jude Shermer, Adelaide University Boat Club, Nicholas Barlow, Toowong, Jack Power, UTS, and also Harry Birchmore from UTS. Those 4 go through to this afternoon's semi-finals. Now we move to heat number 2. It's race 21. It's the men's under 21 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's. Lane number 1, Toowong, Cooper O'Rourke. Lane 2, UTS, Oscar Berigi, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. Lane 3, Sydney University's Hayden Mounter, coached by Don McLaughlin and Pete Warne. In lane 4, Wendouree Ballarat's Joshua Matheson, coached by Sam Hutchison and Paul Blanchfield. Hawthorn's Max Curry is in lane number 5. Cameron Parker from Scotch Oakburn, coached by Jim Wilson, is in lane 6. Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Benjamin Shuttlewood, coached by Duncan Free and Chris Holliday, in lane 7. Charlie Stevenson of West Australian Rowing Club in lane number 8. And Kyle Miller of Adelaide University, coached by Sam Morgan, in lane number 9. And certainly a pretty good race going on here. It's just the Cooper O'Rourke is the only one over on the far side of the course that's lost contact with this lead bunch. So still 8 scullers in the mix here for 4 qualification spots, Rob. So Oscar Berigi leading. He was at a good race at the Small Boats Regatta with Nick Whalen, who you'll see in a couple of heats' time.
Yeah, look, it's very, very tight with those 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th and 7th positions, only covered by a couple of, about 2 seconds, less than a length. So it's very tight through. So at the 1,000 metres is Oscar Berigi through in first place, the Charlie Stevenson coming through in that second position, Hayden Mounter, Benjamin Shuttlewood, Max Curry, Joshua Matheson, and Kyle Miller. So it's very, very tight across the field there. As you can look up the course at the moment, you can see that with only that sculler over in lane one just slipping back a bit from the and losing contact with the rest of the field.
Yeah, perhaps also Kyle Miller on this side of the course, just starting to, this third 500, just starting to lose a little bit of ground on the leading bunch, which is being led by Oscar Beregi in the black and white vertical stripes of UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. Hayden Mounter, formerly Tasmania University Bow Club, now at Sydney University, going along well in lane number 3. He's been improving a lot throughout the season, as we see Beregi leading through the 1500 metre mark, and he leads from Charlie Stevenson of West Australian Rowing Club, Mounter of Sydney University, and then very close between Max Curry of Hawthorn and Benjamin Shuttlewood of Griffith University Surfers Paradise. So still here, just 0.08 of a second between 4th and 5th. So that very close there between a qualifying spot and a non-qualifying spot for the semis.
And Kyle Miller seemed to have dropped back, but pulled back a fair bit of ground over that third 500. So he has put quite the effort in, but certainly over in lane 2, Oscar Beregi from UTS, really powering up at this point in time, close behind, Hayden Mounter, and over on this side, the Griffith University sculler of Benjamin Shuttlewood hanging on there. But 4 positions to go through to the semi-final, the rest eliminated. So it's going to be a very tight race for those 3rd and 4th positions by the look of it.
Yeah, Beregi looking very, very strong. Just continuing to extend his advantage over the rest of the field and letting the others scrap it out for those qualification spots. And certainly the big scrap is coming with sculler in lane number 7, Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. Benjamin Shuttlewood putting in the big ones, and alongside of him, Scott Oakburn in the yellow colours from Tasmania, Cameron Parker. Also seeing if they can put some pressure on the Hawthorn sculler, Max Curry, who's in the blue and white hoops in lane number 5. So it'll be 5, 6 and 7 where the scullers are fighting it out for that all-important 4th spot. Oscar Beregi well clear, and he's going to take out heat number 2 for UTS Haberfield Rowing Club. West Australians Charlie Stevenson next in 2nd spot. Scott Oakburn finishing this one off. Cameron Parker coming through. So Mounter grabs 3rd for Sydney University, and Max Curry just holds on for Hawthorn Rowing Club. 5th, Cameron Parker of Scott Oakburn. And then 6th to Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Benjamin Shuttlewood. Kyle Miller of Adelaide Uni 7th. And Wendouree Ballarat's Joshua Matheson completing the... finishing in 8th, and Cooper O'Rourke of Toowong completing the field of 9.
We now currently have heat 3 of the men's under 21 single scull. Once again, sponsored by Bentley's. Reminder that first 4 through to the final. In lane 1, we have Sydney University, James Scott Brown, coached by Peter Warne and Don McLaughlin. In lane 2, Canberra ACT, Jesse Rosen. In lane 3, Adelaide University, Jasper Boyce, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLaren and Sam Morton. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club's MacArthur Bucknell. In lane 5, Fremantle, Oscar Lowry. In lane 6, University of Queensland's Patrick Murphy, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 7, UTS Tane Potts, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. And in lane 8, Hawthorn's William Hexter, and in lane 9, Mercantile's Sam Chin, coached by David Colvin.
Just coming through that halfway mark, Patrick Murphy leading from Mac Bucknell of Sydney Rowing Club, and then it is Jasper Boyce of Adelaide University. So scullers from across from lane 6 and further south of that are the ones leading this one. And on this side of the course we have back at the tail of the field, Sam Chin of Mercantile, and also 2 lanes across, Tane Potts of UTS. Tane Potts, part of the Australian Junior Cox 4 last year, St Augustine's athlete, and now switching disciplines to sculling here. and seeing if he can start to move his way through this field in this third 500. But some very good performances coming from the far side of the course. Jesse Rosen, a very talented young sculler from Canberra Rowing Club. He was previously at Marist College, Canberra, and it's a program that continues to grow and develop, the Marist program, and good to see him doing well at Canberra Rowing Club. It's a pretty exciting time for them. They've had their long-awaited shed redevelopment approved, and look like they've started to secure funding for that. So an exciting time there as their shed with the improvement of Canberra Girls Grammar and Canberra Grammar School now starting to look rather dated on the shores of Lake Burley Griffin. So moving up towards 1,400 metres covered, Patrick Murphy of University of Queensland, coached by Randall Martin, and Peter Toon continues to hold sway from Mac Bucknell of Sydney Rowing Club. And then we start to look across to Adelaide University, Jasper Boyce and Jesse Rosen, and then along with them is Oscar Lowry of Fremantle. So that looks like where the qualifiers are set to come from as they move through the 1,500 metre mark.
And Patrick Murphy first through the 1,500 metre mark with about a length and a half over MacArthur Bucknell, Jesse Rosen, followed by Oscar Lowry, Jasper Boyce, and William Hector. So there's not much between those fourth, fifth and sixth positions at the moment. So a fair bit of work to be done to secure that fourth place in the final, straight to the final at the moment. But it certainly looks like Patrick Murphy, he's looking reasonably comfortable out there, but just getting pushed at the moment by MacArthur Bucknell and Jesse Rosen. So there's and I have said that there's a fair bit of work being done, but it looks like now that we might have, there might be a bit of a jump back now for the to the fifth and sixth position, but we looks pretty comfortable as they come into that for Patrick Murphy as he comes into that last 250 odd metres.
Yeah, certainly the challenges being thrown around. At the moment, it looks like it's going to be a case of 5 fighting it out for 4, and the pressure being on Oscar Lowry of Fremantle to try and see if he can get a bit of an overlap with Jesse Rosen of Canberra Rowing Club in the ACT over in lane number 2. So that's where the scrap is going to be by the look of it. Bucknell looks pretty comfortable in lane number 4, and most comfortable is Patrick Murphy of the University of Queensland in lane number 6. He just started to shorten up a little bit, lift his rate and try and preserve things. Jasper Boyce, Adelaide Uni, just starting to move through and trying to see if he can push through into second spot. Patrick Murphy is going to take this one out. So win to UQ. And second place, very close, Mac Bucknell just getting there for Sydney Rowing Club. Third, Adelaide University's Jasper Boyce. And Jesse Rosen holds on in the Wintec boat over in lane number 2 to grab that last spot to go through to the semis. Oscar Lowry of Fremantle 5th, 6th James Scott Brown of Sydney University. Hawthorn's Hexter finishes in 7th, followed by Sam Chin of Mercantile in 8th and Tane Potts of UTS in 9th position.
We have currently on the course, we have Heat 4 of the men's under-21 single scull, sponsored by Bentley's. First 4 through to the final, the rest eliminated. In lane 1, we have Griffith University's Service Paradise, Charles Clark, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 2, Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen. In lane 3, Toowong's Joseph Petri Rapar, coached by Mark Gain. In lane 5, UTS Edward Kelly, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 6, Mercantile's Archie Critchell, coached by David Colvin. In lane 7, Nepean Rowing Club's Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. And in lane 8, Adelaide University, Hugo Worm, coached by Sam Morton.
Yeah, good race going on right over on the far side of the course, or the southern side, between Griffith Uni Surface Paradise, Charles Clark, coached by Chris Holliday, and Duncan Free and Sydney Rowing Club's Nick Whalen. So those two fighting it out over on the far side of the course. A similar battle going on the near side between Hugh Harold of Nepean and Hugo Worm of Adelaide University. And also there with them is Edward Kelly of UTS, a couple of lanes across in lane number 5. So they're the top 5 at the moment. And then a bit of a gap to Critchell of Mercantile and Petri Ripar of Toowong Rowing Club, who's just started to drop back in this third 500 metres as Charles Clark starts to lead the bunch through towards the 1500 metre mark. Actually, Nick Whalen now just starting to draw on terms. He's very fit, Nick Whalen. He's the under-21 lightweight single sculling champion from last year. He needs to be fit. He's got 13 races if they all go to plan this weekend. So he's got a big schedule and yeah, very fit young man. He does a lot of sessions with Rob Rowland-Smith, the Sandhill Warrior, to stay fit. And you can see that starting to show as he leads through that 1500 metre mark from Clark in second spot.
Yeah, certainly is a quite a difficult from for the things of the place getters. The two over in front of the race are right over in lane 1 and 2, and then it's a right over here to the lane 8 and 7 and 8, where 3rd and 4th and 5th are currently going. So it's quite a difficult race to row and stay in the competition.
Yeah, so that's where the battle lies between 4th and 5th, currently held by Nepean's Hugh Harold and Edward Kelly of UTS respectively. And Mercantile's Archie Critchell just back another couple of lengths, and then a further 3 or 4 lengths back to Toowong's Joseph Petri Ripar in 7th position. So at the head of the field though, over lane number 2, Sky Blue of Sydney Rowing Club, with Nicholas Whalen in the race lead. Started off his rowing at the King's School, part of a very successful program there under Julian Huxley, Simon Huxley and the head of rowing, Rob Williams. And he's carried that on, and he's really enjoying his rowing over at Sydney Rowing Club. He does a bit of coaching too, and he's quite good at that as well. So seeing how much energy they can conserve for the semi-finals. So Nicholas Whalen first. Big push on this side of the course has seen Hugo Worm come through into second spot. So it'll be Whalen first. Second, Hugo Worm of Adelaide University Boat Club. Very close for third. Neither of them are too fussed if that's them or not, but Charles Clark and Hugh Harold are the other two that progress through to the semi-finals. Edward Kelly of UTS 5th. Archie Critchell, Mercantile 6th, and Toowong's Joseph Petri Ripar placing 7th.
Sort of the final of the championship women's under-19 pair, just coming through the went down towards the 1,000 metre mark. So we have lane 1 commercials. Jenkinson, Brisbane and GPS's Hosking, Townsville, Bragg, Nagambie, Mercantiles, McNeil, lane 5 Sydney University, Colburn, lane 6 Sydney's O'Kelly, University of Queensland's Murphy and Loretto, Marriotteville, Hogg and Rosenbauer. So So they've come through that 1,000 metre mark. It's the Sydney University crew just coming through with a fairly handy lead of about 7 seconds over the Townsville crew, followed by Commercial Rowing Club and closely followed by Ngambie, University of Queensland and Brisbane GPS, followed by Sydney and Loreto Marriotteville. Sydney University crew of Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray still holding on to a lead right in the middle of the field, so lane 5, and they're holding a fairly good lead at the moment over the Townsville crew of Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke.
Yeah, they were dominant in their heats, the Sydney University crew, Colburn and Gray, and looking every bit as dominant here in the final, the first of the finals. Here, a new event in 2024, and great to see a lot of support for it too, so requiring heats to qualify for the finals. So Sydney University are well on the way to taking out the first of the finals for 2024. A massive lead that they've got now, getting up to around about nearly 4 boat lengths. Imogen Gray in the boat, who's part of the Australian junior team last year in the Coxed 4, and there with Jessica Colburn, another talented young junior, I think Imogen Gray off the University of Texas, who's now one of the top performing colleges in the US. They're 2-time national champions in the last 3 years, so a very, very good program out there under Dave O'Neill, and Imogen Gray heading off there, a very, very talented young junior. So Townsville and James Cook University in second spot, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. And the commercial crew over on the far side of the course, India Jenkinson and Rose Ricks, having a good tussle with University of Queensland and also the Ngambie Mercantile crews here. So a good race going on for the minor medals in this one. The major one looks set to be going home to Sydney University. The Alan Bennett and Alfie Young coach crew are still looking very dominant.
And they're coming into the last 150 metres, this Sydney University crew of Colburn and Gray really just extending their lead as they go. A bit of a battle out for these, for that, Alan said, the minor medals, with Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke holding on there, but certainly being challenged by the commercial crew over in lane 1 and the Ngambie Composite in lane 4. But there's nothing going to stop Jessica Colburn, Imogen Gray from taking out this final of the women's under-19 pair, a well-rowed, well-judged race, and will cross the line, with a probably 4 lengths to the second crew. It's really pushing now, but the Ngambie Composite now has just put on a bit of a spurt, so they will just get pushed out. Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke will just cross the line in second, followed by the Ngambie Composite. Close behind the University of Queensland over here in lane 7. In lane 1, the Commercial Composite, Indiana Jenkinson and Rose Ricks, followed by Brisbane GPS, Loreto Marriotteville, followed by the Sydney Rowing Club crew.
Yeah, really strong finish there from that Ngambie Mercantile crew, McNeil and McCarthy, to claim the bronze medal there, and they put a lot of pressure on Townsville and James Cook University, and you can see that in their steering in that last little bit. So a very good race there in that championship. Women's under-19 pair won by Sydney University Boat Club.
So we move on to race 25, the men's under-19 pair, sponsored by V Insurance. Once again, this is a new event in 2024, so straight into the final. In lane 1, we have King's Schools, Campbell Wickham and Charles Baker, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. In lane 2, the University of Queensland, Thomas Stevens and Samuel Forbes, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon. In lane 3, we have Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith, coached by Adam Harrison and Benjamin Watt. In lane 4, St Augustine's, Jason Cow and William Pender, coached by Bjorn Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, the Cathedral School of Charlie Patrick and Nathan Whitehead. In lane 6, St Augustine's 2, Jay Taylor, Max Tancred, coached by Bjorn and Judith Ungermark. And in lane 8, Kings, Samuel Hine and Alfred McLean, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. So through that 500 metre mark, the St Augustine's crew has just a slight lead, a 2-second lead over the University of Queensland, followed by the Kings number 2 crew of Campbell Wickham and Charles Baker. It's very close though, with Kinross Walleroy close behind. A little bit of a gap back to the second Kings crew of Hines and Alfred McLean, followed by the St Augustine's number 2 and the St Cathedral School of Charlie Patrick and Nathan Whitehead. So certainly it's hot out the front with the St Augustine's and University of Queensland crew really battling it.
And that's the UQ crew that you can see on screen. Thomas Stevens and Samuel Forbes, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon there in the yellow boat with Kings. You can see in the white Philippi behind them, Wickham and Baker out of the King's School First Aid. And the UQ crew continuing to see if they can just open up a bit of a gap, and now starting to see the bow of the St Augustine's crew, Jason Sow and William Pender, or Billy Pender as he's known, and having a good tussle with UQ through that 1,000 metre mark. Very hard to separate. UQ just through, had 0.4 of a second, then back to King's School over in lane number 1, and then followed by Kinross Walleroy, Oscar Cleary and Oliver Smith in 4th spot. So they started to put a bit of a gap back to the Kings number 1 crew, Samuel Hines and Alfie McLean. And then back to St Augustine's number 2, Jay Taylor and Max Tancred. And then the Cathedral School, Charlie Patrick and Nathan Whitehead back in 7th position and just starting to drop out of touch here. Starting to make their way through the 1,250 metre mark. And still a good battle also going on between Kings, Wickham and Baker, and Cleary and Smith of Kinross Walleroy. So that looks to be where the medals will be decided, in the 4 lanes on the southern side of the course. So moving up towards the 1,500 metre mark, University of Queensland still with the rating right up there. And it looks like they've started to make their way to the 4. It's been a good third 500 from the King's School too, as in their battle with Kinross Walleroy. So through the 1,500 metre mark, University of Queensland, that's been a good little push from them. So gone from 0.4 of a second up to nearly 3 3/4 seconds ahead of St Augustine's in 2nd spot, and Kings now starting to challenge them, and Kinross Walleroy back in 4th spot. Do they have one of those famous Kinross sprints in them, these guys? We will see. So head of the field, University of Queensland. Can they hold off the St Augustine's crew that was so quick through that first 500 metres, sub 140 and under 19 pairs? Decent going. And we'll see if these guys have got the same sort of sprint here in the back end of this one.
Yes, but certainly the University of Queensland crew have got the rating up, and certainly the race is on for the line. But the St Augustine's have certainly not given up on it, and they're making a big push to come back. But over in lane 1, we have the Kings number 2 crew also pushing for that 3rd position.
Yeah, so it looks like University of Queensland may well have seen off the challenge of St Augustine's here. There's 150 metres left in this one. anything can happen in a pair-oared race, as we've seen over the years. King's School still in third spot, Kinross Wallaroy in fourth. And then it's back to a good battle between Kings and Kinross and St Augustine's in fifth and sixth, and Cathedral School in seventh. But it'll be UQ's day to shine here in the men's under-19 pair. And there are a couple of lengths to the good. St Augustine still managing to hold off the King's School. And the University of Queensland, Thomas Stevens, Samuel Forbes, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon, who have done a great job developing youth rowing in Queensland. They take the win. Silver to St Augustine's, bronze to the King's School. And Kinross Wallaroy, they've just had a few dud strokes there, shortened up a little bit, and that gap is starting to close. But I think Kinross may just hold on for fourth position ahead of Taylor and Tancred of St Augustine's, Hines and McLean of Kings in sixth, and Patrick and Whitehead of Cathedral School in seventh.
Ladies and gentlemen, moving on to the medal presentation of the women's under-19 pair, sponsored by V Insurance. And in third place, and bronze medal winners, Nagambie Composite, Nagambie and Mercantiles, Kate McNeil, Mercantile, and Clodagh McCarthy from Nagambie Rowing Club. In second place, and silver medal winners, Townsville James Cook University's Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke. And gold medalists for 2024, Sydney University, Jessica Colbrand and Imogen Gray. Please put your hands together and congratulate medalists in the under-19 women's pair. Currently have race 26, the champion women's under-23 single scull, Heat 1, sponsored by Mobius. The progression is the first four through to the A final, the remainder of the field through to the B final, which rates 50. In lane 1, you have Tasmania University, Kate Oliver. In lane 2, Centenaries, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. In lane 3, we have University of Queensland QAS, Eliza Bridgefoot, coaches Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. In lane 4, Sydney Rowing Club's Grace Cypher, coached by Lachlan McCarter and Florence Griffiths. In lane 5, Sydney University's Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And in lane 6, Melbourne University's Romy Cantwell. In lane 7, Griffith University Surface Paradise, Lindsay Calvert, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 8, Sydney University's Sophia Whiteman, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. And in lane 9, Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgina Tager.
And it was Romy Campbell of Melbourne University that led through that 1,000-metre mark from Lindsay Calvert. In second spot from Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Gracie Cypher of Sydney was there in third spot, just 1.2 seconds back, and Eliza Bridgefoot of the University of Queensland in fourth spot. It's top four through to the A final. 5, 6, 7 and 8 will go through to the B final. So we'll see how this one plays out as they start to make their way up towards the 1,300 metre mark, and looks like it's been a good third 500 metres for Gracie Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club. Of course, originally from Rockhampton, and one of the great rowing towns in Queensland. Of course, produced Sasha Belanogoff, Wayne Diplock, and Grace Cypher, her sister Laura Cypher, and now there's another one that has recently moved down to Sydney Rowing Club, Gabby Cypher. And it is Grace Cypher that's going along very, very strongly and challenging the sculler from Melbourne University, and has in fact taken the lead in that third 500 metres. She's been the Australian representative in the under-23 lightweight single scull in the last 2 years, and moved her Hudson boat to the front of the field ahead of Romy Cantwell of Melbourne University. Eliza Bridgefoot from the Australian junior team last year is there in third spot. Calvert in fourth position, then followed by Jessica Malcolm of Centenary Rowing Club. We have had a notable withdrawal from this heat. Sophia Whiteman out of lane number 8, a scratching here. She was the national under-21 single scull champion last year. So a very, very strong field here in this women's under-23 single scull, being led by Grace Cypher of Sydney Rowing Club. So also along this side of the course, we have Georgina Tager of Adelaide Rowing Club. In the centre of the field, Tiffany Botha of Sydney University, and Kate Oliver of Tasmania University Boat Club over on the far side of the course. They've just started to lose a little bit of touch with the leading 5 scullers here that are vying for 4 spots in the A final. Yeah, so certainly a good finish here coming from Calvert of Griffith University Surface Paradise. And these scullers are realising that if they don't start to move now, that a B final awaits them this afternoon rather than an A final tomorrow morning. So Grace Cypher with the reach around wing rigger in lane number 4. It's leading this one coming into the last 100 metres from Romy Cantwell of Melbourne University, and then back to Bridgefoot of the University of Queensland and the QAS. Who will get that all-important 4th spot, Calvert or Malcolm of Centenary? So these two fighting it out in the latter stages. That's of little concern to Grace Cypher. She's just got 2 more strokes to go, and she'll take out heat number 1 of the women's under-23 single scull ahead of Cantwell of MUBC. Third to the University of Queensland, Bridgefoot. And in fact, Malcolm stopped before the line, so that's condemned her to the B final. She finishes 5th, 4th going to Calvert of Griffith University. Tiffany Botha of Sydney University 6th. Tager of Adelaide 7th. And in 8th place will be Kate Oliver of Tasmania University Boat Club.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on to the medal presentation for the men's under-19 pair, sponsored by V Insurance. In third place, and bronze medal winners, the King's Schools, Campbell Wickham and Charles Baker, coached by Julian Huxley and Simon Huxley. In second place and silver medal winners, St Augustine's, Jason Sau, William Pender, coached by Björn Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. And in first position in gold medal winners for 2024, Thomas Stevens and Samuel Forbes, coached by Randall Martin and Peter Toon, University of Queensland. Please congratulate the medal winners and champions of the men's under-19 pair. And on the course we have race 27, the Championship Women's Under-23 Single, sponsored by Mobius. Once again, it's the first 4 through to the A final tomorrow morning at race 80, and the remainder of the field through to race 50, the B final, this afternoon. In lane 1, we have University of Queensland's Ellie Reddy, coached by Phil Bourgeonon. In lane 2, we have University Zoe Bond, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. In lane 3, UTS Sarah Fard, coached by Katie Healy. In lane 4, Centenary Queensland Academy of Sports, Sophie Malcolm, and coached by Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. Lane 5's Griffiths University, coached by Danica Free, coached by Duncan Free and Chris Holliday. In lane 6, Melbourne University, Livia Rosea. And in lane 7, Brisbane and GPS, Hannah Kenway, coached by Augustin Rodero and Benjamin Southwell. In lane 8, Western Australia Rowing Club's Tanika Webb, coached by Stefano Bolosso. And in lane 9, Toowong, Gabriel Gildard, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven.
And it looks like the Toowong sculler may not have started in this one, just the 8 there. So field of 8 and being led by Danica Free through that 1,000 metre mark. They're now just starting to make their way up to the 1,400 metre mark. You can see Sarah Fard doing well for UTS, coached by Katie Healy. And those two are fighting it out as they come up towards the 1,500 metre mark. So Free in the lead and Fard in second spot. It was Fard that won the 21 single scull last year, and she's in pretty good form this season. Very good battle going on for third, fourth and fifth. So Liv Rosea of Melbourne University in third spot, Sophie Malcolm of Centenary in fourth, and Zoe Bond of Sydney University in fifth position. And that looks like where the 4 qualifiers for the A final is going to come from. We saw Jessica Malcolm just miss out in the previous one, while her sister Sophie Malcolm qualify through to the A final. So there's about another 350 metres left to go to see how this one will pan out. But at the moment, it is the sculler Danica Free that is best placed to qualify. Good sprint coming from Liv Rosea of Melbourne University Boat Club on this side of the course. And that's putting pressure on not only Sophie Malcolm, but also Zoe Bond of Sydney University Boat Club, who's currently in fifth position. A couple of years ago, she was in the Australian junior team, Zoe Bond, in the junior double scull. So still Danica Free leading Sarah Fard as they come into the last 170 metres or so of this one. And Rosea in third spot, Malcolm in fourth, Bond in fifth. So who's got the finish in this one? Rob, can we see Zoe Bond start to reel in this gap back to Malcolm of Centenary, or gap ahead of her held by Malcolm of Centenary at the moment? It's Free that's in the lead and set to take this one out.
Certainly looks like Danica Free will come across the line to take a lead. Just over Sarah Fard over in lane 3, followed closely by Liv Rosea and the Centenary sculler Sophie Malcolm. Just missing out on that top 4 was Zoe Bond over in lane 2. We have the Brisbane GPS sculler Hannah Kenway just crossing the line now in 6th place. Over in lane 7th place, over Ellie Reddy over in lane 1, followed by Tanika Webb.
Yeah, so similar times between the 2 heats of this one, 7:54 for Grace Cypher in the previous one, 7:55 Danica Free in this one. So a good final awaits us tomorrow morning.
And on the course we have race 28, the Championship Men's Under-23 Single Scull, Heat 1, sponsored by Mobius. The progression is the first 3 to the A final, race 81 tomorrow morning, and the rest of the field through to the B final, race 51 this afternoon. In lane 1 we have UTS Patrick Burke, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 2, the Griffith University Service Paradise sculler Ben Horsnell, coached by Chris Holliday and Duncan Free. In lane 3, Sydney University's Hamish Danks, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 4, Penrith Rowing Club's Liam Taylor, coached by Lindsay Callaghan. In lane 5, Adelaide University, Nick Blackman, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLaren and Sam Morton. In lane 6, we have the canned QAS sculler Chad Willett, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 7, UTS's Harry Curtin, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 8, Toowong, coached by sculler Mitchell Bridge, coached by Mark Gain. And in lane 9, Mercantile's Jackson Morrish. And through the 1,000 metre mark, we have Nicholas Blackman coming through from Adelaide University sculler, just ahead of Harry Curtin from UTS and Ben Horsnell. So it's quite tight at the top, with only 2 or 3 seconds splitting the top 7 scullers. So it's a very close race.
Yeah, 3:31 through the halfway. Nick Blackman, he's on form. He had a win at the Small Boats Regatta, and certainly moving. He's the big sculler you can see there in lane number 5 in the yellow boat there in the white colours with the black V of Adelaide University Boat Club. And a very, very talented young junior. Even when he was at school, he was a very, very good athlete, Nick Blackman, and he's good to see him carrying that on under the experience of Nick Mitchell, Christine McLaren, and Adelaide University's Sam Morton. So Harry Curtin, 3 out from the grandstand side of the course in second spot, coached by Matthias Ungermark and Judith Ungermark. You can see him just there in the centre of the screen. Harry Curtin in lane number 7. He last season made the switch from lightweight to heavyweight, and good to see him starting to find that speed that we know he has. He's very, very talented. His older brother Matt Curtin, massively talented. Him and Leon Chambers used to just bash it out in lightweight events, 7 minutes, and they do that regularly. And Matt Curtin, of course, now the St Ignatius First 8 coach, and turned his talents there, and they're a very, very strong program, St Ignatius College. So Harry Curtin now just pushed his way through ahead of Nick Blackman through that 1,500 metre mark, and then very close between Chad Willett, two-time Australian junior representative, and Hamish Danks of Sydney University. Danks currently in 3rd position, Willett in 4th, and then Horsnell 5th, followed by Bridge, Burke and Jackson Morrish in 8th position for Mercantile on this side of the course, and Liam Taylor of Penrith is currently in 9th position.
Looks like Harry Curtin there from UTS Rowing Club, just on a big push at the moment, and looks to be trying to consolidate that first position. Although having said that, the Nick Blackman certainly not letting it getting away. So it's very tight across the field.
Yeah, so Curtin still with the lead, and then good race going on between Chad Willett of Cand and the QAS, and Hamish Danks of Sydney University. And Danks looks to be in 4th position ahead of Toowong's Mitchell Bridge, and then across to Ben Horsnell of Griffith University Service Paradise, and Patrick Burke over on the far side of the course. We've seen him have a good finish last year at Nationals, but I think he's a bit too far to strike in this one, and he looks set for this afternoon's B final. So Blackman just starting to wind things up a little bit again and see if he can reclaim the race lead, and he has. And Harry Curtin in 2nd position, Hamish Danks 3rd, and it looks like Chad Willett will be the last of the 4 qualifiers going through to the A final. So that's how it finishes up in Heat 1 of the men's under-23 single scull, sponsored by Mobius, as Mitchell Bridge of Toowong crosses in 5th position, followed by Ben Horsnell, Griffith University Service Paradise in 6th. And then back to Morrish of Mercantile. Or in fact, Pat Burke's just going to coast across just ahead of Morrish. So Pat Burke in 7th. Morrish of Mercantile in 8th and Liam Taylor of Penrith in 9th position.
We move up to the 1,000 metre mark and race 29 well underway. The second heat of the Championship Men's Under 23 Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius. Once again, the first 3 progressing to the A final, the rest to the B final. In lane 1, Sydney University, Hugo Hobbs, coached by Don McLaughlin. In lane 2, Canberra ACT, Cormac Hayes. In lane 3, Toowong, Roden Martin, coached by Mark Game. In lane 4, UTS, Henry Blackwell, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 5, Adelaide's Adam Holland. In lane 6, UTS Mitchell Caponis, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermark. In lane 7, University of Queensland, Noah Roseman, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 8, Windery Ballarat, William Gilbert, coached by Jamie McDonald. And in lane 9, Melbourne University, Rue Colley.
It was Henry Blackwell that led through the halfway mark, 3:29.7, so a couple of seconds quicker than Blackman through that midway point, and he leads from Adam Holland of Adelaide Rowing Club and Mitchell Caponis, another sculler from UTS there in 3rd position. Noah Roseman in 4th for the University of Queensland, and then a bit of a gap, nearly 6.5 seconds to Hugo Hobbs of Sydney University over on the far side of the course. So Henry Blackwell leading. He's done very well to recover. He had a bout of COVID, I think, in December, and he's back on form, which is good to see. And he leading the very talented Adam Holland, Adelaide Rowing Club. And big Mitchell Caponis in 3rd position.
And UTS has certainly got a strong under 23 sculling squad, certainly performing well in both these heats. So it's obviously doing the work and getting the results.
Yeah, so Henry Blackwell, lane number 4. Kicked off his rowing at Sydney Grammar School and continued to improve and move up through the boats, and he's good to see him progressing into the 23s rank, and he's having a very, very good season indeed. So 5:19 through the 1,500 metre mark as he leads Holland in 2nd spot. Noah Roseman of University of Queensland in 3rd spot, followed by Cormac Hayes of Canberra Rowing Club. And that's seen Mitchell Caponis being pushed back into 5th position. We know he's got a pretty good sprint, Caponis, and he might well need it here today to grab one of those top 4 spots. So this is one still got a lot to play out here to see who will join us in tomorrow's A final.
Certainly, Henry Blackwell not leaving anything to chance. He's certainly pushing through and just trying to hold on to the position. Over on this side, is Holland, who's also on a big push at the moment, and it will be very tight. But the 3rd and 4th positions look to be first, second, and 3rd look to be fairly well sorted now, and it's just that race for the 4th, the all-important 4th. First 3 to the final. So it looks like it will be these 3 going through to the final, notwithstanding any major incident. But Henry Blackwell certainly just holding that 3/4 of a length lead over the Adelaide sculler Adam Holland, followed over on this side by the by University of Queensland's Noah Roseman.
But, Cormac Hayes throwing in a sprint over there in lane number 2. So will he catch Noah Roseman by surprise? Roseman's been very good. He's kept his head in the boat, but he may need to take a bit of a glance and see that threat coming from lane number 2, that Wintec over on the far side, starting to really fly. And it's Henry Blackwell that takes it out ahead of Adam Holland and Cormac Hayes. That sprint, that's going to see him home. It's going to see him through to the A final. And Noah Roseman looks like he's just missed out on that one. We'll await official results. Mitchell Caponis in lane number 6 will cross in position number 5, followed by Hugo Hobbs of Sydney University in 6th position. Then Gilbert of Wendouree Ballarat and Toowong's Roden Martin will finish in 8th place, just ahead of Rue Colley of Melbourne University Boat Club. And heat number 2 of the men's under 23 single scull, sponsored by Mobius, is making its way up towards the, heat number 3, making its way up towards the 500 metre mark. The field that we have: Carl Brea of North Esk in lane number 1, Moss Murphy of Toowong in lane 2, Dom Frederico Mercantile in lane 3, West Australian Rowing Club's Blake Wyatt in 4, Lucas Wigston of Buckingham in lane at number 5, Felix Oliver of Melbourne University in 6, Mackenzie Thompson of UTS in 7, and Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club in lane number 8.
And it was the Melbourne University sculler Felix Oliver through the 500 metre mark, just with a slight lead over Lucas Winston from Bucks and Dom Frederico from Mercantile. Closely followed though by Blake Wyatt with just a 0.3 of a second behind the Mercantile sculler, followed by Mackenzie Thompson from UTS, Carl Brea from North Esk, Moss Murphy from Toowong, and Flynn Wilkinson from Sydney Rowing Club.
Yeah, so 140 through the first 500 metres, so that's certainly going there. Felix Oliver from Melbourne University Boat Club. As you can start to see Dom Frederico there on screen, the Mercantile colours to the right of the screen. And very, very well placed here as he starts to try and push up on Felix Oliver of Melbourne University, and also the Buckingham sculler Lucas Wigston, who was a very, very talented young junior, Lucas Wigston, and good to see him still continuing on and pushing on and looking well placed here to be going through to the A final as they come through the halfway mark. So sub 3:30 through the halfway for Felix Oliver. So some good sculling coming in here in heat 3 of the men's under 23 single scull. So it's Dom Frederico in 3rd, Blake Wyatt in 4th, Macca Thompson in 5th position, and then back to Carl Brea, Moss Murphy and Flynn Wilkinson, who's the former UNSW sculler now at Sydney Rowing Club, is in 8th position.
Yes, as you see, Felix Oliver pushing through that 1,000 and looks to have tried to get a bit of a gap over the rest of the field as he pushes into that 3rd 500 with Lucas Wigston and Dom Federico, certainly close in contact, but Felix looks like he's, as I said, trying to stamp his authority on this heat, although there still is a long way to go, 750 odd metres to go.
Yeah, looks like he's really extended his advantage in that 3rd 500 metres, so looking very strong. Melbourne University's Felix Oliver. That race looks to be around him for those 2nd and 3rd position. Lucas Wigston, Buckingham, Blake Wyatt, West Australian Rowing Club, Mackenzie Thompson, UTS, and Dom Frederico Mercantile. So looks like it's between those 5 to see who the top 3 will be to go through the A final. 4th, 5th and 6th will go through to the B final, and 7th and 8th will be eliminated from the event. So Felix Oliver still continuing to hold sway as he starts to make his way through the 1,500 metre mark. Wigston in 2nd spot, and then followed by Frederico in 3rd, Blake Wyatt in 4th. And then it's back to Mackenzie Thompson, and next will be Carl Brea of North Esk over on the far side of the course. And then we start to see Toowong's Moss Murphy making his way through, and then followed by sculler who was going to be at the bottom of the screen, Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney Rowing Club. So that's the field of 8 as they get into this last quarter. And now the sprints are starting to come, and it looks as though Felix Oliver still with the advantage, still with some clear water, and Lucas Wigston in 2nd spot, Frederico in 3rd, but there's a big figure in cardinal and gold, Blake Wyatt of West Australian Rowing Club, that started to make his presence felt. And will it be Wigston that comes under a bit of pressure here? So coming into the last 200 or so metres, Lucas Wigston looks like he's been pushed back into 4th by big Blake Wyatt of West Australian Rowing Club, as he's moved up into third, and he looks like he's got his sights set on Dom Frederico here. So a strong finish here from West Australian Rowing Club's Blake White, coached by Stefano Belosso, as he starts to really push through. If he keeps this up, he may even see himself a chance of taking out the heat. So fourth to second in just around about 25-30 strokes. So a good move from this West Australian sculler, and that may have put paid to Lucas Wigston's chances of going through to the A final.
But no trouble for the leader here, Felix Oliver, crossing the line to take first position in this heat, followed by Dom from Blake White, that with a big finish, and Dom Frederico over there in lane 3 taking that third position, and just missing out Lucas Wigston taking in fourth position.
And coming up towards the line is Carl Breer of North Esk Rowing Club from Launceston, and then followed by Mackenzie Thompson of UTS in 6th. Moss Murphy of Toowong will be next in 7th, and Flynn Wilkinson of Sydney in 8th. So I think these under-23 men's single sculls have shown us that if you're close enough and you got a sprint and you use it, anything can happen.
Yeah, there have certainly been some very tight finishes in these races, but it's a it's very very fast, and as I said, that all important last 500 metres where we've seen some great changes in results as we come down to the line. On the course, we have race 31, the Women's Elite Single Scull, Heat 1 with a progression first 4 to the A final and the remainder of the field through to the B final, race 60 this afternoon. In lane 1, we have Mercantile's Sophie Rayner. In lane 2, University of Queensland's Elizabeth Newell, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bourgeonon. In lane 3, UTS Laura Goulet. In lane 4, Sydney University's Emily Shepherd, coached by Tom Lorich. In lane 5, Sydney University National Training Centre, Tara Rigney. In lane 6, we have University of Queensland's and National Training Centre's Caitlin Cronin. In lane 7, Sydney University's and National Training Centre's Rowena Meredith. In lane 8, University of Queensland, Claire Jamison, coached by Michael Russell. And in lane 9, ANU's Catherine Kahn, coached by Nigel Harding and Dan Grant.
And we're looking now at Caitlin Cronin there towards the left of screen, and alongside her Rowena Meredith, and they're having a good little tussle here. It's a quality field here, 4 National Training Centre athletes, an under-23 gold medalist from last year, Emily Shepherd, also in this field. So it's a very, very strong field here with just the top 4 going through to the A final. So Tara Rigney leading, no surprise there to anyone. World Championship medalist in the single scull, and leading 3:45 through the halfway. So that's pretty good going there for Tara Rigney, who was the inaugural winner of the Ellen Randall Cup, which is what the Women's Elite Single Scull prize is tomorrow morning. So will Tara Rigney be able to get her name on there in consecutive years? Definitely would be brave to back against that. So Tara Rigney continuing to lead this field as they start to make their way towards the 1,250 metre mark. So on screen now we have Rowena Meredith, the Olympic bronze medalist from 2021, Sydney University Boat Club former winner of this event. And we pan back across to Caitlin Cronin of the University of Queensland. These 2 National Training Centre athletes, and there's the race leader on the left of screen, Tara Rigney, in the race lead. So those 3 very, very well placed, and are the top 3 in this one. Laura Goulet currently in 4th spot, Emily Shepherd in 5th position. As they start to make their way up towards the 1,500 metre mark. With still Rigney holding on to nice little advantage over Caitlin Cronin. And Rowena Meredith is really right there with Caitlin Cronin as they come through the 1500 metre mark. There you see it on screen, and Laura Goulet there in lane number 3. So it looks like they're the top 4 at the moment. Emily Shepherd just coming into view now, under 23 gold medalist from the Cox 4 last year, and then followed by Catherine Kahn, Sophie Reiner and Claire Jamison. So a very strong field here. Elizabeth Newell also coming through in 9th place through that 1500 metre mark. So the 4 National Training Centre scullers leading the way here in this first heat of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius.
Yes, we come down to about the last 300 odd metres. It's Tara Rigney with a couple of lengths holding over the chasers, Caitlin Cronin, Rowena Meredith and Laura Goulet. It's certainly looking, pressure's on, but looking relatively untroubled, holding that down that first position, as we'd probably expect with Tara Rigney. And said Caitlin Cronin, now just on a push. It looks like Laura Goulet has certainly stepped it up. These first 4 positions going through to the A final, so it's looks at the moment like they may have those covered. Just slightly back to Emily Shepherd, who is just out of those 4 places, but still well in contact. But as we come down to the last 100 metres, Tara Rigney probably just backing it off just a touch as they come down, as they know that they've secured their final positions. So we have Tara Rigney just coming down to the line now, just closely followed by Caitlin Cronin. Over on the far side, Laura Goulet has certainly stepped up the pace over that last 100 or so metres, and she might even be pushing for that second place. But no, Caitlin Cronin just holding on. So it's Tara Rigney in first position, Caitlin Cronin in across the lane second, Laura Goulet in third, and Rowena Meredith for fourth, taking up those positions straight into the final. Just Emily Shepherd from Sydney University crossing the line in fifth. Over on the far side, we have Sophie Rayner from Mercantile, ANU's Catherine Kahn, University of Queensland Sculler, Elizabeth Newell, and the third University of Queensland sculler, Claire Jamison, just crossing the line now to take out 8th position.
And here we have heat number 2 of the Championship Women's Elite Single Scull. And in lane 1, Molly McCausland, Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 2, Samantha Blanchard of Commercial. Lane 3, Harriet Hudson of Sydney Rowing Club. Lane 4, Amanda Bateman, Melbourne University. Lane 5, Kara Graskowiak of Canberra. Lane 6, from Team Japan, Shiho Yonokawa. In lane 7, Ria Thompson of the University of Queensland. In lane 8, Aisha Rafai of Sydney University, and lane 9, Janice Kelderman of Banks Rowing Club in Melbourne. So through the halfway mark, it was Amanda Bateman leading, 3 minutes 43 through that particular juncture, and right with her, as you would expect, Harriet Hudson, who had a very, very good December trials here, and those two, they're the top 2, Ria Thompson in 3rd, Yonokawa in 4th, and Kara Graskowiak certainly close enough. And we saw Kara, one of the very mentally strong scullers, and she's certainly one, if you're close enough, she's certainly good enough. And yeah, you'd certainly wouldn't write her off at the halfway mark, just 2.1 seconds off a qualifying spot for the final. So they're the top 5 as they move through towards the 1400 metre mark. So just to the left of screen there, Amanda Bateman of Melbourne University Boat Club. Older sister Katrina Bateman, also national team member. And Amanda Bateman having a very good last few years. Cementing herself as one of the top scullers at the National Training Centre. You can see her there with Harriet Hudson alongside of her. Originally from Warwick in Queensland, Harriet Hudson, and then moved down to Sydney Rowing Club. Was Australia's junior single sculler at one point, and has been very successful at the National Training Centre. Just a length down on Bateman through that 1500 metre mark, a similar gap back to Ria Thompson of the University of Queensland, Team Japan's Yonakawa there in fourth, and we saw Kara Greskoviak. So that looks like where the top four will come from, those five, as there's some pretty large gaps back to the others. So does Kara Greskoviak have the sprint in her, or has she used that to stay in touch with the lead bunch over the first 1500 metres? This will be an intriguing one here, Rob, as they get towards the finish line.
Yeah, certainly Kara Greskoviak, with all the work to do, she's about probably about half a length, but it looks like she's got the boat moving now. So it's going to be a very tight finish for that fourth position. But certainly Amanda Bateman out in front, no trouble there with Harriet Hudson just off to her right hand side. But yes, it's certainly getting really tight for that third and fourth position with Kara Greskoviak pushing for that position, but the Team Japan sculler Shiho Yonakawa and Ria Thompson trying to hold her out as best they can, but it's still coming down to the last 200 odd metres and untroubled out in front. It's Amanda Bateman holding on to that lengths lead over Harriet Hudson. And all the action is on this side of the course, though, with Ria Thompson just holding out Shiho Yonakawa and Kara Greskoviak, coming home in fifth place. It doesn't look like she's got the going to have the legs to come in and get that fourth position, but certainly Amanda Bateman is looking untroubled in front, and she'll go across the line to take the first position in this heat, followed by Harriet Hudson, Ria Thompson, and Shiho Yonakawa.
Yeah, Kara Greskoviak very gallant there in fifth position, and certainly gave herself every chance there to try and qualify for that A final. Aisha Rafai of City University, she was the Singapore sculler at the last Olympics and looking to go round once more. She's reunited again with her coach from 2016 it was, in fact, Alan Bennett, and places there in sixth position, ahead of Molly McCausland of Sydney University Boat Club in seventh, Blanchard of Commercial in eighth, and Janice Kelderman, the pink colours of Banks Rowing Club, will complete the field of 9 in the Women's Elite Single Scull.
On the course, we have race 33, the first heat of the men's elite single scull. Progression sponsored by Mobius. The progression is the first three to the A final, and fourth, fifth, and sixth through to the B final. The following rest of the field eliminated. In lane 1, we have Commercial Alexander Jeremojenko, coached by Stephen Pozzi. In lane 2, we have UTS Dara Elizada, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyan. In lane 3, we have Sydney Rowing Club's Alex Nicol. In lane 4, ANU NTC's Caleb Antill. In lane 5, Adelaide Rowing Club's Oscar McGuinness. In lane 6, Capital Lakes ACT Harry McLaughlin. In lane 7, Western Australian Rowing Club NTC Jack Cleary. In lane 8, Community Rowing Club's Christopher James, coached by Liam James. And in lane 9, North Esk Jack Barrett, coached by Trevor Barrett.
Yeah, no surprise here to see Caleb Antill leading this one, and he is leading the sculler alongside him, Oscar McGuinness. And McGuinness he's in form this year. He's no longer a lightweight sculler and still got the same sort of speed that we saw when he was a lightweight, but he's mixing it with the big boys here in this one, and This will be great to see who claims the top three. Jack Cleary, a big surprise. He is well out of it now coming into this last 500 metres. He's 3 out from the grandstand, and there are plenty of scullers ahead of the reigning Olympic bronze medalist in what is a selection event. So that is the big surprise to come out of Heat 1 of the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull. Not so much Anthill leading, not so much McGuinness right with him, but yeah, well back is the sculler from West Australian Rowing Club. So who will get this third spot? We've got Harry Glacken, the big sculler from Capital Lakes in lane number 6. We've got Alex Nicol in what is one of his last races in Australia before he heads off to Oxford Brookes University to join up with Henry Balash Webb and Richard Spratley over there. And Dara Elizade, the Bermuda sculler from the last Olympics in the yellow boat. He's been working away and working hard at UTS with Sam Fennessy and Alex Wenyon, and he's trying to see if he can move his way up into a top 3 spot in this one. But yeah, it's looking very heavy for Jack Cleary back there in lane number 7, and that's a big surprise to come out of this one. Caleb Anthill with that strong sprint finish continues to lead, and Oscar McGuinness, he's looking very strong, very smooth, and most importantly, very, very fast. So as we come into the last 50 metres, Anthill with the lead, and it looks like it'll be Anthill, McGuinness and Glacken that'll be the 3 that progress from this one. So Caleb Anthill takes out Heat 1 of the Men's Elite Single Scull ahead of Adelaide's Oscar McGuinness and Harry Glacken in 3rd. Dara Elizade from UTS 4th. Alex Nicol in 5th position. Jack Barrett of North Esk is in 6th. And they will go through to the B final, and the rest will be eliminated. That includes Jack Cleary of the National Training Centre in 7th position, and then followed by Alexander Jeremy Jenko of Commercial in 8th and Christopher James of Community Rowing Club in 9th.
Heat number 2 of the Men's Elite Single Sculls is underway. Our thanks to Rob Glendenning and Owen Nix, taking us through the last 90 minutes of racing here at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. In lane 1, we have William Birchmore from Tamar. Lane 2 from Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, and he's coached by Lily Hall-Sullivan. Lane 3, Griffith University Service Paradises, Jackson Free, coached by Marcus Free. Lane 4 from Sydney University, Marcus Delamata, coached by Thomas Larrick. In lane 5 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Alex Rossi. Lane 6, I believe that we have a scratching of Cormac Kennedy Leverett. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Harry Fox. Lane 8 from Banks Rowing Club, James Meads, coached by Brendan Scott. And in lane 9 from UTS, Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. Through the 1,000 metres, we've seen Marcus Delamata out in front, 3 seconds ahead of Alex Rossi, and then Jackson Free, Harry Fox, Xavier Hall-Sullivan making up our leading scullers. Through the 1,500 now, it's still Marcus Delamata. He's just over a second ahead of Alex Rossi from the West Australian Rowing Club. Jackson Free from Griffith University Surface Paradise sitting in 3rd place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. It's about 6 seconds back then to Harry Fox from Melbourne University, then Xavier Hall-Sullivan, Sam Green, James Meads and William Birchmore making up our field there. So our first 3 to the A final, the next 3 through to the B finals. I'm joined in the commentary by Chris McCarthy. And Chris, that battle for the B final is going to be interesting. Less than a second between 6th and 7th, Sam Green, James Meads.
Yeah, so the depth in the elite single scull stretching all the way down into the B final, it looks like it's going to be. Saw in the previous race, Alex Nicol probably a little bit disappointed to just miss out on the A final in that one, and I mean don't have to wait very long. B finals this afternoon, so should see some Jack Cleary as well. Probably a little bit surprising, missing out on the A final as well. So should be some cracking racing in that B final. Our top three relatively safe now coming into the red boys of the closing 100 metres. So Marcus Delamata has led pretty much from start to finish. He does have to look out to his left-hand side for the threat coming from Alex Rossi of West Australian Rowing Club, but it looks like no one's really too interested in a major upset here in the heat in the last couple 100 metres. But yeah, Alex Rossi will come across the line today. So Marcus Delamata from Sydney University Boat Club, Rowing New South Wales' own Marcus Delamata, half a length clear of Alex Rossi from West Australian Rowing Club. It'll then be Jackson Free from Griffith University Surfers Paradise in third place, and then just missing out on that A final will be Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay. James Meads of Banks in fifth place. Sam Green from UTS in sixth. The Melbourne University sculler Harry Fox in seventh place. And then in eighth, William Birchmore of Tamar to round out this second heat of the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull, sponsored by Mobius. And the third heat is well and truly underway on the course now. So that third heat in lane 1, we have Melbourne University Boat Club's Joel Kane. Lane 2 has scratched. In lane 3, we have David Bartolo from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. Lane 4, we have Campbell Watts from Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. Lane 5, Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT High Performance Program. Lane 6, Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide Rowing Club. Lane 7, Joseph Wilson from Bucks. Lane 8, Nicholas Miro from UTS. And in lane 9, Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club.
And just on that last race, we saw Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay coming in fourth place, but he was trying to push very hard towards the end there, really up that rates, trying to get into that third and final qualification position for the A final. Sets himself up nicely for the B final. A big push there from Xavier Hall-Sullivan from Corio Bay.
Yeah, and I was chatting to some people about this earlier with having the B finals. Obviously, we have the B finals for selection purposes. We want to be able to assess everyone in their sort of peak racing conditions, but there is also the thing to consider that they are on separate days. So everyone really wants to be in that A final so that they can compare themselves against the best and put themselves, even if they know that they're going to be fighting for last place, they need to be there to really be able to compare themselves against that benchmark.
And just through the first 1,000 metres, it was Sydney University's David Barcelo and Campbell Watts out in front. Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide sitting in third place. So that's our 1, 2 and 3. There was a 3-second gap between third and fourth. Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport. And then back to Joseph Wilson, Stephen Cox, Joel Kane and Nicholas Miro. Making up our field there. Heat number 3 of the men's elite single sculls. So probably more so as we're expecting to see in this particular heat, Chris. The NTC athletes out in front and looking comfortable.
So David Barcelo was 2 years ago the President's Cup winner for New South Wales, and we're not really sure yet what events everyone's going to be in. There's a few changes probably on the horizon for the senior New South Wales team, but we'll be looking forward to seeing David representing in the blue of New South Wales. But it is really tight for second place. So the Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide Rowing Club just ahead of Campbell Watts at the 1,500 metre mark. Not a bow ball in it. And then tight for fourth as well, Alexander Wolf and Joseph Wilson. Going absolutely toe-to-toe there. So fourth and fifth, perhaps slightly less relevant, not battling for the A final, but they will want that best lane this afternoon in perhaps slightly windier conditions. And likewise in the A final for Mitch Reinhardt and Campbell Watts, really battling things out up there. And we do often see this in the elite races. They're used to doing multiple races in a day. They've done 1 million national championships. They know how to get their recovery sorted. They are more than happy to push themselves right to the line in a heat and really make the best of every single race, particularly with selections on the horizon. And that's what we're seeing now. So pretty comfortable race for David Bartolo, but a bit of a tussle going on for the minor placings. Top 3 qualifiers fairly well comfortable for the A final, and looking to be fairly decided at this stage.
Yeah, Campbell Watts just upping his rate of striking at the moment. I think that they've both, he's looked out to his left, seen the danger coming there from Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide Rowing Club. So it'll be an interesting battle, as you say, Chris, for second and third. Out in front, David Bartolo, as you mentioned, first place, the winner of the President's Cup in 2022 at the Australian Rowing Championships down at Ngambie, and he is certainly looking very comfortable out there in the lead. Just a very casual low 20s for the stroke rates, plenty of power going in with each stroke. You can see the boat really starting to move. Mitchell Reinhardt has moved back ahead of Campbell Watts, and he will go through and take second place. So second to Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide
Big sprint
Rowing
finish
Club.
here from Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club. He's trying to make his mark on the field for a 4th place. He'll go toe-to-toe with his club mate Alexander Wolf. He'll just miss out. So that would be the next place sculler, the Joseph Wilson from Bucks crossing the line in 4th. So just keeping his bow ball in front of Alex Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club. Stephen Cox, the Zimbabwean single sculler, just a fraction of a bow ball, really coming home strong, but not quite enough in 6th place. Nicholas Miro from UTS in 7th, and Joel Kane from Melbourne University Boat Club in 8th place there in that 3rd and final heat of the Championship Men's Elite Single Scull.
So confirmation of the results. It was a win there for David Bartolo from Sydney University in a time of 7 minutes, 0.99. Margin of 5.7 seconds between first and second place. That was Mitchell Reinhardt from Adelaide Rowing Club, with Campbell Watts finishing in 3rd. Those 3 rowers going through to the A final, with Joseph Wilson from Bucks, Alexander Wolf and Stephen Cox from Sydney Rowing Club, both going through, all 3 of those going through to the B final a little bit later on today. Race number 36 is underway, and it's the Championship Women's Pairs. So there's some absolute quality in this race. First, second, third and fourth going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. Lane 2 from Cairns Rowing Club, we've got Jess Scott and Madeline Williams. They're coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 3 from Melbourne University, the University of Queensland and the National Training Centre, Lily Alton and Sarah Marriott. In lane 4 from West Australian Rowing Club and Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Hoare and Georgia Patton. They're both the National Training Centre, as well as are the Fremantle Mercantile Composite of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre, the reigning silver medalists at the World Championships in last year. The Adelaide Sydney University Composite of Eleanor Price and Ella Bramwell, coached by Thomas Lowrick and Nicholas Mitchell, are in lane 6. And then the UTS Swan River Composite of Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe and the NTC are in lane number 7. So our leaders through the first 500 metres, I think they had a little bit of a false start, had to restart there. So our leaders through the first 500 were actually Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe from UTS Swan River, ahead of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre. So about a second between first and second there. Sarah Hoare and Georgia Patton sitting in 3rd place, ahead of Eleanor Price, Ella Bramwell, and then Lily Alton, Sarah Marriott, and Jess Scott and Madeline Williams. So again, first 4 through to the A final in this event. Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre in the pair last year over in Europe. Number of World Cup wins. I think they won in World Cup 2, World Cup 3, and then in the World Championships, that Dutch crew just going through them in the final.
Yeah, absolutely. And so perhaps a little bit of a surprise that we're not seeing them leading the rest of the women's NTC field in these early stages, but definitely not a crew to write off, a crew that has far more experience than the rest of the field together, and will be one to watch out for, as they look like in the second 500 they've just moved well clear of the field, actually about sort of 3 lengths ahead of their nearest rivals, who were the early race leaders, which is Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe from Swan River and UTS respectively, who are sitting in 2nd place, pretty comfortably ahead of the composite between Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgia Patton from West Australian Rowing Club in 3rd place, and then the Adelaide and Sydney University composite crew, Eleanor Price from Sydney Uni and Ella Bramwell from Adelaide Rowing Club sitting back in 4th. at the 1,000-metre mark, and then followed across that halfway point by the Melbourne Uni and UQ composite of Lily Alton and Sarah Marriott. Sarah Marriott, fairly well versed in pairs racing, I believe won the 23 National Championship last year. And the can crew of Jess Scott and Maddie Williams, coached by Scott Rowe, just bring up the rear of this extremely competitive first heat of the women's elite coxless pair. We said it on and on and on this morning about how we're lucky we are to have an event like this, and just looking at the field and trying to think of things to say, and there are just far too many World Cup and World Championship medals to count, and I can't imagine how that feels when you're one of the only non-national training centre crews lining up in this race. But what a privilege and what a fantastic opportunity that we have for our athletes here in New South Wales that can come out to the state championships and race literally the best of the best in the world on our home water.
Well, you've got pretty much the best on the screen at the moment. That crew there of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre sitting very, very comfortably out in front. And just talking about the strength of women's sweep rowing in Australia at the moment, we had this pair on screen, Morrison and McIntyre. They finished second in the World Championships after, going through undefeated for pretty much the entire season. Previous to that, the women's eights finished third at the World Championships, got that bronze medal there. And the women's four, who are obviously the reigning Olympic champions, finishing fifth at the World Championships. So all three of the women's sweep events for the Australian team already qualified for Paris. There is going to be that pressure on to try and make one of those seats, because every single one of those crews is a chance of a medal at the Olympics.
Oh, absolutely. It's probably the best that we've looked in recent memory going into an Olympic Games. And I don't know, things are just ultra competitive at the moment to be jumping in those seats, knowing the opportunity that's in front of these girls. And it'll certainly be interesting to watch and see how it unfolds with who ends up in what crew, and following the international racing season as that progresses. But a little bit of a tussle starting to unfold for second place. So our early race leaders, that was the crew in lane 7 on the grandstand side of the course, Jackie Swick from Swan River, Georgie Rowe from UTS. They just appear to have faded back a little bit. And then the Sydney Rowing Club, West Australian Rowing Club combination, Sarah Hoare from Sydney Rowing Club in the sky blue and the bows there, and Georgia Patton from the West Australian Rowing Club in the stroke seat, just starting to move, and looks like they might just be through the Swan River and UTS crew on the near side of the course. So I said before about how these elite races, they know what they're capable of, and they are more than happy to absolutely put themselves in the hurt locker in a heat, and that's what we're seeing here at the moment. Sarah Hoare and Georgia Patton really going for it, really winding to the line here. Just sort of cheeky look over her right shoulder from Georgie Rowe on the near side of the course. She's checking out where that other crew is. She'll be disappointed to see that they're just in front. They're about half a length clear at this stage, so a really well-timed run to the line from Sarah Hoare of Sydney Rowing Club and Georgia Patton of the West Australian Rowing Club to come through, and they're about a length clear of the UTS and Swan River combination. It's the Sydney Uni and Adelaide combination, just a length and a half off the early race leaders, so a great row from them. They come across in 4th place. Crew over in lane 3 from Melbourne Uni and University of Queensland in 5th, and the solely canned crew on the far side of the course, Jess Scott and Maddie Williams, rounding out this first heat of the women's elite pair in 6th place.
Confirmation of the results in heat number 1 of the women's elite pair. The Fremantle Mercantile composite of Jess Morrison and Annabelle McIntyre winning in a time of 7 minutes 17.93. They finished ahead of Sarah Hoare and Georgia Patton from Sydney and West Australian Rowing Clubs, with Jackie Swick and Georgie Rowe from Swan River and UTS Haberfield coming through in 3rd. The margins, it was 5.5 seconds between 1st and 2nd, and 2.5 seconds between 2nd and 3rd. Also going through to the A final will be the Adelaide Sydney University composite of Eleanor Price and Ella Bramwell. Heat number 2 is underway now, and we have, again, a very strong field in this one. Lane 2 from Melbourne University, Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell. Lane 3 from Adelaide and Sydney Rowing Clubs in the National Training Centre, Samantha Morton and Molly Goodman. In Lane 4 from Mercantile and the University of Western Australia, Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr. In Lane 5 from Mercantile and Melbourne University, Lucy Stefan and Katrina Werry. In Lane 6 from Melbourne University and the University of Queensland, Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley. Lane 7 from Adelaide and Sydney University, Georgie Gleeson and Olympia Aldersley. In Lane 8 from Sydney University in Swan River, Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle. So only the 3 crews not from the NTC in there. Through the first 1,000 metres, it was Lucy Stephan and Katrina Werry leading, second and a half ahead of Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr in second. Samantha Morton and Molly Goodman sitting in third place, with Eliza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell just off them, and then back a little bit further to the crew of Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley, and then Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle making up our field in that race. And one thing that I would like to that springs out when we're looking at these women's elite pairs, the number of West Australian rowers.
I know.
Will we see a Western Australian Queen's Cup win? I mean, there's so many good rowers there. You'd have to think that they're a chance.
Yeah, well, I think that the stroke seat of the leading pair in this might have something to say about it. So Lucy Stephan last year, 10 Queen's Cup victories, which I believe is the most for any interstate athlete ever. Would only be Spencer Turren that'll even come close, and he'll be the most successful New South Welshman if they were to get up this year. Long since thought it. It is West Australians' time. They really have a really high performing women's sweep group coming from Perth, and it'll be really interesting to see as those girls are starting to trickle into the National Training Centre over the last couple of years, and probably a couple more over the next couple of years. It'll be really interesting to see if we have a little bit of an upset and a little bit of an end to the Victorian and New South Wales dominated last 15 years, or Victorian dominated and New South Wales blip of the last 15 years. That would be an absolute spectacle for sure. And
they'll never have a better chance with the amount of talent that's out there at the
Exactly.
moment.
Exactly.
You would never have a better chance of being able to go through and take that in through the last, they're into the last 300 metres or so. And it is at the moment Lucy Stephan and Katrina Werry from Mercantile and Melbourne University out in front. And we talk about people who know how to win races, and certainly that pair, Lucy Stephan in particular, knows how to win races. So they're sitting about a boat length out in front of Bronwyn Cox and Paige Barr from the University of Western Australia and Mercantile Rowing Clubs. And then back a little bit further, nice little battle for third place. We've got Liza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell from Melbourne University, and then Samantha Morton and Molly Goodman from Sydney and Adelaide Rowing Clubs going it out for third place at the moment, with the Melbourne University crew just getting their bell balls out in front. Not too far off the pace, so Georgie Gleeson and Olympia Aldersley in lane 7, and then back a little bit further to Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle from Swan River and Sydney University Rowing Clubs. So Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley. So I think Georgie Gleeson, Olympia Aldersley out of this race. Out in front, it is Lucy Stephan and Katrina Werry, the Victorian pair. They've looked comfortable. They've led right from the start. They've got themselves a nice little boat length ahead of the chasing pack, and confirmation there of the win. Second place going through to Bronwyn Cox, Paige Barr. Third place with a strong win, strong row there, Liza Gaffney and Jean Mitchell finishing half a boat length ahead of Samantha Morton and Molly Goodman. And then back a little bit further to Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley from Melbourne University, University of Queensland in 5th, and then Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle from Swan River and Sydney University coming through in 6th place. So our first 4 going through to the A final, with the rest going through to the B final. The winning time in that heat was a 7 minutes 18.01. There's about 0.808 of a second between the first and second heat winners.
Fantastic. The elite races here at the state championships, the proximity to the selection trials, the fact that they are all here, all turning up, and it's part of their program. It is just fantastic to watch, and the next race will absolutely be no exception. So we've got the first heat, the Championship Men's Elite Pair, sponsored by Bentley's, well and truly underway now. So in lane 2, we have Cairns, supported by the QAS, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe. In lane 3, we have a composite of Melbourne University and Commercial, and the National Training Centre, so that's Harley Moore from Commercial, Simon Keenan from Melbourne University Boat Club. Lane 4, we have Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien of Sydney University Boat Club and the National Training Centre. Lane 5, we have a Sydney-Adelaide composite, Josh Hicks from Adelaide, Angus Dawson Josh Hicks from Sydney Rowing Club, Angus Dawson from Adelaide. Lane 6, we have a composite of the Sydney University and Melbourne University boat clubs, Jackson Kench from Sydney University Boat Club, Rowan Lavery of Melbourne University, an all Melbourne University crew in lane 7, Hamish Wynne-Pope, Charlie Petruni, and an all Swan River Rowing Club crew in lane 8, Riley Reese-Turner and Miles McQuillan. As those crews make their way through the 1500 metre mark, it was somewhat unsurprisingly Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien in the lead, so 2.5 seconds up on their nearest competitor, which was Angus Dawson and Josh Hicks, the Adelaide and Sydney Rowing Club combination. They were pretty comfortable in front of Harley Moore and Simon Keenan in third, and then Rowan Lavery, Jackson Kench in fourth place, only narrowly behind them. A little bit of a margin back to the Melbourne University Boat Club crew, which is the first of the non-National Training Centre crews in this heat, so somewhat unsurprisingly there. But things still relatively tight between the entire field, pretty even margins, not really a tale of two races going on here. So a great effort from that Melbourne University Boat Club crew in lane 7 to really hanging with the big boys out in this heat of the Championship Men's Elite Pair. However, it is going to be a tough ask to make the A final in such a competitive event, littered with world champions and Olympic gold and an Olympic gold medalist in the form of Jack Hargraves, who is in the bow seat there of the leading pair, following his fellow St Joseph's College old boy Jack O'Brien in the stroke seat. They're looking pretty comfortable out in front. They've got about 2 lengths on the competition as Josh Hicks and Angus Dawson start to lift the rate, but nothing really to come of it in this late stage. So the Sydney University Boat Club crew, Hargraves and O'Brien, take the win in this first heat of the men's elite pair. Hicks and Dawson cross the line in second place. Moore and Keenan in third, and then the university composite of Jackson Kench, Rowan Lavery in fourth place through to the A final. The All Melbourne University Boat Club crew only about a length and a half back, so a great row from them in fifth place. Canned over on the far side of the course, Elliot Appel, Miller Rowe in sixth place. And the Swan River crew of Riley Reese-Turner and Miles McQuillan, perhaps just saving a little bit of energy for the B final this afternoon, in seventh place.
Confirmation of the results in heat number 1 of the men's championship elite pairs. First place going to the Sydney University crew of Jack Hargraves and Jack O'Brien. Second place to the Sydney Adelaide composite of Angus Dawson and Joshua Hicks. Third place to the Melbourne University commercial composite of Harley Moore and Simon Keenan, with fourth going through to Rowan Lavery and Jackson Kench from Melbourne University and Sydney University. The winning time of 6 minutes 31.74. Those 4 crews going through to the A final. Going through to the B final will be Melbourne University's Hamish Wynne-Pope, Charlie Petruni, and then Cairns' Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe, as well as Swan River's Riley Reese-Turner and Miles McQuillan. Second heat is underway for the men's elite pairs. We have a scratching in lane number 1. In lane 2 from Sydney University, we have Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, and they're coached by Thomas Lowrick. In lane 3 from Sydney University in UTS Haberfield, Paddy Holt and Will O'Shannessy. Lane 4 from Sydney University and Sydney Rowing Club, Spencer Turren and Alex Purnell. In lane 5 from Adelaide and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Fergus Hamilton and Alexander Hill. In lane 6 from Melbourne University and Mercantile Rowing Clubs, Angus Whitcomb and Benjamin Canham. Lane 7 from Melbourne University, Fraser Miss Campbell and William Ackerman. And lane 8 from Canned Rowing Club, Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes, and they're coached by Scott Rowe. So through the first, actually, we'll have a look now, and it's
tight. So 3 Olympic gold medalists in this race, and unsurprisingly, both of them in the top 2 crews, separated by half a second at the 1,000 metre mark. So I've been saying for the last few races how fantastic it is to have our National Training Centre athletes out here having a really competitive hit out, and it looks like we're going to have an absolute ding-dong race in the Championship Men's Elite Pair here in the second heat. So the Sydney University, Sydney Rowing Club combination of Purnell and Turren, Alex Purnell, Spencer Turren, who led at the 500. They're still leading at the 1,000 metre mark, but only narrowly. They can't quite shake the challenge that's coming from their bow side, and that's Fergus Hamilton of Mercantile and Alexander Hill of Adelaide Rowing Club. So we've seen these guys race over and over and over again here on our TV screens, at the Olympics, at the World Championships. We know that this race is going to come right down to the line. We know that these guys are absolutely competing for bragging rights here and want to set themselves up as best they possibly can for the A final tomorrow morning, which is set to be an absolute cracking race, as it usually is here at the State Championships. So you can see on your screen there, Spencer Turren, Alex Purnell really attacking it out in front. little look over to their left-hand side, checking on the whereabouts of Alex Hill and Fergus Hamilton, who from this angle I think may have just snuck out in front in the third quarter of the race. We'll see them approaching the 1500 metre mark now. We'll get the info on our timing screen, but you know that there is absolutely no chance that the boys in that far crew, the Sydney Uni and Sydney Rowing Club composite, are going to let them walk away with it here in the closing stages. So
canvas in it.
Canvas in it. So the Adelaide Mercantile, Hill and Hamilton just moving through in the championship quarter, but Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell certainly not giving up, just 0.63 seconds the margin there. It's the Sydney Uni UTS crew, so O'Shannessy and Holt sitting back in third place, and the Melbourne Uni Mercantile crew of Whitcomb and Canham sitting back in fourth place, and then a little bit of a way back to the all Melbourne Uni crew, Fraser Miscamble, William Ackerman, sitting just outside of the A final qualifying spots. The all Sydney University crew, Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, sitting back in sixth place at that 1500 metre mark. Marcus Britt having won every single coxless pairs or male coxless pairs event at the national championship, but at the state championship it looks to be a whole different story, up against some pretty stiff competition here today, and things really ramping up into the closing stages. You can see that Sydney Uni crew on the far side really trying to respond. Alex Hill and Fergus Hamilton have really gone for it. They're starting to move away, but the Sydney Rowing Club and Sydney University Boat Club crew on the far side of the course, the two Olympic champions, not giving up without a fight here. They're starting to move back on the boys who moved through in the third 500. Alex Hill and Fergus Hamilton have got their bow balls in front. They've got half a length at this stage. Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell not letting them get away with it in the closing stages, in the red boys of the last 100 metres here of the course, but it will be Alex Hill and Fergus Hamilton of Adelaide and Mercantile Rowing Clubs who take the win in the men's elite coxless pair in the second heat over Spencer Turin, Alex Purnell in second place, and then we'll see the Mercantile Melbourne Uni crew in third, Kench and Holt in fourth place. Those crews through to the A final. The all Melbourne Uni crew in lane 7 in fifth, and the all Sydney University Boat Club crew, Britt and Walsh, in sixth rather, and in seventh place will be the Cairn crew on the near side of the course, Tom Coates, Dylan Rhodes, rounding out this second and final heat of the men's elite coxless pair.
And I think that was a fascinating look at the different ways those two leading crews went down the course in that last 500 metres. You could see that crew of Hamilton and Hill really put the pressure on. They had a stroke rate that was a little bit less than Turin and Purnell, but you could see just the extra pressure that they were able to get, the extra distance they were able to get with every single stroke through that last 500 metres or so when they were under a bit of pressure. So confirmation of the results, a win for Adelaide and Mercantiles, Fergus Hamilton, Alexander Hill in a time of 6 minutes 27.11. Sydney University, Sydney Composite of Spencer Turin and Alex Purnell in second. Melbourne University Mercantile Composite of Angus Whitcomb and Benjamin Canham in third, with Sydney University UTS Composite of Paddy Holt and Will O'Shannessy in fourth place. Those four crews going through to the A final, with the Melbourne University crew of Fraser Miscamble, William Ackerman in fifth, Sydney University's Devlin Walsh, Marcus Britt in sixth, and Cairns' Tom Coates, Dylan Rhodes in seventh. Those crews going through to the B final, which will be held later on today. The women's first heat of the women's under-21 pairs is underway, and this event is sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. First four through to the final, with the rest eliminated from this event. In lane number 1 from Melbourne University, Felicity Murray and Emily McComb. In lane 2 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. They're coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. Lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Abigail Cox and Jess Hawker. Lane 4 from UTS, Sienna Morgan and Elizabeth Carey, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. In lane 5, we've got a Swan River Wendouree Ballarat composite of Lucy Richardson and Greta Spencer. They're coached by Jamie McDonald and Mark Beer. Lane 6 from Swan River and the West Australian Rowing Clubs, Elise Murrow-Barrett and Isabella Edinger. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Edie Russell and Ruby Dollar, coached by Philip Bourguignon. And lane 8 from Melbourne University, Lucy Green and Olive Pascoe.
So this event for the New South Wales crews in this event, of which out of the two heats there aren't a whole lot. There's just the three in these ones, with most of the under 21 girls being quite competitive on the sculling side of things this year in New South Wales. But this event is looked at by the selectors and will form part of the decision for the New South Wales Youth 8 to defend the Bicentennial Cup at the Interstate Regatta. The end of the National Championships in just a few weeks' time. So even more on the line for the New South Wales crews in this event. So the UTS crew in lane 4, Morgan and Carey, and the Sydney University crew on the far side, O'Brien and Fickers, who will have got maybe just a little bit more on their minds in this race, but it is the University of Queensland combination, Edie Russell and Ruby Dollar, who had the lead at the 1,000-metre mark, only narrowly from the Mercantile crew, Abigail Cox and Jess Hawker at the 1,000-metre mark. But coming through the 1,500-metre mark, you can just see on your picture that Sydney University crew, O'Brien and Fickers, have just moved through to just get their bow balls in front at the 1,500-metre timing point. Top 4 directly through to the A final in this event. No B final. It's straight up, go home, grab an ice cream on your way for anyone not in the top 4 of this event. So at the moment, that's looking like the University of Queensland crew, Sydney University, Mercantile, and not the second Sydney University crew. Whichever crew is in fourth, we'll get a better idea as we come down, and we've got a little bit of a double press on our timing. So the Swan River, Wendouree, Ballarat crew is currently sitting in 4th place, but only narrowly. So a really tight battle to get through to the A final here in the Championship Women's Under 21 Coxless pair. It is the University of Queensland crew who have been leading thus far.
Yeah, we're just seeing a bit of a push come here from the Sydney University crew. You mentioned them moving up into 2nd place, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers, and they are moving quite nicely. They've got themselves out in front of that Mercantile crew on their left-hand side, Abigail Cox, Jess Hawker. So first 4 through to the final, and then potentially we've got the Swan River, Wendouree, Ballarat composite crew of Richardson and Spencer sitting in 4th place, but the Melbourne University crew of Murray and McComb certainly not out of it with about 200 metres or so to go. Out in front, the University of Queensland, Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar, under pressure now from Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers from Sydney University. And I'd suggest that Sydney University crew have just got themselves out in front now. So it is Sydney University, University of Queensland and Mercantile, our 1, 2 and 3. The battle for 3rd place will be between lane number 5, Swan River, Wendouree, Ballarat and Melbourne University. Out in front, though, it will be the University of Queensland. They've held off that pressure from Sydney University. 3rd place going to Mercantile, with 4th going to the Swan River, Wendouree, Ballarat composite. 5th place will go through to Melbourne University, Felicity Murray and Emily McComb, with 6 going through to lane number 4. That's the crew from UTS, Morgan and Carey. And then they'll finish just ahead of the Swan River West Australian composite in lane number 6, and then Melbourne University making up our field. So a strong win there for Edie Russell, Ruby Dollar from the University of Queensland, finishing ahead of Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers from Sydney University. Then we've got the Mercantile crew, Abigail Cox and Jess Hawker in 3rd, and then Lucy Richardson and Greta Spencer from Swan River and Wendouree Ballarat, our final qualifiers for the final of the women's under 21 pairs. The winning time, 7 minutes 45.75.
Race 41 through the 1,000-metre mark now, the second of the 2 heats of the Championship Women's Under 21 Coxless pair, sponsored by Quest Apartments Penrith. In lane 1, we have Chloe Nevins and Tiffany Crosswaite from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 2, Imogen Nation and Grace Ivers from Mercantile Rowing Club. In lane 3, Meg Dumbrell and Jemima Wilcox from Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 4, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke from Townsville JCU. In lane 5, Una Murphy and Georgia Campbell from Toowong. Lane 6, Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray from Sydney University Boat Club. Lane 7, we have Deanna Michelino and Zara Hoadley from Adelaide University Boat Club. And in lane 8, we have Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton from the University of Queensland Boat Club. Those crews well and truly in the thick of the third 500 metres now of this race, and as they entered the third 500 metres, it was Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton of the University of Queensland who had a reasonably comfortable boat length or so over the Melbourne University crew of Meg Dumbrell and Jemima Wilcox. Sydney University's Jessica Culber and Imogen Gray just narrowly back in third place, and fourth was held by Mercantile Rowing Club's Imogen Nation Grace Ivers, and then about 2 seconds then back to Adelaide Uni's Deanna Macalino and Zara Hoadley in fifth. So definitely still all to play for. Top four through to tomorrow morning's I was going to say a final, but one and only final in this event. So things not quite fully decided yet, but University of Queensland's Alice Reddy, Tyler Hutton looking fairly comfortable out in the lead, and they're the crew closest to you on the bottom of your picture as we follow them through the 1500 metre timing point. They've still got that about maybe a quarter of a boat length of clear water in between them and the bow of the Sydney University crew of Jessica Culber and Imogen Gray, who in turn are just under a boat length in front of Meg Dumbrell, Jemima Wilcox from Melbourne University Boat Club. The Mercantile crew of Nation and Ivers sitting in fourth, and that gap to Melbourne University's Chloe Nevins and Tiffany Crosswaite just narrowing in that third 500 metre mark. So could we see a little bit of a challenge from the Melbourne University Boat Club crew, a little bit of a boathouse row rivalry here at the New South Wales State Championships in order for these girls to secure their place in tomorrow morning's A final?
Yeah, we've got, coming into the last 250 metres, we've got 6 boats, all with a chance, or potentially now 5, all with a chance of qualifying for the A final, and only 4 spots to go through. So out in front, the University of Queensland, can they make it 2 heat wins from 2 in the women's under 21 pairs? Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton out in front at the moment. Couple of lanes across from them, Sydney University in lane 6, that's Colburn and Gray. They're sitting comfortably in second. And then in the battle for third and fourth, we've got the crew, Melbourne University, sitting Dumbrell and Wilcox sitting just ahead of Nevins and Crosswaite also from Melbourne University. Mercantile just dropping off the pace a little bit, Nation and Ivers, and then also the Adelaide University crew just dropping off a little bit through this last 500 metres or so. That's Macalino and Hoadley, and then back a little bit further to Murphy and Campbell from Toowong and Bragg and Burke from Townsville JCU. But it's tightening at the top. We've got 4 boats. They all look like they're going to qualify, but in what order? University of Queensland have led from the start. Sydney University now, they have really pushed through that final 500 metres or so, and it's going to be down to the wire. The University of Queensland have seen the danger, though. They've put in a few big strokes towards the end, and they'll go through and take the heat win. So it's a heat win for Alice Reddy and Tyler Hutton. Second to Sydney University's Jessica Colburn and Imogen Gray. Third place going to Melbourne University's Meg Dumbrell and Jemima Wilcox, with Melbourne University's Chloe Nevins and Tiffany Crosswaite finishing in fourth, qualifying for the A final. Fifth place to Imogen Nation and Grace Ivers from Mercantile. Sixth going through to Adelaide University's Deanna Macalino and Zara Hoadley. And then the battle for 7th and 8th will see the crew from Townsville JCU, Lily Bragg and Sarah Burke in 7th, ahead of Toowong's Una Murphy and Georgia Campbell. The winning time in that heat was a 7 minutes 47 flat. So only a second or so between the two University of Queensland's crews in heats 1 and 2. A winning margin of just under 1 second. You mentioned earlier, Chris, about going out and getting an ice cream. I tell you who deserves an ice cream, because it is getting a bit warm at the moment. It's the boat holders. Absolutely.
Big thank you to all our volunteers this morning, not just the boat holders, but the boat holders definitely do have probably one of the toughest jobs. Even our boat drivers do have a little bit of shade, and the boat holders are left to work on the tans on the backs of their legs for most of the morning. But out on the race, coming thick and fast at us in the last 500 metres is the Championship Men's Under 21 pair. Heat 1, sponsored by Quest Apartments in Penrith. Lane 2 is Brandon Smith and Will Clubb from UTS. Lane 3, Joseph Petrie Rapar and Cooper O'Rourke from Toowong, Remy Cameron and Charlie Carr from Sydney University Boat Club, Austin Vincent and Oscar Laurie from Fremantle Rowing Club, Harper Davies and Fergus McNamara from Swan River, and Mitchell Owen and Finlay Harris from the University of Queensland in lane 7. And that is the crew who are winning. So University of Queensland have taken 2 wins in a row in the heats of the women's under-21 coxless pair, and now it looks to be a win in the heat of the under-21 men's coxless pair. No Sydney University Boat Club crew to looking like they're going to get second, which is what happened in both of the under-21 women's pairs races. The Sydney University crew just a little bit out of things in this race, but certainly Mitchell Owen and Finlay Harris of the championship of the University of Queensland, who are leading this under-21 pairs race quite comfortably. They have almost 2 boat lengths up on the Swan River crew to their right-hand side. Fremantle sitting in 3rd, and the UTS crew on the far side of the course. Those will be our 4 qualifiers through to the final, barring disaster here in the under-21 men's pair.
Yeah, strong finish coming here from the University of Queensland. Are we going to see? We talked about the Bicentennial Cup, the Noel F. Wilkinson Cup. Queensland sitting nicely for both of those youth eights, potentially, given the results that we've seen so far in the heats. University of Queensland confirmed as the winners there, Mitchell Owen and Finlay Harris. They've finished a couple of boat lengths ahead of Swan River's Harper Davies and Fergus McNamara. 3rd place going through to Fremantle's Austin Vincent and Oscar Laurie. 4th place will be the crew from UTS, just coming up towards the finish line now. That's Brandon Smith and Will Clubb. So those 4 crews qualifying for the final, and then finishing in behind them will be the Toowong crew of Joseph Petrie-Rippar and Cooper O'Rourke. They'll finish in 5th ahead of Remy Cameron and Charlie Carr from Sydney University in 6th. The winning time in the first heat was 7 minutes 3.82 with a margin of 6 seconds to second and 5 seconds through to third. Second heat is underway and coming up towards the 1,500 metre mark. First, second, third and fourth to go through to the final, so 1 crew to miss out. Lane 3 from UTS, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch. Lane 4 from University of Queensland, Daniel and Matthew Cashman. Lane 5, Melbourne University, Nicholas Bryant and James Horton. Lane 6 from Commercial, John Morrissey and Jake Gilmore. Lane 7 from Sydney Rowing Club, Isaac Thurman and Charlie Hine. And there is not a lot to pick between them. University of Queensland. How many times have we said that recently? They're nearly out in front, but the Sydney Rowing Club crew of Thurman and Hine certainly looking very strong as well. UTS, O'Meara and Lynch sitting nicely in there, and I think the battle for the 4th and final qualification position will be between Melbourne University, Bryant and Houghton, and then Commercials, Morrissey and Gilmore, who have a little bit to do in the last 400 metres or so.
Yeah, so that Sydney Rowing Club crew of Thurnham and Hine were they were sitting a little bit further back in the field at the 500 metre mark. Really strong second 500, or really strong third 500 rather, to push in and really be vying for the lead here. So our early race leaders were Daniel and Matthew Cashman from University of Queensland, but Sydney Rowing Club looking to end the streak of under-21 pairs heats wins for the University of Queensland here this morning, as we see the sky blue just starting to lift and surge in front. I'd say they've got their bow balls in front already. They were just behind at the 1,500 metre mark, but look to have had the momentum. And that crew starting to surge towards the finish line now, and certainly are the fastest moving boat on the course. The University of Queensland crew just sitting back in second. Don't look too particularly interested in really challenging. They're reasonably safe, or pretty much completely safe on going through to the A final. Only 5 crews in the race. 4 will qualify to the A final, but I appear to have spoken a little bit too soon. So the Sydney Rowing Club crew have the rating right up, but the University of Queensland are still right with them, and it is bow ball for bow ball. University of Queensland have got their bow ball just in front. The Cashmans are going to come across and take out the heat. 4 in a row for the University of Queensland. A very happy morning indeed, and one to watch tomorrow. So by half a boat length, the University of Queensland over Sydney Rowing Club's Thurnham and Hine. UTS will cross the line in 3rd, and the Melbourne University crew of Bryant and Horton in 4th place. So those 4 crews through to the A final, and Commercials, John Morrissey, Jake Gilmore in 5th place and eliminated from the event.
Your confirmation of the results in Heat 2 of the men's under-21 pairs. University of Queensland, Daniel and Matthew Cashman finishing in 1st. Less than a second ahead of Sydney Rowing Club's Isaac Thurman and Charlie Hine. UTS, James O'Meara, Joe Lynch in 3rd, with Melbourne University's Nicholas Bryant and James Horton in 4th place. Those 4 crews going through to the final tomorrow. Race number 44 is underway, and it's the women's under-21 lightweight singles. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final, and this event is sponsored by the Regatta Shop. In lane 1 from Corowa, we have Adelaide Robb, coached by Wesley Canny. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Sarah Berricree, coached by Lachlan Carter and Florence Griffiths. Lane 3 from the Australian National University Boat Club, Alex Perry-Dalton, coached by Nigel Harding and Deanne Grant. In lane 4 from Toowong Rowing Club, Alice O'Toole, coached by Alex Field and Claire Raven. Lane 5 from the University of Queensland, Scarlett Woodbury, coached by Michael Russell. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball. Lane 7 from the University of Queensland, Emily Graham, coached by Michael Russell. And lane 8 from Adelaide University, Victoria Binns, and she's coached by Tom Tolinar.
So Victoria Binns there appearing to have scratched from this one, which I'm not overly surprised by, because she had a cracking race in the under-19 single earlier, and we'll have to back that one up in the semi-final of that event later on. So if I got off the water after that, I wouldn't particularly want to go and weigh in. So a very reasonable decision there from Victoria Binns and her coaching team. But Alice O'Toole is our early race leader, and by some margin from Toowong Rowing Club, sitting out there in lane 4, 4.7 seconds up on the Canberran. Alex Perry-Dalton in second place. I think Stuart's about to talk over the top of me.
No, I was just going to say, Alex Perry-Dalton is still only 17, so she is rowing up a couple of age categories. Graduated from Canberra Girls Grammar School, spoke earlier about some of that talent that's coming out of Canberra Girls Grammar. We've got Grace Turner, Olivia Natty, who rowed for Sydney University, that have come out of there. A little bit earlier on, Taylor Caudle, who rowed for Sydney University in the women's elite pairs, went over and won at Henley. So there's really some great rowers coming out of that program.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a shame that they keep getting stolen.
Next question. Moving on, Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club out in front. So it might not be the University of Queensland that go for the 5th win in a row, but it's certainly still the rowers from north of the Tweed that are sitting quite nicely. This is the first heat of the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. As we just see them on the screen there, you can see Alice there in the yellow and blue of the Toowong Rowing Club, ahead of Alex Perry-Dalton there in lane number 3 in the white with the blue stripes of ANU. Cora was Adelaide Robb sitting in 3rd place, but we'll just get a bit of an idea now as they come up into the up to the 1500 metre mark and really get a good strong look as to exactly where everyone's sitting. The conditions, spoke to a couple of the rowers down in the boat park earlier. The wind is swirling around a little bit, and we'll see it here just from the finish tower. We can see that the flags down near the grandstand have been at various points blowing towards the north. Then they've been sitting down nicely, and then blowing again. So certainly plenty of wind just going around, making it a little bit tricky for the rowers. Little bit of a southerly, as we mentioned. Tomorrow there is expected to be about 10 to 20 kilometre an hour southerlies coming up, so it will make it a little bit harder, and certainly a little bit of humidity out there as well, Chris, making it very interesting. Just in through the 1500 metres, Alice O'Toole from the Toowong Rowing Club sitting in first place. She's increased that margin over Alex Perry-Dalton out to just under 6 seconds. Another second back to Adelaide Robb from the Corowa Rowing Club. And then the University of Queensland's Emily Graham, another second back there in 4th. So that's our 1, 2, 3 and 4, looking quite comfortable. Melbourne University, Charlotte Ball, 7 seconds back in 5th. And then Scarlett Woodbury from the University of Queensland in 6th. And Sarah Berricree from Sydney Rowing Club in 7th place, as we just see them now coming up towards the finish. We've got another few races to go before our first break of the day. So we've got the second heat of the women's under-21 lightweight singles. We've got the men's under-21 lightweight singles as well. Then the men's under-23 heats. So some lightweight rowing to finish up the first session of play here at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Big shout out to everyone watching all around the country and potentially all around the world as well. The second biggest regatta in Australia, and we know that some of our co-commentators for Nationals, Ray Ebbett is watching up in Queensland, up in Redcliffe.
Letting us know that Queensland are going to win both the youth eights at nationals this year. Which I mean, if all you've watched is the last 10 races, you'd probably agree, wouldn't you? It's a great performance there from those University of Queensland girls, and a great performance now from the Toowong Sculler in lane 4. Alice O'Toole led from start to finish, so a great afternoon for the Queenslanders as Alice O'Toole comes home to take out the first heat of the women's under-21 lightweight single scull. Really tight finish between Alex Perry-Dalton and Adelaide Robb on the far side of the course. The Canberran just keeping her babble in front, half a length from the Corowa Sculler, and then Emily Graham from the University of Queensland will round out our qualifying 4. The Melbourne University Boat Club Sculler in lane 6. Charlotte Ball in 5th place, and the sculler in lane 5 from the University of Queensland. Scarlett Woodbury in 6th. Sarah Berrytree from Sydney Rowing Club in 7th place to round out the final of the under-21 lightweight women's single scull.
And confirmation of the results in Heat 1, a win to Alice O'Toole from Toowong Rowing Club in a time of 8 minutes 36.68. She finished 5.5 seconds ahead of Alex Perry-Dalton from ANU. 3rd place going to Adelaide Robb from Corowa, and 4th going to Emily Graham from the University of Queensland. Those 4 rowers qualifying for the final tomorrow. Heat number 2 is underway, the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. In lane number 1 from the University of Queensland, we have Lila Meredith. In lane 3 from the Cathedral School, Hallie Burgers. In lane 4 from Essendon Rowing Club, Alyssa Mirabelli, coached by Barry Gardner and Glenn Petrell. In lane 5 from Commercial Rowing Club, Emma Searle, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 6 from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Callie McRae, coached by Kim Byrne. In lane 7 from Darramarlin College in Canberra, Ronya Staker Ashby. She's coached by Mike Brady. And in lane 8 from Loretto Marriotteville, Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. And through that initial 1,000 metres, we had Emily Lang leading from Loretto Marriotteville. She's ahead of Alyssa Mirabelli from Essendon, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy in 3rd, University of Queensland's Lila Meredith in that 4th and final qualification position. But that gap between 4th, 5th and 6th is 0.35 of a second. So Ronya Staker Ashby from Darramarlin in 5th, Commercial's Emma Searle in 6th place, and neither of those 2 scullers out of it at the moment. 7th place is Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School up in Townsville. A little bit off the pace through the first 1,000 metres or so. So an exciting finish coming up here in the second heat of the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. We've seen a few of these rowers out a little bit earlier on today. And again, we've got a good spread, geographic spread. In fact, none of our rowers from New South Wales at the New South Wales Championships. So we've
been keeping an eye out for it, and this is the first one I think that we knew it was coming with the amount of interstate entries. I will comment that I did make a comment about another scratching earlier on, but Emily Lang, our race leader at the moment from Loretto Marriotteville, South Australia, she has already raced today in the first heat, or in the heat of the under-19 single scull. Won that one pretty convincingly. We'll have to back up in the semi-final for that one this afternoon, but looks to be on the way to a win here in the under-21 lightweight single scull as well. So racing in 2 categories, one of them being lightweight, an extremely demanding day. And I did just have a look at the entries that she's got for the weekend, and it's a very long list. So these 2 singles, Schoolgirl 4, Schoolgirl Cox Quad, lightweight double, Schoolgirl single, and under-19 quad. So Emily Liang is well and truly earning her keep out here for Loretto Marriotteville this weekend. Don't want to come all the way from South Australia to just do 1 or 2 races, I guess. But
I'm tired just listening to it.
I was tired reading it, to be honest. The scrolling, it took ages. But doing a fantastic job, and I'm sure Coach Dario Sportelli will be very pleased with the work that she's done early on, and just sitting pretty comfortably ahead of the rest of the field. She's brought down the rate of striking a fair bit now, and just trying to obviously conserve as much energy as possible, which is going to be extremely important later on in the weekend. But she is leading from the Essendon Sculler on the far side of the course, or in lane 4 rather, in the centre of the course, far side away from myself and Stuart's lovely air-conditioned box up here. and who's sitting in second place. And then in third is the sculler from Commercial, Emma Searle, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. And the sculler to her bow side from Rockhampton Fitzroy, Callie McRae, who we've also seen racing earlier today, I believe, in the under-19 single. So lots of athletes trying their hand at a few different events here, getting as much racing experience under their belts as possible. But it looks like those four are our going to be our qualifiers through to the final. The University of Queensland sculler Leela Meredith on the far side's just out of things, but Emily Lang of Loretto Marriotteville in lane 8, closest to the grandstand, has led pretty much start to finish, and pretty comfortably at that, as she takes her final strokes to cross the line here to take out the win in the second heat of the championship women's under-21 lightweight single scull. Alyssa Mirabelli from Essendon in second place will go through to the A final. So will the commercial sculler Emma Searle and Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy. Those four through to tomorrow morning's A final. Leela Meredith from the University of Queensland, 5th, and we'll miss out on that one, as will Ronya Starker Ashby from Darramarlin down in the ACT, and Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School on the far side of the course there. Will also be missing out on the final in that one as she wraps up the under-21 lightweight single scull.
Confirmation of the results in heat number 2 of the women's under-21 lightweight single sculls. A win to Emily Lang from Loretto Marriotteville in a time of 8 minutes 40.25. Second place to Alyssa Mirabelli from Essendon Rowing Club. Third going to Commercial's Emma Searle, with fourth to Rockhampton Fitzroy's Callie McRae. Those four rowers qualifying for the final tomorrow. We are underway in the first heat of the men's under-21 lightweight single sculls. We have scratchings in lanes 1 and 2. In lane 3 from Townsville JCU, Mika Talbot, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 4 from ANU, Ishan Shalika, coached by William Hatcher. Lane 5 from Mercantile, Oscar Tyrrell, coached by David Colvin. Lane 6 from Marist College, Garvin Hayes, coached by Tom Hayes, Peter Benny and Mark Kwiatkowski. Lane 7 from Leichhardt, Dylan Lee, coached by Isaac Shepherd and Julia Kalatar. And lane 8 from Black Mountain, George Bowditch, coached by Renee Domichez. Through the first 500, it was Garvin Hayes leading George Bowditch, Mika Talbot in 3rd, Oscar Tyrrell in 4th, Ishan Shalika in 5th place, with Dylan Lee in 6th. And but not a lot to pick between our 3rd, 4th and 5th place. So certainly all to play for there for Ishan Shalika. Originally from the King's School last year, moved down to Canberra to study at ANU. Now part of the crew, and we'll see him out in a double with Max Reardon a little bit later on in the regatta as well, and also in a lightweight 4.
Lots of family rowing going on in the ACT. Reardon, Hayes as well.
Yeah, well, Garvin Hayes out in front. His brother Cormac. I think it's Garvin, Cormac, and I will get a message in a minute. Just tell me the third brother. But yeah, certainly very. And then Tom Hayes. One of the main coaches out at Marist College and also at Canberra Rowing Club. And then the mum, Colette Harkin, you'll see her out with the big camera and taking some fantastic photos. Always a popular thing when her photos get published at the end of every ACT regatta.
I think it's a popular thing whenever we get photos published of us rowing and not of you. No, you weren't happy about your live stream coverage at Small Boats Regatta, but I enjoyed it.
Mate,
I thought you looked good, mate.
Nobody's here to see a 43-year-old bald man struggle down the course.
What are we here for, then? Well, we're here to talk about the under-21 lightweight single, the second heat, or the first heat rather, sorry, really starting to come to a conclusion here. And things fairly tight, as lightweight rowing should be, and it is, of course, a little bit of a shame that this is the last year that we see lightweight rowing at the Olympic level, and the story remains to be told of what happens at the World Championship and even trickling down to national and state level regattas. But great to see a full field, 2 heats here in the under-21 lightweight single. We'll have the under-23 lightweight single up next, and there's even more entries there. So lightweight rowing still going very strong here in Australia, and set for a real grandstand finish here. So sculler on the near side of the course there. Yeah, the sculler on the near side of the course there from Black Mountain, George Bowditch, coached by Renee Domichez. He seems to be making the best work of things in the closing stages here, pretty much dead level with dead level with Garvin Hayes from Marist College. So it's looking to be an all-Canberra, almost an all-Canberra qualifiers here as the sculler from Townsville JCU, Mika Talbot, on the far side of the course, makes a bit of a surge, a bit of a late charge here towards the line. The real push is coming from Oscar Tyrrell of Mercantile, who's just outside of that qualifying position, but we've got 4 crews really coming down to the line within about a boat length and a half of each other. It's going to be right down to the line between George Bowditch of Black Mountain, Mika Talbot of Townsville JCU. It is the Black Mountain sculler, the Canberran, who's just getting over the sculler from Townsville JCU. Garvin Hayes of Marist College back in 3rd place, and Ishan Shalika from the Australian National University Boat Club in 4th place. Those 4 crews through to our A final. Mercantile's Oscar Tyrrell just missing out on that one by about a boat length, as will Dylan Lee from Leichhardt Rowing Club. So must be three ACT crews through to the final there.
Well,
and
it suits me.
There,
it suits me as a Townsville-born bloke who lives in Canberra to have that race go down. So confirmation of the results. A win there for George Bowditch from Black Mountain Rowing Club in a time of 7 minutes 44.26. He finished half a second of Mika Talbot from Townsville JCU. 3rd place going to Garvin Hayes from Marist College. Back then to Ishan Shalika from ANU finishing in 4th. Those 4 rowers going through to the final tomorrow. In 5th place, Oscar Tyrrell from Mercantile. He was a second off qualifying there, so right down to the end there. And then Dylan Lee from Leichhardt making up our field in the first heat of the men's under-21 lightweight single sculls. And just on that, George Bowditch, part of that Black Mountain crew. And again, we're really seeing a resurgence of young rowers come through. We saw Nathan Kennedy from Darramarlin, moved on to ANU, but we're seeing a lot of rowers go through Darramarlin and then into Black Mountain, and a bit of a resurgence of young people, younger people coming up through the Black Mountain ranks, which haven't really seen since probably about Luke Letcher was a Black Mountain sculler.
Yeah. It's and as we kind of said before, great to see athletes staying in the ACT and really contributing to ACT rowing at the club level, and a few coming down from New South Wales as well to study and finding their home at Canberra's rowing clubs on Lake Burley Griffin. But the second heat well underway now in the men's under-21 lightweight single scull. On the far side of the course, we've got Zink Bosco from the UTS Haberfield Rowing Club, Adam Chang from Hawthorn in lane 2, Hayden Williamson of Hunter Valley Grammar in lane 3, lane 4 has scratched Kyle Miller from Adelaide Uni in lane 5, Max Reardon of the Australian National University in lane 6. Lane 7 has scratched Vincent Mitteff of Newcastle Grammar in lane 8, who I can't see out there on the course, so I'm thinking that one is a did not start. And Luke Purdy of Hunter Valley Grammar, coached by Odin McIntosh and Rowan Hislop, who is on the near side of the course and leading quite comfortably here. So a very different race to what we've seen in the first heat, where we had 4 crews crossing the line and about a boat length of each other, where Luke Purdy here of Hunter Valley Grammar looking very comfortable out in front. Not quite dropping the rate down and just relaxing, but definitely looking unchallenged in the latter stages here of this heat of the under-21 lightweight single scull.
Yeah, and the battle for 4th is going to be interesting. We've got Max Reardon from ANU. He's in the yellow Ted Hales over in lane number 6. He is under a little bit of pressure from Adam Chang from Hawthorn Rowing Club over there in lane number 2. But Max Reardon, the younger brother of Anika Reardon, who's going for the lightweight selection, and his dad, Mick Reardon, is up from Tasmania at the moment. Out in front, though, Luke Purdy from Hunter Valley Grammar. He's got a strong lead, and it does look like he is going to comfortably go through and take the win in heat number 2 of the men's under-21 lightweight single sculls. A strong win there for him. Coming through in second place, it will be the sculler in lane 5. That's Kyle Miller from Adelaide University, finishing ahead of Zink Bosco from UTS in 3rd. And then it will be Max Reardon coming through in 4th place to qualify for the final. So strong row there from Max, finishing ahead of Hawthorn's Adam Chang in 5th place. And then a little bit behind him will be the second Hunter Valley Grammar sculler of Hayden Williamson. So the winning time there for Luke Purdy in that heat was 7 minutes 36.13. So that was about 8 seconds quicker than George Bowditch in the first heat. So certainly going to be very hard to beat there, Luke Purdy. Second place going to Kyle Miller from Adelaide University, third to Zinc Bosco, and fourth to Max Reardon. Those scullers going through to tomorrow's final. Race number 48 is underway. Race number 48 underway. It's the first heat of the men's under 23 lightweight single sculls. First, second, third and fourth going through to the final. Lane 1 from Mercantile, Alex Tomanovitz. Lane 2 from Fremantle, Jacob Casey. Lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Riley Williams, coached by Michael Russell. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Charles Rardon, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Lane 5 from Tasmania University Boat Club, it's Angus Painter. Lane 6 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock. In lane 7 from North Esk, we have Laurie Dean, coached by Trevor Barrett. And in lane 8 from Black Mountain Rowing Club, we have Matthew Ricard, coached by Renee Domichez. Through the first 1,000 metres, there wasn't a lot to pick between our leading rowers, about 6 seconds or so between first and seventh. So plenty for our rowers to go in for. Charles Rardon from Corio Bay leading through the first 1,000 metres or so. We'll keep an eye out on these other scullers just to see where they're going through as they're coming up now towards that 1,500 metre mark. So conditions still relatively comfortable. We can see that the flags over on the far side at the 1,500. Can't see it on the screen, but they are swirling around a little bit. The flags up here towards the grandstand, less so. So through the 1,500 metres, it's Charles Rardon from Corio Bay. He's got a couple of seconds ahead of Laurie Dean from North Esk down in Tasmania. Riley Williams from the University of Queensland in third place, and then he's 0.3 of a second ahead of Jacob Casey from Fremantle Rowing Club over in WA. Tasmania University's Angus Painter in fifth place, Mercantile's Alex Tomanovitz in sixth, and then Black Mountain's Matthew Ricard in seventh. Into the final 250 metres. So just a couple more races to go. We've got this one, the first heat of the under-23 lightweight single sculls, and then we've got the second heat, and then we've got a little bit of a break in the program. Chance to go off, grab some lunch, slip, slop, slap. There is plenty of UV out there, so do make sure that you are covering up. Get in the shade wherever possible. 200 metres or so to go. Charles Rardon from Corio Bay. He's coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan, and he's sat out in front and sat quite comfortably. In the battle for the minor placings, we've got Jacob Casey from Fremantle ahead of Riley Williams from the University of Queensland, and then North Esk's Laurie Dean just lowering the rate of striking a little bit at the moment. Couple of boat lengths back then to our chasing crews. Angus Painter from Tasmania University, Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain, and Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile. Not completely out of it, but certainly needing a big push to go through. Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club at the back of the field. Out in front, though, Charles Rardon. He's led from start to finish. He'll go through and take the win for Corio Bay in the first heat of the men's under-23 lightweight. Second place going to Laurie Dean from North Esk. Third goes to Jacob Casey from Fremantle, University of Queensland's Riley Williams coming through in fourth place. There, we'll just get that confirmation. So University of Queensland's Riley Williams in fourth place. Fifth going through to, well, it is saying Joshua Lascock, but I don't think that's correct. We've got Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain, Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile. So it'll be Angus Painter finishing in fifth place, ahead of Matthew Ricard from the AC Black Mountain, Mercantile's Alex Tomanovitz, and then Joshua Lascock from Adelaide Rowing Club making up our field there. So a winning time of 7 minutes 27.76. So Rardon, Dean, Casey and Williams going through to the A final. Coming up in the lunch break and throughout the regatta, we will be having a number of interviews done by Chris McCarthy. He's going to be interviewing a number of local rowers to get a bit of an idea into what gets them into rowing and also what their strategies are, all that kind of thing. So looking forward to hearing those from Chris McCarthy coming up during the lunch break. Our final race of the first session of the 2024 Rowing New South Wales Championships And it is heat number 2 of the men's under 23 lightweight single sculls. In lane number 1 from Toowong Rowing Club, we do have Sam Parry, coached by Mark Game. Lane 2 from UTS, Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyan. Lane 3 from Mercantile Rowing Club, Benjamin Whitmey. Lane 4 from North Esk, Oscar Birtwhistle, coached by Trevor Barrett. Lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen. Lane 6 from Melbourne University, Damien Schroeder. In lane 7 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Jacob Sangster. And in lane 8 from Adelaide University, Hugo Worm, and he's coached by Sam Morton. So again, a very geographically spread field, Jace, out there. So coming up towards the 1500 metres, and we'll just wait for confirmation of our race leaders. But certainly we've got rowers from West Australia, Tasmania, Victoria, South Australia, Queensland, New South Wales. And if we count Damien Schroeder, originally from Radford College, so we'll count him as the ACT as well. So in now you can see our rowers coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and it does look to be that rower in lane number 7, Jacob Sangster, who is out in front looking very comfortable. He's got a nice Clearwater lead ahead of the chasing pack. Oscar Birtwhistle sitting in second place, just under a second ahead of Damien Schroeder. Benjamin Whitmey, 0.09 of a second. So let's call them even between Damien Schroeder and Benjamin Whitmey. Nicholas Whalen, half a second behind him as well. Sam Parry, not out of it, just a couple of seconds behind, back in 6th. First, second, third and fourth going through to the A final. And we've got about 6 scullers, 500 metres to go, that are all absolutely going for it. Jacob Sangster from Fremantle Rowing Club. He's out in front, but there's absolutely no way that he'll be taking it easy, because you can see now coming up towards the grandstand, there is absolutely, you can throw a blanket over those leading 6 scullers. Back a little bit further, Hugo Worm from Adelaide University and Sam Parry Angus Dunstan from UTS, probably the 2 scullers just out of it now, coming into the last 250 metres. Sangster from Fremantle, out in front, and then next to him, we've got Schroeder, Whalen, Birtwhistle, Whitmey, all absolutely going for it. Sam Parry now has upped his rate of striking. He's got about a boat length left to make up, and it may just be a little bit too far through that final 200 metres or so. But none of these rowers are letting it go easy. Jacob Sangster, he's moved out in front. We've then got the Mercantile sculler, Benjamin Whitmey. He's sitting in second place, but there is absolutely nothing to pick between them. First 4 through, 6 rowers. It's the last race of the first session, and it's going to be a tight finish. We've got Sangster out in front now from Fremantle Rowing Club. But then, who's going to go through and take the final qualification positions? It's going to come down to a photo finish. It's going to be Sangster. And now, who's got it? It's a photo. It's a photo between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Absolutely no chance of picking that straight off the bat. So it's going to be a photo for the final qualification positions in the under-23 lightweight single sculls. Coming through in 6th place will be Sam Parry from Toowong Rowing Club. And then in 7th will be the Adelaide University sculler, Hugo Worm and Angus Dunstan from UTS making up the field. But Nicholas Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club, Oscar Birtwhistle from North Esk, Benjamin Whitmey from Mercantile, and Melbourne University's Damien Schroeder. All it says is photo, 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 photo. Does look like lane number 5 may just have had his nose out in front. That was Nicholas Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club. And then you can see on the screen here that it is going to be very difficult for the judges to be able to pick who has qualified there. So certainly Jacob Sangster from Fremantle Rowing Club with the win there, and that's about all we can tell you. Sam Parry in 6th, Hugo Worm in 7th, Angus Dunstan in 8th places, and then Whalen, Birtwhistle, Whitmey and Schroeder. And it is going to be fascinating to see who goes through and takes the win and takes the final qualification positions there. You could see it coming down the course. All of those scullers absolutely close together, and towards the end there, all of them just basically level going across the line. I suspect that Nicholas Whalen may just have had his bow ball out in front to go into 2nd. But again, we'll wait for the judges to do the final results on that one. So that was the men's under-23 lightweight single sculls. So coming up after the break, we've got the B final of the women's under-23 single sculls. So that's the open weight and also the men's. Then we'll move on to the semi-finals for the men's and women's under-19 single sculls, as well as the semi-finals for the men's under-21 single sculls as well. So the next race on the program will be the women's under-23 single scull B final, and that will be at 2:35. So just waiting on the final confirmation. As I mentioned earlier, don't forget we do have Chris McCarthy. He's going to be doing a number of interviews throughout the regatta, and he'll be the first of those interviews coming up in the luncheon break. So we've got the confirmation there. So the splits now. So we've got in heat number 2, the men's under-23 lightweight single sculls. Jacob Sangster with the win. Nicholas Whalen in second. 0.11 to Oscar Birtwistle in third. 0.02 to Damien Schroeder in fourth. Benjamin Whitmey missing out by 0.15 of a second. That gap between second and fourth was less than half a second. There was absolutely nothing in that. What a fantastic race to finish up the first session of rowing here at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. We'll be back in about an hour's time.
Hold it. Quick press toggles it between muted and unmuted. Yep. And you've got to hold them to power it up, so you need to power that one up. Yep. And that one's on. You'll see it come up on the screen anyway. You'll see it come up on there.
Yep. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the lunch break on day one of the 2024 Rowing New South Wales State Championships. My name's Chris McCarthy. I'm joined up here in the commentary tower by under-23 sculler Grace Cypher. Welcome, Grace.
Good to, thank you for having me.
No worries. So, let's get things started. Well done in your heat this morning. So, Grace took out the heat of the heavyweight under-23 single scull in pretty convincing sort of fashion. How's things out there?
Yeah, no, it was a really good race. The girls gave it a good first K, but yeah, managed to pull away second half and come away with the win before the final tomorrow.
Yeah, unreal. So feeling reasonably confident for the final then? I know you had a pretty good result out at the Small Boats Regatta a few weeks ago.
Yeah, no, it was a good first race. The 23 single is definitely getting more competitive. So, yeah, everyone will definitely turn up tomorrow. But, yeah, I'm looking forward to a good race.
Yeah, unreal. It's we've been talking about it all morning on the commentary, how the way that the 23s is structured this season is really just everyone's on the same path and it's really making things a lot hotter. So, Grace, for those of you watching at home, you may notice that Grace isn't quite as tall as a normal heavyweight rower and is actually quite a handy lightweight. How come you run us through why you're racing in the heavyweight stuff over the last couple of regattas?
Yeah, so I've raced lightweight for 3-4 years now and aiming to do that again this year. Hopefully get an invite to trials in the lightweight category, but the under 23 sculling is getting more and more competitive and I honestly just when I turn up to race I want to be in the most competitive race I can, so putting myself up with the heavyweights this year was kind of what Karts and I had discussed and decided to go with to just kind of really push myself to the limit.
Yeah, unreal. So looking at 23 selection this year, just run us through how that process sort of works throughout the season.
Yeah, so state champs this weekend is obviously the selection regattas, so all the selectors are looking at the athletes that have nominated and invites will come out after this weekend finishes to go to trials end of Feb, early March for selections for 23 Worlds, which in September in Canada.
Yeah, unreal. So last year we made the decision to put the under-23 trials in with the senior A trials. You're obviously there and you're doing it again, hopefully doing it again this year, depending how we all go. What do you think of that? Is it better? Is it worse than doing it with the juniors? How do you think it really impacts the whole campaign?
I think last year I really benefited from it. Doing that racing, obviously, you know, the speed order is the final trial to really see how fast the crews can go. And just being in that race with boats that are like speed, I think you're really fighting it all the way to the line and you end up coming out with a result that you probably wouldn't have realised you were actually capable of. Say maybe racing people same age, you know, stepping up with those seniors kind of gives you a taste of what it is going to be like if you want to further out of underage into that senior field. It gives you that really good taste of what it's going to be like.
Yeah, that's unreal. So last 2 years you've done the lightweight single at the World Championships, 6th, then 4th, if I'm right. Yep. And probably a bit unlucky to miss out on the podium last year.
Yeah.
I do remember watching and being a little bit gutted.
Yeah.
But so what's the thought process going back this year? Like,
yeah.
why the single? What really makes that your event?
The first year I was selected to do the single was actually a bit of a out of the blue kind of boat class. I'd been training with a WA girl in the double all season and we were really trying to qualify that for 23s. But she ended up with COVID a week before trials. So that kind of was, I just went to trials not really knowing what they were going to do. Then came out of that being selected to go in the scull and that was a bit like, okay, kind of have to readjust the whole thought process of the season now. And it was definitely a big learning curve, like just doing training on your own. It was you're just like, you were turning up to training on your own each day. It was up to me to kind of get that extra out of myself rather than having someone in the boat with me. And I kind of just learnt to love that loneliness and kind of, it was all on me. There was no one else. I couldn't, at the end of the day, if I had a bad session, it was on me. It was nothing else. And I think that kind of really, I just kind of went with the season and a bit of an unexpected result away for my first year. And then last year I had a crack with the seniors, didn't quite get there, so went back in the scull again and had a bit more of an awareness of what it was going to be like going away in the single, and just had a bit more prepared for the training and the lead up to. It definitely last season came with its ups and downs training wise. You know, you hit the holes and you're just like, why is the boat not moving how it should be? What am I doing? Came out of that with the 4th place, which was was gutting. And I think that's given me that extra drive this year to really kind of, yes, I want to, it left kind of a stone unturned that I want to go back and finish this year with leave no questions out there.
Unreal. So another crack at the Lighty single this year. Next year, new Olympic cycle. No more lightweight rowing, which we've just been chatting about on the live stream, and it is a little bit gutting as a former lightweight myself. I hate to see it go, and I hope it sticks around in domestic rowing for as long as possible. Where does, as someone who is obviously trying to make the national team as much as possible, where does that leave you in your thought process for next season?
Yeah, look, it's definitely conversations Karts and I have had many times. And I always said to myself when I kept rowing out of school, I was never going to stop rowing before I'd gone to Henley Royal Regatta. So that's definitely on the agenda. But I am also kind of, the more I'm racing and the more I am enjoying it, I'm kind of like, I think, I'll give heavy a crack and see how that goes. I've got nothing to lose at the end of the day. So that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah, well, you've made a pretty good job of it so far this season racing. I don't think you've done a lightweight race in a good few months, right?
No.
Yeah,
no.
So I think probably a good decision, but all eyes on the 23 Lighty single this year, hopefully. And so, yeah, well, all the best for the rest of the regatta, for the final tomorrow and for a few crew boats later on, and all the best for trials heading into the international season.
No, thank you very much.
Thank you. That went really well. I was really happy with that.
Welcome back to the second session of the day one of the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. Our first race is the B final of the women's under-23 single sculls. This event sponsored by Mobius. In lane one from Tasmania University Boat Club and the Tasmanian Institute of Sport, Kate Oliver. Lane two from the University of Queensland, Ellie Reddy, coached by Philip Bourguignon. In lane three from Sydney University, Tiffany Botha, coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett. Also from Sydney University and coached by Alfie and AB is Zoe Bond in lane 4. Lane 5 from Centenary Rowing Club up in Brisbane, Jessica Malcolm, coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Lane 6 from Brisbane and GPS and the Queensland Academy of Sport, Hannah Kenway, again coached by Gus Rodero and Ben Southwell. Lane 7 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Georgina Tager. And in lane 8 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Tanika Webb, and she's coached by Stefano Belosso. The conditions out there at the moment are not too bad. The temperature around about 27 degrees or so. The wind again has been swirling around throughout the day, changing directions. Does make it a little bit tricky, but certainly nothing too over the top. Nothing like some of the conditions that we've seen here in the past. The humidity has dropped down throughout the day. We're at about 50% humidity. It is still quite warm out there, but the conditions out on the water, as you can see there on the live screen, looking very flat indeed. So should be some good racing coming up. We've got the B finals of the men's and women's under-23 single sculls, the semi-finals for the men's and women's under-19 single sculls. I think we're in for some fascinating racing across those. We've also got the semi-final of the men's under-21 single sculls, and then some more B finals, including the women's under-23 pairs, the women's elite single sculls, the men's elite single sculls, and then the pairs, some B finals for the pairs, and the lightweight singles. Some of the people in these races as well that are through to the B finals only missed out on qualifying by less than 0.2 of a second. So just a bow ball in it through to the B final, and on such margins, very small margins, do qualifications get made. So there will be a lot of people with a lot of things to prove. Out in front through the 500 metres, it is Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS leading Zoe Bonds. Then Georgina Tager from Adelaide in third. Centenary's Jessica Malcolm in fourth. Tiffany Botha from Sydney University in fifth. Then Ellie Reddy, Tanika Webb and Kate Oliver, but very early on in the piece at the moment. Sydney University, Zoe Bond sitting in second place at the moment. She is rowing up. I think she's about 19 or 20, so still eligible for the under-21s, but certainly challenging herself in the under-23s today. And sitting in second place, just 0.41 of a second behind Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, and also the Queensland Academy of Sport. In the news today, they have confirmed the design of the medals for the Paris Olympics and Paralympics. And interestingly, in the middle of each of the medals will be an iron hexagon that has come from the Eiffel Tower. The iron pieces were cut from girders and other bits that were swapped out of the Eiffel Tower during renovations, recent renovations, stored for safekeeping, and each of those iron pieces weigh 18 grams. So we'll see some of the elites in the B final of the pairs and also the singles events, that opportunity to be able to go through to Paris and potentially take home a bit of the Eiffel Tower. Certainly not something you can normally do. Through the 1,000 metres, Zoe Bond has hit the lead, and she's a couple of seconds ahead of Hannah Kenway. Jessica Malcolm sitting just behind her in third, and then Georgina Tager in fourth place. Tiffany Botha in fifth, Ellie Reddy in sixth, and Tanika Webb seventh, Kate Oliver in eighth. So there's certainly some interesting battles coming up for the third and fourth place. So this is the B final of the women's under-23 single sculls. Don't forget, our regattas do not run without the help of an army of volunteers. So if you are available to be able to help out at any future Rowing New South Wales regattas, and also for the Australian Rowing Championships, they're back here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre in late March. If you are available to help out for the Rowing New South Wales regattas, head to rowingnsw.asn.au. Get in contact with Alico Tully, and she'll be able to help you out. Very happy to take anyone on board who's willing to volunteer their time. So get on to that, and then also too, if you head to the Rowing Australia website, rowingaustralia.com.au, then you'll be able to volunteer for the Australian Rowing Championships. It is hard to believe, but the last time the Australian Rowing Championships were here at Cirque was back in 2019. Pandemics, floods, lots of cancellations, the moving around of the Australian Rowing Championships. Now we've got the announcement that the 2025 Australian Rowing Championships will be back down in Lake Barrington in Tasmania. Very much looking forward to getting down, experiencing a bit of Tasmania and what must be one of the most beautiful courses in the world. Coming up towards the 1500 metre mark now, and it is Zoe Bond from Sydney University out in front. Former Canberra Grammar School student. She's now been selected in the New South Wales Bicentennial Cup squad for the Youth 8s coming up at the interstate races for the Australian Rowing Championships later on this year. That Sunday with the interstate races is an amazing experience. If you haven't been out to watch the interstate races, everyone dressed up in their state or territory colours, and certainly there'll be a big contingent cheering on New South Wales. Last time the Australian Rowing Championships were here in Sydney, we actually saw New South Wales sweep the 8s, the first time it had ever been done. Are they going to be able to do that again? Well, you'll have to come along on the Sunday of the Australian Rowing Championships. Beautiful still conditions out there at the moment. You can see there on the screen the flags over at the 1500 metre mark, just waving around a little bit. It is a little bit swirly out there. But certainly no white caps or anything like that on the water itself. And Zoe Bond out in front in lane number 4 from Sydney University. She's coached by Alfie Young and Alan Bennett, AB, as many people would better know him as. In behind her, sitting in second place, is Jessica Malcolm from Centenary Rowing Club. One of a couple of very talented Malcolm sisters up there in Brisbane. Third place, Sydney University's Tiffany Botha. So it could well be a 1 and 3 for Sydney University. In behind her is Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS. Led early through the gate, off the line, but just dropping off the pace a little bit. Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club, just a little bit further behind her, and then back to Ellie Reddy from the University of Queensland, Kate Oliver from Tasmania University, and Tanika Webb from the West Australian Rowing Club. But now, with only a few big strokes left to go, it has been a fantastic row from Zoe Bond from Sydney University. She'll go through and take the win in the B final of the women's under-23 singles sculls. A fantastic row there by Zoe. Jessica Malcolm will come through in second place. Third will go to Hannah Kenway from Brisbane and GPS, finishing just ahead of Tiffany Botha from Sydney University, with fifth place going to Georgina Tager from Adelaide Rowing Club. The battle for sixth place will have Ellie Reddy from the University of Queensland, just finishing ahead of Tanika Webb from the West Australian Rowing Club, and then Kate Oliver from Tasmania University Boat Club finishing in 8th place. So a winning time there for Zoe of 7 minutes 57.49 with a margin of 5.47 seconds over Jessica Malcolm, then 2.59 seconds through to Hannah Kenway in third, and 0.37 seconds through to Tiffany Botha in 4th place. As I'm joined for the first time at this regatta by the always lovely Lizzie Chapman. Good afternoon, Lizzie.
Stuart, how are you?
I am absolutely fantastic. We've had some great racing so far this morning, and
mate,
looking forward to some more.
I've been watching it on the live stream as I've been loading trailers and towing boats around. It's been doing a great job, and I think, aren't we lucky to have live stream? I'm sure everybody that's watching and from work or wherever they are at home is really enjoying it. So, folks, we've got the B final of the men's under-23 single scull, sponsored by Mobius now. Race 51 on the programme. In lane 1, we've got Mackenzie Thompson from UTS. In lane 3, we have Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. In lane 4, Lucas Wigston from Bucks. In lane 5, Chad Willett from Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport. In lane 6, Noah Roseman from University of Queensland. In lane 7, Carl Breyer from North Esk. In lane 8, Ben Horsnell from Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise. And in lane 9, Sydney University's Hugo Hobbs.
Yeah, and some really tight racing in the heats for the men's under-23. Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland missing out on the A final by 0.13 of a second. Absolutely nothing in that.
Yeah,
and through to the B final. And he's got a lot to do against Chad Willett, because we saw him last year. We won the schoolboys at the New South Wales Champs last year.
Yep.
And also, I think he won the schoolboys at Nationals, but not the under-19 single sculls.
Correct, that's right. It was one way round, wasn't
But,
it? Yeah, pretty sure it was that way round. Yeah.
Chad Willett, certainly a bit younger than 23, so one of the up-and-comers, and I know that he'll be really pushing to try and get a position in the Brisbane Olympics, being a Brisbane boy originally rowing out of Nudgee College.
So exciting, even just thinking about it, isn't it? Yeah.
As a Queenslander, I still cannot get my head around the fact that the Olympics go Sydney, Athens, Beijing, London, Rio, Tokyo, Paris, LA, Brisbane.
You sound like a bit of an Olympics bod, mate. And Paralympics. Meanwhile, back on the course, we've got a pretty close one, haven't we, in this B final of the men's under-23 single scull?
Yeah, Noah Roseman out in front at the moment. So we mentioned that he just missed out on the A final. He is leading Chad Willett from Camden, the Queensland Academy of Sport, by about a boat length. And then back to Lucas Wingsted from Bucks in third place. And then next to him, Mitchell Bridge from Toowong. So the Bucks and Toowong Zooties, very similar. Then back a little bit further, we've got Mackenzie Thompson from UTS, and then Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell, and then again to Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University and Carl Breyer from Northex. So coming up towards the finish line, it's the B final of the men's under-23 single scull. It's still Noah Roseman from the University of Queensland. Just missed the A final, looking comfortable to win the B final of the men's under-23 single sculls. And with a couple of big strokes left to go, he will do that, and do that by a bit over a boat length ahead of Chad Willett from Cand Rowing Club. Third place will go to Toowong, so it's a Queensland 1, 2 and 3. That's Mitchell Bridge going through in third place, just ahead of Lucas Wigston from Bucks. In the battle for fifth place, we've got a photo between UTS Mackenzie Thompson and Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University. In behind, no, that won't be Hugo Hobbs from Sydney University. He just crossed the line then.
Yeah. And
so Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Ben Horsnell, potentially in sixth place there. And then Hugo Hobbs and Carl Breyer making up our field there. A winning time for Noah Roseman in that race of 7 minutes 14.96. He finished 3.2 seconds ahead of Chad Willett from Cand, and then Mitchell Bridge from Toowong.
And the reason that's important, of course, is that the under-23s this year are trialling with the seniors, and trials are about to kick off. So this is providing the selectors with a ranking, and that would be why Noah would have been really annoyed about not making the A final. So he'll be ranked 7th out of all of the under-23 scullers in their single. So really important for the under-23s, and particularly if they want to start now on their journey to the 2032 Olympics, as you say. So
That's a very big carrot.
It sure is. So race number 52 is now in progress, and that is the first semi-final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull. This one sponsored by Bentley's. The first 3 scullers across the line will progress to the final, which is race number 76 on our programme, and the remainder will be eliminated. In lane 1 from Nagambie Rowing Club, we have Lily Rose Hall-Kraus. In lane 2 from Rockhampton Grammar, Asher Stewart, coached by Rob Fay and Kimberly Brown. In lane 3 from the University of Queensland, Astrid Thomas, coached by Phil Bourguignon and Lily Lunny. In lane 4 from Loreto Marriotteville, Emily Lang, coached by Dario Sportelli. In lane 5 from Sydney Rowing Club, Niamh Tierney, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 6 from Glebe Rowing Club, Lucy Yabsley, coached by Milan Parker and Natalia Du. In lane 7 from Brisbane and GPS, Willa Dunbar, coached by Maddie Pakila and Nigel Stubbs, and they also coached the sculler in lane 8 from Brisbane and GPS, Abby Collins. And at the halfway mark, it was Lucy Yabsley who had a very slight lead over Niamh Tierney. Emily Lang from Loreto Marriotteville sitting in third position by some 3 to 4 seconds, and then a further 7 seconds behind them, Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from Nagambie.
Yeah, Emily Lang from Loreto Marriotteville. We saw her earlier, really strong row in her heats for the women's under-19 single sculls, and then she's backed it up with the going through in the heat of the women's under 21 lightweight single sculls, and now backing it up for the semi-final. So this is her third race today. So the fact that she's sitting about 7 seconds ahead of Lily Rose Hall-Kraus in fourth place does mean that she'll be very, very happy if she can get through to the end, qualify for the final of the women's under 19 single sculls. First, second and third going through to the finals, as you say, Lizzie, the rest eliminated from this event. So it's a...
Yeah, so Niamh Tierney was the winner of her heat, and Lucy Yabsley was second in her heat. So they're the two that we would have eyes on, I guess. And certainly it didn't look as though either of them had any problem in the heat. So the field of under-19s is very strong. And again, just to explain to our viewers and listeners that the reason for that is that these single scullers are now looking, if they are really in contention or wanting to do representative rowing for Australia at the junior level, which is under-19, then they are now putting themselves forwards as candidates and having a look at who else is out there to then make up combinations in doubles and quads. And we'll see that happen during the course of this regatta and at the Nationals in a few weeks' time, as you said. And the depth of field is so strong. I think we've got some really good juniors. It's very exciting. Again, 2032, what a carrot.
Oh, 100%. Out in front, speaking of all things from Brisbane, Astrid Thomas from the University of Queensland has absolutely rode through that third 500 metres, and she's now out in front ahead of Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club. Niamh Tierney sitting in third. So Emily Lang from Loretto Marryatville sitting in fourth place at the moment and just outside those qualification positions. And she will have an absolute mountain of work to try and get through if she's to go through to third. But I think it may just be, it's about 2 or 3 boat lengths now between third and fourth, so she may just be a little bit too far out of the picture there. Willa Dunbar from Brisbane and GPS is sitting there in fifth place, just ahead of Abby Collins, also from Brisbane and GPS. And then we've got Lily Rose Hall-Kraus and from Nagambie and Asher Stewart from Rockhampton Grammar. Out in front now, well, we saw a big run from Astrid Thomas. Lucy Yabsley from Glebe Rowing Club, she won this event at the New South Wales Small Boats Championships a couple of weeks ago, and now she's just started to put the motors on and has pulled ahead of Astrid Thomas. So Astrid Thomas led at the 1500. Lucy Yabsley will qualify in first for the final of the women's under-19 single sculls. Astrid Thomas in second and Niamh Tierney in third place. So they're our 1, 2, 3 to go through to the finals. Fourth place will go to Emily Lang from Loretto Marryatville. So a very strong row from her, and what was her third race going down the course. And then in the battle out for the minor placings, we've got fifth place will go through to lane 7. That's Willa Dunbar from Brisbane and GPS, just ahead of Lily Rose Hall-Kraus from Nagambie Rowing Club. Abby Collins finishing in 7th. And then, we've got Ash Stewart finishing in 7th, and then Abby Collins from Brisbane and GPS. Winning time there of 8 minutes 5.51, and the winning margin 3.78 seconds ahead of Astrid Thomas in second, and then another 2.3 seconds back to Niamh Tierney from Sydney Rowing Club in third place. Semi-final 2 is underway, and again first, second and third through to the finals. In lane number 1 from Nepean Rowing Club, Olivia Harris, coached by Daniel Waddell. In lane 2 from Friends School down in Tasmania, Alana Edwards. In lane 3 from Yarra Yarra, Constantina Kafisis. In lane 4 from Sydney Rowing Club, Georgina Stevenson, coached by Charlie Patterson. Lane 5 from UTS, Jade Bliss, coached by Jared Watson and Katie Healy. Also from UTS and coached by the same duo is Freya Bateman in lane 6. Lane 7 from the Cathedral School in Townsville, Courtney Davis, coached by Imogen Greg Connor. And in lane 8 from Manning Valley Anglican School, we have Zoe Hutchinson, and she's coached by Murray Doust. So through the first 1,000 metres, Jade Bliss led Freya Bateman and Alana Edwards. So they were the 3 in the qualification positions through the first 1,000 metres, and then back to Georgina Stevenson, Olivia Harris, Courtney Davis, Constantina Kafisis, and Zoe Hutchinson, making up our field there. But as Lizzie mentioned, it is a very strong field here in the women's under-19 single scull. Some of those leading scullers in the heats looking very comfortable out in front. Now just a little bit more pressure going on. You need to make sure that you are going through, racing right through to the end. As we just see our scullers going through the 1500 metre mark. So Jade Bliss still out in the lead. Freya Bateman sitting in second, and Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in third. So the three local rowers sitting in those qualification positions. We are seeing a bit of a push here though from Nepean's Olivia Harris and Alana Edwards from the Friends School. Looking like they may be able to go up and pinch a cheeky third, manage to get through to that final. Again, the wind just swirling around a little bit, few little ripples on the water. It's not quite rowing on glass, but certainly not a million miles from it. Back a little bit further then, we've got Courtney Davis from the Cathedral School, Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican School, and then back a little bit further to Constantina Kafisas from Yarra Yarra, making up the field there. So with 250 metres to go, Jade Bliss from UTS, Freya Bateman also from UTS, so it's potentially a 1 and 2. And now, with 250 metres left, Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. She's been sitting in third for the entire race, but here comes Nepean, Olivia Harris from Nepean, Alana Edwards from Friends. They are both looking to try and take that final qualification position. We've got three rowers, one position, and about 150 or so metres left to go. The two UTS scullers, Bliss and Bateman, out in front. They're looking comfortable. They're into the red boys now, marking the last 100 metres or so. For the battle for third, Olivia Harris from Nepean looks to have just gotten her bow ball out in front. Alana Edwards also pushing hard, as is Georgina Stevenson. Who's got it left at the final sprint? It's Bliss and Bateman from UTS in lanes 5 and 6. Jade Bliss will take first, Freya Bateman will take second, and who's going in for third? Olivia Harris from Nepean. She has her bow ball out in front. She's half a boat length ahead of Georgina Stevenson and Alana Edwards. It will be qualification for Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club, finishing half a boat length ahead of Alana Edwards from Friends and Georgina Stevenson from Sydney Rowing Club. Fantastic finish there from Olivia Harris. We'll wait on the confirmation on 4th and 5th place there. Coming through in 6th place, we've got the Cathedral School's Courtney Davis. So she'll cross the line now, and then finishing just behind her will be Constantina Kafisas from Yarra Yarra and Zoe Hutchinson from Manning Valley Anglican School. So a fantastic finish there from Olivia Harris. Jade Bliss taking the win, Freya Bateman in second, Olivia Harris from Nepean Rowing Club in third place in the second semi-final for the women's under-19 single sculls.
And the winning time provisionally for Jade Bliss was 8:11 compared with 8:05 in semi-final number 1. We move on to semi-final number 3 in the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull, sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 1, we have Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School. In lane 2, Emma O'Neill from Fremantle. In lane 3, Gabby Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club, coached by Charlie Patterson. In lane 4, Victoria Binns from Adelaide University Boat Club, coached by Tom Tolinar. In lane 5, Lucy McFarlane from University of Queensland, coached by Phil Bourguignon, Lily Lunny and Michael Opstelton. In lane 6, Zara Turner from Radford College. In lane 7, Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy, coached by Kim Byrne. And in lane 8, Sina Metzger from Fremantle. And again, first 3 through to the final. So, again, it looks really cutthroat amongst the top 4. Vic Binns taking an early lead. Zara Turner just behind her. And then it's neck and neck with Sina Metzger and Lucy McFarlane.
Yeah, not a lot to pick between those 4 there. And it has been pointed out that we've nearly got every state except for Victoria and Tasmania. So it's Victoria Binns from South Australia, Zara Turner from the ACT, Sina Metzger from WA, Lucy McFarlane from Queensland, Gabby Cypher from New South Wales. So 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5, all from different states. So that geographical spread once again.
The Cyphers are interesting. They're a very talented rowing family, but the girls all went to Rockhampton Grammar and then have... Oh, really? Sorry. Gabby went to St Margaret's. Oh, thank you, Chris. Has just our leader here has just corrected us, and then have come down to Sydney Rowing Club to row. It's lovely, all three of them rowing there.
Well, that's why they're tough. They're from Queensland.
I think you're a little bit biased.
No, they're very, very talented, and obviously making the most of the opportunities down at Sydney Rowing Club. So,
Oh yeah, they have a great junior program.
doing very well there. So coming up towards the 1500 metres, and we can see here on the live stream, there is not a lot to pick between first, second and third. Victoria Binns, Zara Turner, Sina Metzger, all within half a second of each other. A few seconds back to Lucy McFarlane there from the University of Queensland, and then Gabby Cypher sitting out in 5th place. And then back a little bit further again to Emma O'Neill from Fremantle, and then again to Kelly McRae and Hallie Burgers. So into the final stages now, and fascinating finish coming up. And I probably wouldn't count out Lucy McFarlane either. 3 seconds may seem like a bit, but over the last 500 metres, if you tire out, if you've used up all your energy through that first 1500, there is always the potential that you are going to tire, and somebody with a big sprint is going to come through. And I think we're starting to see a little bit of that at the moment. So out in front, though, we've got Victoria Binns from Adelaide University, looking comfortable. She's got a couple of boat lengths lead, and then across to Sina Metzger from Fremantle, Zara Turner from Radford. But not far behind Zara is Lucy McFarlane from the University of Queensland, probably just over a boat length between 3rd and 4th at the moment. We are seeing Zara just start to push ahead, and it may well be Sina Metzger from Fremantle that is in a bit of danger there at the moment. Gabby Cypher from Sydney also coming home with a wet sail. So there is absolutely nothing confirmed at the moment into the last 250 metres or so. What we can tell you, though, is Victoria Binns has led a great race, and she is sitting very comfortably there out in front. We're seeing a big push as well from Zara Turner from Radford College. Her coach, Max Meyer, will be very happy with that if she makes it through to the final, and looking very comfortable there indeed. Sina Metzger from Fremantle, still in 3rd place, still ahead of Lucy McFarlane. Gabby Cypher with a little bit too much to do into the final stages now. But coming across the line, it will be a good win for Victoria Binns from Adelaide University. Zara Turner qualifying for the final in 2nd place. 3rd will go to Sina Metzger from Fremantle, finishing ahead of Lucy McFarlane from the University of Queensland. Then back a little bit further to Gabby Cypher from Sydney Rowing Club. And then in 5th place. 6th place will go to Emma O'Neill from Fremantle Rowing Club. And then back a little bit further, again, we have Kelly McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy in 7th, and then Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School in 8th. So a winning time there for Victoria Binns of 8 minutes 13.31. 0.25 of a second, Lizzie, between 1st and 2nd.
Amazingly fast race, isn't it? Well, sorry, an amazingly close race, I should say. So confirming the results then of the 3rd semi-final of the Championship Women's Under-19 Single Scull semi-final. 8:13, a winning time for Victoria Binns of Adelaide University. 2nd, Zara Turner of Radford College. And 3rd, Sina Metzger of Fremantle. Those 3 scullers will progress through to the final. The remainder, sadly, eliminated from this event, but I'm sure we'll see them back again. That's Lucy McFarlane from University of Queensland, who was 4th. Gabby Cypher from Sydney, who was 5th. Emma O'Neill from Fremantle, who was 6th. Callie McRae from Rockhampton Fitzroy, who was 7th. And Hallie Burgers from the Cathedral School, who was 8th.
Underway in race number 55. It's the first semi-final of the men's under-19 single sculls. 1st, 2nd, 3rd and 4th through to the final. Lane 1 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Liam Davis. Lane 2 from Kinross Walleroy, Campbell Miller, coached by Benjamin Watt and Adam Harrison. Lane 3 from Radford College, Connor Maloof. In lane 4 from UTS, Kaylin Routley, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungamak. In lane 5 from Mossman Rowing Club, Oscar Skeel Gamborg, coached by Tom Schranko and Kieran Kabelki. Lane 6 from Fremantle Rowing Club, Remy Payne. Lane 7 from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Luca Free, coached by Duncan Free and Christopher Holliday. And lane 8 from Kinross Walleroy, Harry Dimmick, coached by Benjamin Watt and Adam Harrison. So coming up, you can see them now coming up towards the 1500 metre mark, and we spoke again, we spoke about the strength in the women's under-19s. The men's under-19s, very strong as well. Oscar Skill-Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club and Kaylin Routley from UTS, probably the two to look out for there.
Yeah, yes, indeed. Oscar has performed really well all season, and he did last year as well. Certainly in our winter time trials, he was leading very strongly over the junior field, coached, as you say, by Tom Schramko and Kieran Kabelki, both of whom were outstandingly good scullers themselves, and went through a talented athlete program with the Institute of Sport that was in those days based at Mossman Rowing Club, so it's an area they know well. Kaylin Routley, originally from the Newcastle Grammar School and rowed at Lake Macquarie Rowing Club, and he has moved up, I suppose, to the university level now, rowing at UTS with the very experienced junior coaches Matthias Ungemach and Judith Ungemach.
And just going through that 1,500 metres, we've got Oscar Skill-Gamborg, Luca Free from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise.
Sculling family, the Free brothers, yeah, and both of whom are here today. So hello Marcus, hello Duncan.
So Luca Free in second, Kaylin Routley in third, Remy Payne in that final qualification position, 0.4 of a second. Connor Maloof with 5 seconds to make up from fifth if he's going to make it through to the final. And then Harry Dimmick, Liam Davis and Campbell Miller making up our field there. Oscar Skill-Gamborg from Mossman Rowing Club. He is out in front at the moment. Luca Free, Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, sitting in second, and then Kaylin Routley and Remy Payne look to be our qualifiers now with about 150 metres or so to go. So you can see there Oscar Skill-Gamborg just upping his rate of striking towards the end there, making sure that he does qualify in that first position. Luca Free, never let him go though. There's only about a boat length between first and second, so certainly not having it all his own way. But a strong win there for Oscar Skill-Gamborg. Luca Free coming through in second place. Remy Payne from Fremantle going through in third, with Kaylin Routley from UTS in fourth place. Fifth, well, it's going to be the Kinross Wallaroi sculler Harry Dimmick. He kept it going right towards the end, finishing over the top of Connor Maloof from Radford College in sixth. And then back a little bit further, Liam Davis from Fremantle will finish in seventh, and then Campbell Miller from Kinross Wallaroi will finish in eighth.
The unofficial winning time there for Oscar Skill-Gamborg, 7 minutes, 16.26. The margins back to Luca Free, 1.27. A further 5.46 to Remy Payne and 5.44 to Kaylin Routley. Those four scullers will progress through to the final, which is going to be held at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. And missing out now for positions 5 through to 8, Kinross Wallaroy's Harry Dimmock, Connor Maloof from Radford College, Liam Davis from Fremantle and Campbell Miller from Kinross Wallaroi.
Second semi-final is underway, and again, first through fourth through to the tomorrow's final. Lane 1 from Sydney University, Remy Cameron, coached by Peter Warren. In lane 2 from Essendon Rowing Club, Reece Davey, coached by Bill Nugent. In lane 3 from Wendouree Ballarat, Angus Murfitt, coached by Paul Blanchfield. Lane 4 from UTS, Oscar St. Pierre, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungemach. In lane 5 from the King's School, Will Rogers, coached by Julian and Simon Huxley. Lane 6 from Canberra Rowing Club, Ben Haywood, coached by David Bagnall. Lane 7 from Corio Bay, Alexander Williams, coached by Dick Garrard. And in lane 8 from Mossman Rowing Club, Dion Hansen, coached by Tom Schrenko and Kieran Kabelki. So again, some great sculling in this race. We've got Will Rogers from the King's School leading at the moment ahead of Oscar St. Pierre. Very strong. We talked about the Frees being a very strong sculling family. Is it the St. Pierres,
yes,
the two brothers,
yes,
very strong themselves.
Indeed, and great at sweep, of course, with the older brother having represented at junior level and come home with the gold medal. William Rogers is interesting. He's fairly new to sculling. Obviously at King's they do some sculling and then sweep, but very determined, and I believe he's just sort of got himself sorted really, and with the support of Julian and Simon Huxley, who run the program there, has just dipped his toe in the water, and here he is now racing at the state championships in the under-19 single scull, giving it a red hot go.
Out in front at the moment, he was leading through the 1,000 metres, and it'll be interesting to see where our scullers sit going through the 1500. So you can see on the screen at the moment, that is Will Rogers from the King's School, our race leader at the moment. Then across to lane number 3, Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat, one of our interstate visitors. And then the UTS sculler, Oscar St. Pierre, he's had a big third 500s, and it does look like he's
broken through.
He's gone through. Very distinctive bucket hat and the UTS black, white and teal Zooty. I've been told off many times for forgetting the teal. In third place, we've got Alexander Williams. He is from Corio Bay. Angus Murfitt sitting in 4th. Dion Hansen in 5th. Rhys Davey in 6th place there. So, and then back a little bit further, I think we've got Remy Cameron from Sydney University and then Ben Hayward from Canberra Rowing Club making up the fields into the last 500 metres or so.
So one of the things that's been really wonderful to see is how many interstate visitors we have to the New South Wales State Championships. It really is a wide, as we said earlier, you know, representatives from pretty much every state, and it's a long way to travel. Would you think that's because we've got the national championships here in a few weeks and everybody wants to just have a try on the course before we have nationals?
It's a chance, I guess, to go out on the course, get used to it. But I think the other thing as well, and I spoke about it a little bit earlier, is that when you're up against all the best rowers in the country and you're about 5 or 6 weeks out from nationals, this is your opportunity to go, okay, what works, what doesn't. This is your dress rehearsal for national titles. And if you're going for those ones, then you've got the opportunity not just to look at what you're doing and how your boat moves, but also, I think also what everyone else is doing. What's my closest rivals? What are they going to do? How can I get past them? I know I'm going to be looking out either side of me in the single tomorrow and try and work out, okay, how do I get to the people that I'm trying to aim up against?
Yeah.
Certainly not at the front of the pack like Oscar St. Pierre is for UTS, but he's a very,
but for
very
somebody
strong
inexperienced
skull.
like Will Rogers from Kings, I guess this is a great opportunity for him to experience what it's like in a single scull race against really classy opposition like Oscar St. Pierre, who's taken out the second semi-final of the under-19 single scull with Alexander Williams from Corio Bay coming in second, Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat third, and our final qualifying position, William Rogers, who we've been talking about before. So those 4 will progress through to tomorrow morning's final. And just missing out is going to be Dion Hansen from Mossman, who's had a really great season, so it'll be good to see what he can do later on in the season. Rhys Davies from Essendon, who placed 6th. 7th will be Ben Hayward from Canberra, and 8th from Sydney University, Remy Cameron, who I know is also doing a pair. So good to see him out there having a go in a single, because he's recently joined Sydney University Boat Club, and the focus has been on sweep, but he has sculled a lot in the past. So good to see him back in a single too.
It's a confirmation of the results there in the B final of the men's under-19 single scull. A win for Oscar St. Pierre, second place to Alexander Williams from Corio Bay, third to Angus Murfitt from Wendouree Ballarat, and fourth to Will Rogers from the King's School. Those 4 rowers going through to tomorrow's final.
The winning time, 7 minutes 23.89. The margin, quite a big margin Oscar St. Pierre had, which is 5.67. The margin then back between our second place sculler Alexander Williams and Angus Murfitt was just 0.18. In fact, it was a photo finish for a while. And then another 2.38 back to William Rogers. Semi-final number 1 of the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Scull has just started. Again, the first 4 will progress through to the final. In lane 1, representing UTS, Harry Birchmore. In lane 2, representing Adelaide University, Jasper Boyce. In lane 3, representing Toowong, Nicholas Barlow. In lane 4, representing UTS, Oscar Baregi. In lane 5, representing the University of Queensland, Patrick Murphy. In lane 6, representing Adelaide University, Hugo Worm. In lane 7, representing Sydney University, Hayden Mounter. And in lane 8, representing Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, Charles Clark. Lots of universities there. Well done, Toowong, the only club. So Hayden Mounter, who hails from Tasmania, moved up to study at Sydney University last season. So the Nationals last year was his first. Actually, he didn't represent Sydney University because the transfer didn't go ahead. I remember it clearly. But it's been great to have him around, and he's really progressed this year. Gone really through from junior to under 21. So it'll be interesting to see what he can do. So we've got a very exciting race going on here as they came through the 500, was it? Yes, the 500. It was Charles Clark that had taken an early lead. That's Charles in the lane closest to the grandstand and to the road. They'd taken the lead of a second over Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland, who in turn had just 0.45 of a second over Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University. So it's really, really close, this semi-final #1 of the Championship Men's Under 21 Single Scull. Only 4 people can go through, and right now there's at least 5 up there vying for those qualifying positions.
Yeah, we saw earlier in the Under 23 lightweight men's single scull in that second heat where 4 people going as a photo finish. There was less than half a second between second and 5th. And I tell you what, I was getting messages through from a few different people suggesting that maybe a couple of them could have been looking straight ahead and really starting to push through. But yeah, some fantastic finishes in there. Through the 1,000, and again, there is literally a second between 1st and 4th and only a couple of seconds back to 5th. So Nicholas Barlow leading, then Patrick Murphy, Charles Clark, Oscar Barigi, Jasper Boyce, Hugo Worm, Hayden Mounter and Harry Birchmore, our 8 in this first semi-final.
Nothing in between it.
I would say that with 1,000 metres to go, I wouldn't count out any of these scullers.
No, definitely not.
Because we've seen some big, you can make up some big margins in a single scull when people tire.
100% you can. You've mentioned a couple of times today about the swirly wind, and I've really noticed that it's picked up, and you could be fooled for thinking it's a tailwind, but I suspect that it's not where they are now in the middle of the course. Yeah.
Yeah, been watching the flags. So we've got the flags near the grandstand. So the New South Wales, Aboriginal, Torres Strait Islander and Australian flags, and we can see them they've generally faced north, but now they're looking out towards a bit of a tail breeze. And then the flags over at the 1,500 metre mark, you can see them really fluttering around in the breeze, despite the fact that you've got that line of trees on the southern edge. Tomorrow it is expected to be a southerly, a little bit stronger, so that line of trees will be quite useful, and then we might find that a few of the quicker times come from lanes 1 through 4 rather than the middle lanes. But that's yet to be seen. It's always amazing, I think, to look at the forecast and then see how it actually plays out.
Yeah. We've got a great view here in the finish tower, and looking down that course, it's still so close as they come up to the final marker, the last 500 metres. Nicholas Barlow has still managed to cling on to a lead, but Oscar Baregi has jumped up a couple of slots and is now sitting in second place. Patrick Murphy has just dropped from second to third, but only by 0.82 of a second. Charles Clark is now sitting in 4th position and Jasper Boyce in 5th. Hayden Mounter has started to slowly climb his way back. Is he starting his charge for the finish line, we wonder? And Harry Birchmore, who I know has raced really hard already today, has now dropped back. He's some 6 or 7 seconds behind the remainder of the field. Harry Worm sitting just in front of him.
So a close finish coming up here in the first semi-final for the men's under-21 single sculls. Nicholas Barlow from Toowong Rowing Club out in front at the moment. Oscar Barigi from UTS in second place. And then, well, you could just about throw a blanket over the rest of the field and try and pick out who's going to finish in third. Into the last 250 metres, Oscar Barigi from UTS moving up nicely now and potentially just getting his bow ball out in front of Nicholas Barlow in that final stages of the race. We're seeing a big push here come here from Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University over in lane number 2. And then across to Patrick Murphy from the University of Queensland, Charles Clark from Griffith University, Surfers Paradise, Hayden Mounter from Sydney University, Hugo Worm from Adelaide University, and Harry Birchmore from UTS. Coming up towards the finish now, it will be a good win for Oscar Barigi from UTS, finishing a boat length ahead of Nicholas Barlow from Toowong. In the battle for third, it's been a fantastic row through from Charles Clark. He's got through to third place. And then we'll get confirmation on that final spot. It does look to be Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University who's managed to go through and pinch fourth place, that final qualification position. Patrick Murphy, 0.39 of a second behind in fifth. Hayden Mounter from Sydney University, another 0.46 of a second in sixth. And then Hugo Worm from Adelaide University, just over a second back behind him. So absolutely nothing between third through sixth, or third through seventh, really, only a couple of seconds in there. So a fascinating race at the end there, Lizzie, in the first semi-final.
It certainly was. So confirming the results of the first semi-final of the Championship Men's Under-21 Single Scull, a win for Oscar Barigi of UTS. Second, Nicholas Barlow of Toowong. Third, Charles Clark of Griffith Uni Surfers Paradise, and fourth, Jasper Boyce from Adelaide University. Those 4 scullers will progress through to the final at 9:10 tomorrow morning. Fifth, Patrick Murphy, University of Queensland. Sixth, Hayden Mounter, Sydney University. Seventh, Hugo Worm, Adelaide University. And eighth, Harry Birchmore, UTS. Winning time 7 minutes 9.39. The margins 2.16, 2.32, 0.8. Just a call out to the grounds, so apologies for those on the live stream, but we do have a white Toyota Ute from Queensland that's in the car park. Whoever the driver is, you've left your lights on and your battery is running down, so you may want to get back there as quickly as possible. You're parked in the southern end of the car park. White Toyota Ute registration, Queensland registration plates 179, F for Freddy, V for Victor 8. A white Toyota Ute in the car park, Queensland plates 179, FV8. Your battery is running down quickly, you've left your lights on.
Semi-final number 2 of the men's under-21 single sculls is underway. Lane 1 from Canberra Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport, Jesse Rosen. In lane 2 from UTS, Jack Power, coached by Matthias and Judith Ungermack. Lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club, MacArthur Bucknell. In lane 4, also from Sydney Rowing Club, Nicholas Whalen. In lane 5 from Adelaide University, Jude Shermer, coached by Nicholas Mitchell, Christine McLaren and Sam Morton. Lane 6 from the West Australian Rowing Club, Charlie Stevenson. Lane 7 from Nepean, Hugh Harold, coached by Daniel Waddell. And lane 8 from Hawthorn Rowing Club, Max Curry. So through the 1,000 metres, it was Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club, leading Jude Shermer, Nicholas Whalen and MacArthur Bucknell. Only a second back, though, to Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club and Max Curry and Jack Power. Again, only a second back there as well. So again, Lizzie, just throw a blanket over this field. There, you cannot tell at this point who is going to go through to the final.
And I'm already thinking how exciting if these are the guys that are in contention for their, what's it called, the Noel F. Wilkinson Trophy. There's Interstate Youth 8, which is under 21 level. How exciting is the racing going to be at Nationals coming up? So I know certainly for New South Wales, this is a very important regatta and really sets the selection for our Youth 8, our youth squad. So yeah, very close again. The wind has definitely lifted and has shifted as well. So at the finish, it's certainly a crosswind now. Still a little bit flaky in the middle of the course.
So Charlie Stevenson in the lead at the moment. Nick Whalen sitting in second place, and what his third race going down. Third race of the day. Jude Shermer sitting in third. MacArthur Bucknell half a second behind him in fourth. Jesse Rosen another second and a half in fifth. Jack Power another half a second behind. So there's only 2 seconds between fourth and sixth. So again, we've got a fantastic finish coming up. The wind, as Lizzie said, just starting to pick up, just making things a little bit trickier. Max Curry from Hawthorn, Hugh Harold from Nepean, a little bit off the pace there in that third 500 metres. So into the final 500 metres stage at the moment, and it is still anyone's guess as to who is going to qualify. Charlie Stevenson is out in front. Nick Whalen from Sydney Rowing Club sitting in second. MacArthur Bucknell, also from Sydney, sitting in third. We're seeing Jude Shermer from Adelaide University and Jesse Rosen from Canberra Rowing Club over in lane one. He's making the most of some nice conditions over there, and he is giving it an absolute what for over there in the furthest lane from the grandstand. There is absolutely nothing to pick in here. We've got a fantastic finish coming up yet again. Nick Whalen from Sydney, he's got his bow ball out in front. Jesse Rosen is moving up from Canberra Rowing Club. Charlie Stevenson from the West Australian Rowing Club is also pushing and pushing hard. Nicholas Whalen, Sydney Rowing Club, he was out in front. He's been matched again though. It's going to be Charlie Stevenson with the win in the B final. Second place will go through to Nicholas Whalen. And then I think for third place, it's a photo between MacArthur Bucknell and Jesse Rosen. They've got Jesse Rosen down as finishing in third. We'll wait, but it was 0.31 of a second. And then Jude Shermer from Adelaide University, another 0.38 of a second there. So absolutely 0.6 of a second between third and fifth. Jack Power from UTS in sixth, Hugh Harold from Nepean in seventh, Max Curry from Hawthorn in eighth place. So there is absolutely nothing to pick there, and what a fantastic finish again, Lizzie.
It was. Unofficial results. A win for Charlie Stevenson from West Australian Rowing Club, second. Nicholas Whalen from Sydney, third. Jesse Rosen from Canberra and the ACT High Performance Programme, and fourth, MacArthur Bucknell from Sydney Rowing Club. They should be the four that progress through to the final, just waiting for it to become official. Fifth was Jude Shermer from Adelaide University, just missed out. Sixth, Jack Power, UTS. Seventh, Hugh Harold, Nepean, and eighth, Max Curry from Hawthorn. The winning time, 7 minutes 11.29. The margin, 0.49, 2.85, 0.31, and Jude Shermer missing out by 0.38. So cruel. But hey, that's what high performance rowing is all about. What an excellent, excellent final and B final we are going to have in those. Oh no, sorry, they are eliminated. No B final. Oh no.
No B final.
We want to see them race again. They're so good. They race at 9:10, I think it is, tomorrow morning.
So the race on the screen at the moment is the B final for the women's under 23 pairs. In lane 4 from Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. They're coached by Alan Bennett and Alfie Young. And lane 5 from UTS, Lila Anderton and April Draney. And they're coached by Katie Healy and Jared Watson.
So funny to hear Alan Bennett being called Alan Bennett. AB, for those of you who only know him as AB. And I think quite a few people have asked me what's happened. And so those who knew him as the State Development Manager for Rowing New South Wales, yep, he's gone back to full-time coaching with Sydney University Boat Club and back involved with Development Women again. And this, the under-23 pair B final. And we've got some really talented girls coming through the junior ranks now. Good to see enough strength and depth now in the pairs that, because these are under 21 pairs, that they're actually racing under 23 level and swelling the ranks.
And not much to pick between the two pairs at the moment either. They're coming up now towards the 1500 again. That wind just picking up. Still a little bit overcast out there. It is important to try and cover up as much as possible. Slip, slop, slap. Also cover up and get in the shade wherever possible. So the conditions may be just a little bit tricky for people going out in for the pairs at the moment. But coming up now up past the 1,500 metre mark. And again, there's not a lot to pick between these two crews. One from Sydney University, one from UTS. Certainly plenty of bragging rights between the two university boat clubs on the line.
I love it. There's fierce rivalry between UTS Sydney and Sydney University, and it just makes for such great rowing.
So through that 1,500, it was less than a second. UTS leading Sydney University, just 500 metres to go. And you can see there the boat's just getting buffeted around a little bit. Does make it a little bit tricky. And I guess with the cross breeze as well.
Yeah.
You know, you're in the
Especially
pair.
If you're not very experienced, in the pairs, yeah.
Yeah, trying to balance that out.
It is very interesting watching the flags, as you were pointing out earlier. So in the middle of the course, where they were quite wild, they're now quite steadily blowing across tail. But here at the finish, those flags have just a minute ago moved at completely 90 degrees to what they were before, 180 degrees even, and now they're starting to swing back again. So quite unpredictable wind conditions, a lot of cloud cover. Looks as though there might be a little bit of rain building for tonight, which will be nice. It'll keep it cool. But in the meantime, our athletes really having to feel their way down the course.
So into the final 250 metres, and it's still neck and neck. It's UTS, Lilla Anderton, April Draney, Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers. It's only the two crews in this race, but they have not left each other's sides. It has been absolutely fascinating to watch the progress as they've gone down the course in the B final of the women's under 23 pairs. Sydney University, have they just managed to get their bow balls out in front of UTS? It's going to come down in the last 100 metres. Who's got the energy left? Who's got the technique? Who's got enough to be able to go through? Sydney University pulling ahead. They've got themselves half a boat length. It's only a few metres left to go now. A couple of big strokes left, and it will be a strong win for Sydney University. They rode through very nicely at the end there. A win by 1.36 seconds. So Sydney University, Alexandra O'Brien and Alyssa Fickers beating UTS, Lilla Anderton and April Draney. Winning time there of 7 minutes 47.15 with a winning margin of 1.36 seconds. So Sydney University making up a couple of seconds over UTS over that final 500.
Fantastic racing, really good. And that will be very encouraging for them to be able to control their finish like that in wind that's as flaky as it is. Bit scary, because you never quite know in a pair, do you? We're moving now from sweep rowing to back to sculling and moving to the women's elite single scull, where we have a B final sponsored by Mobius. In lane 1, we have Samantha Blanchard from Commercial, coached by Jacinta Edmonds. In lane 2, we have Catherine Kahn from ANU, coached by Nigel Harding and Dion Grant. In lane 3, we have Aisha Rafai from Sydney University Boat Club and Singapore, coached by AB. In lane 4, we have Emily Shepherd from Sydney University Boat Club, coached by Tom Lorridge. In lane 5, we have Cara Greskoviak from Canberra. In lane 6, Sophie Reiner from Mercantile. In lane 7, Molly McCausland, representing Sydney University Boat Club for the first time at this regatta. She's just moved to the university from Tasmania, where she represented New Norfolk. And in lane 8, Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland, coached by Michael Russell and Phil Bourguignon. And if it gets rough, my money's on Liz Newell, as she is one of our national coastal rowers, scullers even.
Yeah, well, very, very talented in the rough conditions. Through the 1,000 metres, it was Cara Grishkoviak, a former Australian rower back in 2019 as part of the women's quad.
And twice winner of Women's Henley Regatta, but several years apart. So, yeah, excellent sculler and a really tough competitor. And she's taken 7 seconds over Aisha, Olympian for Singapore back in 2016.
Yeah, Cara, I don't think, I've had a look back through the records. I don't think Cara's lost a women's single scull race in Canberra since Hannah Every Hall beat her in 2016.
Wow.
It has been that long that Cara has dominated local regattas down in the ACT.
She's making the Canberra Rowing Club Zooty look good.
So Kara Grishkowiak out in front. Aisha Refi from Sydney University and Singapore sitting in second place. Emily Shepherd from Sydney University in third. ANU's Catherine Kahn not far behind in fourth place at the moment. Then Sophie Reiner, Molly McCausland, Liz Newell and Samantha Blanchard making up our field as we just see them now coming up towards the 1500 metre mark.
And of course, Aisha and Cara know each other well because they were both competing very strongly back in 2016. That's when Aisha was over here in Australia training for the Rio Olympics. That's a massive lead that Cara now has. She crosses the 500 metre mark and the others aren't even in view. So it looks as though, is it Emily Shepherd who's just stepped up the intensity of her race and is just squeezing her way through Aisha, who in turn is having a great battle with Catherine Kahn, a very talented sculler from ANU.
Yeah, Catherine in the last couple of years has absolutely kicked on under the coaching of Nigel Harding, Deanne Grant. So, you know, we've seen some really good scullers come through there. Anika Reardon, probably the most famous one in recent times, part of the Australian lightweight cruise in the last couple of years, and looking to do so again, go through to that final qualification regatta. So, but Catherine has just in awe of how much she's kicked on in the last couple of years and has a brand new boat. So she'll be very excited
great way to
well, you'll love just opening it. It's like when you get a new car, you open up the taps on the highway and of course within the speed limits.
Of course.
But yeah, she'll be absolutely loving that. So it's a fascinating battle for the minor placings. But Kara Grishkowiak, as you say, Lizzie, out in front. She's a very talented sculler and doing quite well there with about 200 metres or so to go. Emily Shepherd in second place, and then Catherine Kahn just moving ahead of Aisha Rafi from Sydney University and Singapore. Back a little bit further to Sophie Reiner from Mercantile, and then Molly McCausland from Sydney University, Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland, and Samantha Blanchard from Commercial Rowing Club.
Now, I know you mentioned this morning because I was listening to the live stream, but Emily Shepherd, a gold medalist at the Under-23 World Rowing Championships in the Coxtor. So doing some sculling here and has had a good season in the scull. And Molly McCausland, as Cara takes out in fine style this B final, a special mention for Molly because she is supposed to be racing in a pair, but her pair's partner has been taken ill and so she has been allowed to race in this single scull event. And well, I think she had an entry in it anyway, so that's been used as backup. So she certainly wasn't intending to race quite so hard here in that.
So first place to Kara Grishkowiak, second to Emily Shepherd from Sydney University, third to Catherine Kahn from ANU, fourth to Aisha Rafi from Sydney University, Mercantile Sophie Reiner coming through in fifth, Molly McCausland from Sydney University in sixth, with Elizabeth Newell from the University of Queensland in seventh, and Samantha Blanchard from Commercial in eighth place. Winning time there for Kara Grishkowiak, 7 minutes 35.26. A winning margin of 12.42 seconds. And I think it's worthwhile pointing out, Lizzie, that even though that was such a comfortable margin there, you could see as Kara crossed the line a look of absolute determination. I've seen that look on her face commentating at ACT regattas. When she's got that look, she is extremely hard to beat. Was not taking it easy at the finish there. We move on now to the B final of the Men's Elite Single Sculls. This event sponsored by Mobius. In lane 1 from UTS, Sam Green, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. In lane 2 from Sydney Rowing Club, Alex Nicol. In lane 3 from Sydney Rowing Club and the ACT Academy of Sport, Alexander Wolf. In lane 4 from Corio Bay, Xavier Hall-Sullivan, coached by Lee Hall-Sullivan. Lane 5 from Bucks, Joseph Wilson. Lane 6 from UTS, Dara Ilazde, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyon. Lane 7 from Banks Rowing Club, James Meads, coached by Brendan Scott. Lane 8 from Sydney Rowing Club, Stephen Cox. And lane 9 from North Esk, Jack Barrett, coached by Trevor Barrett. So again, a nice little geographic spread for this particular event. And some fascinating stories with a couple of these rowers. Stephen Cox, we spoke about him a little bit earlier. Zimbabwean sculler, rowed at Henley last year, where he was...
Did indeed. And for the last Olympics, he tried to qualify in the double scull and just missed out and went on, I think, to row for Cambridge. and was president of Cambridge. Is that him? I'm pretty sure that's him. And is back now competing again and representing Zimbabwe. And I think he's qualified already, hasn't he? So he will be off to Paris later this year. Qualified through the qualification process for the African countries that took place in Tunisia, thank you. And Dara Alizadeh, who is representing UTS at this regatta and racing in lane 6, comes from Bermuda. And I believe he needs to go to, next month, March, needs to go to the Americas qualification regatta.
So through the 1500, it was Alexander Wolf from Sydney Rowing Club leading Dara Alizadeh, then Joseph Wilson from Bucks in 3rd, Alex Nicol from Sydney in 4th, Jack Barrett from North Esk in 5th, Stephen Cox in 6th, Sam Green in 7th, James Meads from Banks in 8th, and then Xavier Hall-Sullivan in 9th place. So this is the B final of the men's elite single sculls. And coming up now towards that finish line, and really seeing a bit of a push here from Alexander Wolf, and then Joseph Wilson from Bucks as well. Not entirely out of the question. Alex Nicol also pushing hard, and then Dara Alizadeh from UTS and Bermuda. So another fascinating finish coming up here with about 200 metres or so to go. Alexander Wolf in the lead at the moment from Sydney Rowing Club. He's being pushed. We're seeing a big push here come from Dara Alizadeh from UTS. Joseph Wilson from Bucks seeing a bit of danger coming to his left and pushing hard. Alex Nicol from Sydney Rowing Club in 4th place. And then on the closest to us, Jack Barrett sitting in 5th ahead of Stephen Cox, Sam Green. So coming into the finish line now, it does look like it's going to be lane number 3, Alexander Wolf. He'll go through, cross the line in 1st, 2nd place to Joseph Wilson, 3rd to Dara Alizadeh, 4th to Jack Barrett from North Esk, then back to Alex Nicol in 5th place, Stephen Cox finishing in behind him. A photo for 7th and 8th, and then James Meads from Banks finishing in 9th place. So again, a really close race there. Only a second, just over a second between 1st and 2nd, less than a second to 3rd. So confirmation, Alexander Wolf with the win from Sydney Rowing Club, 2nd to Joseph Wilson from Bucks, and 3rd to Dara Alizadeh, winning time of 6 minutes 58.15.
Goodness me, what an exciting race already so early in the regatta. Continuing with our B finals, we move back to women's rowing, and we've got the Championship Women's Elite Pair B final, sponsored by Mobius, on the course now. This is race number 62 on our programme. In this B final, we have a crew from Cand in Queensland in lane 3, Jess Scott and Maddie Williams, coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4, a composite between University of Queensland Boat Club and Melbourne University Boat Club, Sarah Tisdall in the bow seat and Laura Foley in the stroke seat. In lane 5, a composite between Melbourne University and the University of Queensland, with Lily Alton from the University of Queensland in the bow seat and Sarah Marriott from Melbourne Uni in the stroke seat. And in lane 6, a composite between Sydney University and Swan River Rowing Club of Emma Wilson from Swan River and Taylor Caudle from Sydney Uni. Their coach is Tom Lorridge.
So through the first 1,000 metres, it was the Melbourne University of Queensland composite of Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley, leading by just under a second from Lily Alton and Sarah Marriott, also from Melbourne University and the University of Queensland. There's a popular combination going through there. Cairns sitting in 3rd place, Jess Scott, Madeline Williams, and then Sydney University, Swan River, Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle. Taylor Caudle's got a very interesting story. She went to Canberra Girls Grammar School, then moved over, went to the University of Wisconsin, then across to, I think it was Oxford Brookes University in the UK. She is a Henley winner with Oxford Brookes, and then has moved now back to Australia, spent a bit of time down in Canberra last year, rowed with ANU, and now she's moved up to Sydney University. So certainly with a very wide range of experience for Taylor Caudle all around the world. I'm one of many Australian athletes that's taken the opportunity to go over to the US, take a scholarship, and look, you get that free education, you get that opportunity to be able to row and really test yourself at those high levels and experience something new.
Yes, indeed. And I know we have quite a number of talent scouts from those American universities here with us this weekend. So those who are interested in going to an American university, I'm pretty sure you need to start your planning for that quite well in advance of actually being in year 12. So hopefully they are getting out and about and talking to our talented schoolgirls here, because I agree with you, a great opportunity. And I remember Rosemary Popper saying if you are a good rower and you can go there on, what do they call it, a full ride or a full ticket or whatever it is, then you do end up with an education paid for and a great rowing experience, and you come back ready to go to the National Training Centre and really get stuck into an Olympic campaign or 2 or 3.
Yeah, we saw with Jess Morrison in that pair with Annabelle McIntyre. She had that experience over in the US as well, and I think she rowed for a US university over at Henley.
Yep, she did, and won Henley and Henley Women's. Yes, and her partner is based over in the US as well in the men's National 8.
So out in front in the B final of the women's elite pairs, we do have Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley with a comfortable lead now. They were being pushed by Lily Alton and Sarah Marriott, also from Melbourne Uni and the University of Queensland. But that pair now is really being pushed hard by the Cairns crew of Jess Scott and Madeline Williams in that battle for second place. And then a little bit further back to Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle from Swan River and Sydney University Boat Club. So out in front, Sarah Tisdall and Laura Foley. They're from the University of Queensland and Melbourne University, respectively. Some long, strong strokes as they come up towards the finish line, looking very comfortable indeed. And they'll go through and take the win in the B final, the women's elite pairs. Second place will go to Lily Alton and Sarah Marriott. They were under pressure from the Cairn crew, pushed at the end there. You can see it took a lot out of them to hold off that canned crew. So Lily Alton, Sarah Marriott in second, Jess Scott, Madeline Williams from Canned in third, with Emma Wilson and Taylor Caudle in fourth place. The winning time there, 7 minutes 12.62, with the winning margin 6.35 seconds between first and second, and 1.06 seconds back to third.
The next race on our programme, number 63, is the B final of the Championship Men's Under-23 pair, sponsored by Bentley's. In this men's under-23 pair B final, we have Mercantile in lane 1, represented by Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol. My goodness me, that's a quick turnaround for Charlie Clark after that singles race. In lane 2, a composite between Canned and Griffith Unisurfers Paradise of Mackenzie Branch and Zach Nixon, coached by Scott Rowe and Duncan Free. In lane 3, from Commercial, a club in Queensland, John Morrissey and Jake Gilmore, coached by Stephen Posey. In lane 4, from Sydney Rowing Club, Toby Tegg and Declan Glendinning. The Fremantle West Australian composite has withdrawn. In lane 6, from Mercantile, Jake Polkinghorn and Oliver Scalzo. In lane 7, from Toowong Rowing Club, Roden Martin and Moss Murphy, coached by Mark Game. And in lane 8, from Melbourne University Boat Club, Massimo Marrow and Alessandro Marrow. And Toby Tegg also hails from the UK. So Sydney Rowing Club, of course, have very good connections with clubs in the UK and do a fantastic job, I think, of bringing people over here, which really freshens up our pool of athletes and provides a great opportunity, as we saw Alex Nicol and I think Harry Crouch are heading over to Oxford Brookes, so they'll have the time of their lives over there.
Yeah, it's just getting those experiences, isn't it? You know, take the
fun
sport.
of rowing.
Well, that's exactly it. You take the sport that you love doing, or you hopefully love doing, and then you're going overseas and being able to experience all these different cultures, all these different places. I mean, you've just got to make the most of these opportunities.
100%, and meet like-minded people doing something you love doing. So I wonder if Massimo and Alessandro Marrow are visiting from somewhere like Italy and rowing at Melbourne University. So we'll have to go and get out around the grounds and go and find out.
So through that first 1,000 metres in the B final of the men's under-23 pairs, it was the Canned Griffith University Surfers Paradise composite in the lead ahead of Sydney, the two Mercantile crews, Toowong and then Commercial. making up the field there. So it's as they're just coming up now towards the 1500, and we can see there it's still Cand and Griffith University Surfers Paradise, less than a second between them and the Sydney Rowing Club crew. So Mackenzie Branch and Zach Nixon under pressure from Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning. Jake Polkinghorne and Oliver Scalzo from Mercantile in third, Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol also from Mercantile in fourth place, and then Roden Martin, Moss Murphy from Toowong in fifth, and then Commercials John Morrissey and Jake Gilmore back a little bit further in sixth place. So the Queensland pair, Mackenzie Branch and Zach Nixon, still out in front at the moment, but gee, I tell you what, that Sydney pair are starting to move and starting to move fast. The conditions, we can see that here at the finish line, the flags are again blowing out towards the north, so maybe a little bit more sheltered in those lanes 1, 2, 3 and 4, but certainly not like some of the conditions that we've seen at some of the national titles in recent years. So it's Cand Griffith University Surfers Paradise leading Sydney Rowing Club, but Sydney are coming and coming hard. We can see the big strokes coming now from both of our leading crews, and then the two Mercantile crews are going to battle it out for the third place as well. There's some serious intra-club bragging rights on the line here for the two Mercs crews. It's Sydney now. Bowballs out in front, Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning. They've been sitting in second for most of the race, but they have timed their run to absolute perfection. Half a boat length. It's a win to Toby Tegg, Declan Glendenning. Second place going to Cand Griffith University Surfers Paradise, Mackenzie Branch and Zach Nixon. With thirds, I think just to the Mercantile crew closest to us, Jake Polkinghorne and Oliver Scalzo, finishing just ahead of Charlie Clark and Hamish Nicol in fourth. Fifth place going to Roden Martin and Moss Murphy. Fifth from Toowong. Sixth place going to the commercial crew of Jake Morrissey and John Morrissey and Jake Gilmore. So the winning time there for Toby Tegg and Declan Glendenning, 6 minutes 45.55. And that was a winning margin of 1.15 seconds. So they made up a couple of seconds over that final 500 metres. 6.68 seconds to the crew of Polkinghorne and Scalzo in third place. And then 0.61 of a second back to the second Mercantile crew. So they came so close to being able to get over the top of that first Mercantile crew.
They certainly did, and looks like we've got another great race on our hands here with the B final of the Championship Men's Elite pair, also sponsored by Bentley's. In lane 2 we have Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes of Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport, coached by Scott Rowe, and in lane 3 Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe of Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport, also coached by Scott Rowe. In lane 4, we have Fraser Miscampbell and William Ackerman of Melbourne University Boat Club. And in lane 5, Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Betruni of Melbourne University Boat Club. In lane 6, from Sydney University Boat Club, Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt, coached by Tom Lorridge. And in lane 7, Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan from Swan River Rowing Club. And at the 500 metre mark, Hamish Wynne-Pope and Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe led over Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Betruni, but by 1,000 metres that situation had switched, and Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan were sitting in third place, but only 0.45 of a second in front of Fraser Miscampbell and William Ackerman. And then a further second back to the Sydney University Boat Club crew, which, by the way, has the president and the captain in it, rowing together. And another 4 or 5 seconds behind them, our final Cand QAS crew of Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes. So a good battle going on between Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe of Cand, Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Betruni of Melbourne University, and really not far behind them at all, the WA crew from Swan River of Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan, and Miss Campbell and Ackerman of Melbourne University. 1,500 metres, and Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Betruni remain in the lead.
Yeah, they're about 5 seconds ahead of Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe from Camden, the Queensland Academy of Sport. Fraser Miss Campbell and William Ackerman from Melbourne University just behind them in third place, and then Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt from Sydney University.
Moved up.
Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan from Swan River in fifth, and then Cand and the Queensland Academy of Sport in sixth place. That's Tom Coates and Dylan Rhodes. So again, another fantastic finish coming up here in the B final of the men's elite pairs. We've just got the one race to go after this, and that will be the B final of the men's under-23 lightweight single sculls. To finish up what has been a fascinating day's racing here at the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. We've seen some very tight photo finishes. We saw one where it was 4 boats going for 3 different positions, and all of them were a photo finish.
Yeah, agreed. Fantastic racing. Slightly swirly conditions, but in these pairs, really coping with it very well indeed, and keeping the foot on the gas the whole way. The fact that it's a B final is irrelevant. These men in front of all of the selectors, making sure they are showing a good case for being considered for any outside chance of getting through to the trials. And there's no doubt about the winners. They moved through after the first 500, and then they have continued to extend their lead. Hamish Wynne-Pope and Charlie Petruni from Melbourne University Boat Club. A good row from their colleagues, Fraser Miss Campbell and William Ackerman, to pull themselves through into second position. And then third, Elliot Appel and Miller Rowe. Placing fourth, Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan win the battle with Devlin Walsh and Marcus Britt. So Sydney Uni will have to settle for fifth place. And then our final crew across the line, Riley Rees-Turner and Miles McQuillan from Swan River.
So winning time there of 6 minutes 33.09 with a winning margin between the two Melbourne University crews of 4.51 seconds. And I get it, you mentioned about the selections there, Lizzie. It's so important because we've got all the men's sweep boats qualified for Paris, the pair, the 4 and the 8, all of them competitive, and you really want to be getting in there. And as mentioned earlier, if you get an Olympic medal this year, you get a piece of the Eiffel Tower embedded in your medal. So yes, it's how cool would that be?
That would be very cool.
Final race of the day. It's race number 65. It's the B final of the men's lightweight under-23 single sculls. Lane 1 from UTS, Angus Dunstan, coached by Sam Fennessy and Alexandra Wenyan. Lane 2 from Mercantile, Alex Tomanovitz. Lane 3 from Toowong, Sam Parry, coached by Mark Game. Lane 4 from Tasmania University, Angus Painter. In lane 5 from Mercantile, Benjamin Whitmey. Lane 6 from Black Mountain Rowing Club in Canberra, Matthew Ricard, coached by Renee Domichez. Lane 7 from Adelaide University, Hugo Warm, coached by Sam Morton. And lane 8 from Adelaide Rowing Club, Joshua Lascock. So we spoke about some tight margins. We spoke about that race earlier on where we had 4 boats going for 3 qualification positions. Benjamin Whitmey from Mercantile missed out on qualification for the A final by 0.15 of a second. There was about half a second between second and fifth in that race. Just absolutely 4 boats, bang, 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 crossing the line in what was the most exciting. I think it's about the most exciting race I've ever called. It's not the closest, but 4 boats with a photo finish was just absolutely fascinating.
And I always think with lightweights, they've already had a race, the weight race, haven't they, to get to weight, to actually be able to do the event in the first place. And then it's so tight, it's amazing.
As a small human, I'm very glad there's no lightweight para events. It's there is zero pressure. Well, I guess that I've had discussions about that. I think the trickiness for the para, if you had a lightweight event, is that if you're an amputee,
you could cheat and take your leg off or something.
Something like that, yeah. And legs weigh a lot, so it's it would make it a bit easier to make weight. But no, so it'll be fascinating to see what happens in this race. So through the first 500 metres, we did have Angus Painter from Tasmania University leading Matthew Ricard, and then Benjamin Whitmey, who we said just finished in 5th place, from Mercantile in 3rd place. We're seeing the footage now on the live stream from the BRO boats, and now coming up through the 1,000 metres. And it does look to be Sam Parry from Toowong Rowing Club leading Angus Painter, Matthew Ricard in 3rd, and then Alex Tomanovitz in 4th. As we see them through there, Benjamin Whitney just a bit behind at the moment. He's just dropped off the pace a little bit through that second 1,000 metres or so. As we cross back now to the footage, so we've got the camera on the front of the BRO boat that's going down the course, and that's being controlled upstairs by John, who's showing the footage there. You can see there out towards the finish line, the flags at the end of the racing lake, and then out towards the Blue Mountains off in the distance. It has been, well, the conditions today have been better than what was forecast. I know that there was a lot of rain forecast for this weekend. They were talking about 8 mils and potentially a fair amount of wind as well. Today has passed off, has been a little bit humid, has been a bit swirly with the winds, making it interesting for the rowers to be able to try and balance out to get that race strategy in place. But the conditions, I guess, have been about as good as we could have hoped for. Tomorrow it is expected to be a little bit stronger winds, 13 to 20 kilometre an hour southerly winds forecast, but again we've seen those really swirl around all day today. So it'll be fascinating to see how things play out tomorrow. We've got the elite men's and women's pairs, the men's and women's singles races tomorrow. Who's going to be able to go through and take those wins? A number of the underage events as well. We've seen the single sculls, the under-19s, the under-21s, the under-23s. The lightweights are in for the open men's and women's races as well. So there's so much great racing coming on tomorrow in the 2024 New South Wales Rowing Championships. So really looking forward to seeing how that all plays out. Racing starting at 7:50 tomorrow morning with the 500 metre para single sculls, and then we've got a few para races chucked in there as well, the singles and the doubles, both tomorrow morning.
I'm really looking forward to seeing that. That'll be wonderful.
So into the last 500 metres of our final race of day number 1, and it is Sam Parry still leading Angus Painter from Tasmania University, Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile sitting in 3rd place, Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain in 4th, Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile in 5th place at the moment. So not a lot to pick between Alex Tomanovitz and Matthew Ricard. So that battle for the bronze, and the B final bronze, is well and truly heating up. We'll see them both in a lightweight 4 and an elite 4 later on in the regatta as well. Alex Tomanovitz having moved, I think, back down to Victoria after spending a number of years at Canberra Rowing Club up in Canberra. So we'll see him out there later on. Toowong Rowing Club, Sam Parry, coached by Mark Game. He's out in front and looking very comfortable with about 200 or so metres to go. Off to his left-hand side is Angus Painter from Tasmania University, and then over to his right, Alex Tomanovitz from Mercantile. He looks like he's just moved ahead of Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain over in lane number 6, and then back a little bit further to Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile. He looks like he may have just bit off the pace, so he may have just had some equipment issues in this B final. Certainly very unlucky to miss out on the A final earlier on today. But with a couple of big strokes left to go, it is going to be Sam Parry from Toowong Rowing Club taking the win in the under-23 lightweight single sculls B final. 2nd place going through to Angus Painter from Tasmania University. Alex Tomanovitz finishing a boat length behind him in 3rd, with Matthew Ricard from Black Mountain coming through in 4th, and then back a little bit further to Benjamin Whitney from Mercantile in 5th place. The winning time there of 7 minutes 23.13. And Lizzie, what a fascinating day racing in day 1, 2024 New South Wales Champs.
Certainly has been some excellent performances. It's been a bit brutal because some people have now been knocked out in whatever their small boat was, and but hopefully they've been entered into crews, and so we will see them again tomorrow in their doubles or 4s or 8s or whatever it is that they are in. So just a reminder that racing begins tomorrow at 7:50 a.m. with the para women's recreational single scull, and very quickly we're into under 17 8s. So we get started on our little juniors, on our younger juniors. We have a full day of racing ahead tomorrow. We're really looking forward to welcoming you to the regatta, whether you join us here at the Sydney International Regatta Centre or online. Racing, as I say, will start at 10 to 8 and won't finish until 6 o'clock in the evening. So get ready for a full day of fun, excitement and brutally competitive racing here at the New South Wales State Championships.